Major Palgrave was holding forth about Kenya. "Everyone's got an opinion on the place, but most haven't a clue," he declared. "I gave 14 years to that country, some of the finest years I ever had. Let me tell you." Miss Marple offered a polite nod. It was a familiar courtesy. As the Major launched into his well-worn tales, her own mind drifted comfortably elsewhere. The setting for these monologues changed. It used to be India, with its parade of retired officers and their particular vocabulary, Simla, bearers, tiger hunts, with Major Palgrave. The keywords were different: safari, Kikuyu, elephant herds, Swahili phrases, but the pattern never varied. An aging gentleman needing an audience to help him revisit a time when he stood taller, saw clearer, and heard every word. Some of these talkers had been distinguished soldierly types, others, like Major Palgrave with his flushed complexion, glass eye, and rather frog-like appearance, were less so. Miss Marple extended the same quiet patience to them all. She would listen with an attentive tilt of her head, all the while pursuing her private reflections and appreciating her surroundings, in this instance, the stunning azure of the Caribbean Sea. It was so very kind of her nephew Raymond, she thought with real gratitude. Why he went to such lengths for his elderly aunt was a mystery to her. Family duty, perhaps, or maybe he was genuinely fond of her, in his own slightly impatient modern way. He was always trying to update her world-view, sending her the latest novels. She found them so trying, full of disagreeable people doing peculiar things and not even seeming to enjoy themselves. In her youth the word sex was seldom spoken aloud, but the thing itself, though often called sin, seemed far more prevalent and, frankly, more enjoyable than it appeared now, where it was treated like a dreary obligation. Her eyes dropped to the book open on her lap. She had only reached page 23, and that was quite far enough. "You mean to say you've never had any sexual experience?" the young man asked, his voice full of disbelief. "At your age? But you must. It's essential." The girl looked down, miserable, her lank hair falling across her face. "I know," she mumbled. "I know." He stared at her. The grubby sweater, the bare feet with dirty nails, the faint smell of stale cooking oil. He couldn't understand why he found her so utterly compelling. Miss Marple couldn't understand it either, and really, to have intimate experience pressed upon you as if it were a dose of medicinal iron. These poor modern creatures. "My dear Aunt Jane, you can't just hide from the real world in your charming little village bubble. You have to face actual life," Raymond would say. And Aunt Jane would look suitably chastised and murmur that she supposed she was rather behind the times, though if he only knew village life was anything but a peaceful idyll. People like Raymond were so wonderfully ignorant. In her long years attending to the affairs of a country parish, Jane Marple had gained a thorough and unsentimental education in the realities of rural existence. She felt no desire to discuss them, let alone write about them. But she knew there was plenty of passion, in all its natural and unnatural forms, assault, forbidden family entanglements, every manner of deviation. She knew it all. Miss Marple returned her attention to the Caribbean and the thread of Major Palgrave's story. "A most remarkable experience," she prompted warmly. "Quite fascinating. I could tell you far more, of course," he said, lowering his voice, "though some details are hardly suitable for a lady's ears." With the practised ease of a lifetime, Miss Marple allowed her eyelids to flutter demurely, and the Major proceeded with his sanitized account of local customs. Her mind, however, drifted back to thoughts of her considerate nephew. Raymond West, a novelist of considerable success and income, was always diligent in his efforts to improve his elderly aunt's circumstances. After a severe bout of pneumonia the previous winter, her doctors had insisted on a sunny climate. With characteristic generosity, Raymond had proposed the West Indies. Miss Marple had voiced her usual practical objections: the cost, the immense distance, the complexities of travel, and the matter of her cherished home in St. Mary Mead. Raymond had swept every concern aside. A friend of his, an author in need of a quiet country retreat, would be delighted to house-sit. "He's terribly particular about homes. He's well, you know, a confirmed bachelor," Raymond had clarified, a touch awkwardly, assuming even his sheltered aunt understood the implication. He then addressed the journey. Travel was nothing in the modern age. She would fly. Another acquaintance, Diana Horrocks, was travelling to Trinidad and would ensure she was comfortable until her connection. Her destination was the Golden Palm Hotel on St. Honoré, formerly managed by the delightful Sandersons. They would take excellent care of her. He would write to them immediately. As it transpired, the Sandersons had returned to England, but their successors, the Kendalls, had been perfectly charming and assured Raymond his aunt would be well looked after. They had kept their promise. Molly Kendall, a cheerful, open-faced blonde in her 20s, had welcomed the old lady with genuine warmth and attended to her comfort. Her husband, Tim, a lean, dark man in his 30s, had been equally kind and attentive, so here she was, Miss Marple reflected, spared the harsh English winter, installed in her own pleasant bungalow, attended by smiling local staff. Tim Kendall would joke with her each evening in the dining room as he recommended dishes from the menu, and a short, easy path led from her door to the seafront, where she could sit in a comfortable lounger and watch the swimmers. There was even a small circle of elderly companions, old Mr. Raphael, Dr. Graham, Canon Prescott and his sister, and her current escort, Major Palgrave. What more could any elderly lady possibly desire? It was a sentiment she felt almost guilty to admit, even in the privacy of her own thoughts, but she was not entirely content. It was wonderfully warm, of course, excellent for her rheumatism, and the scenery was beautiful, if perhaps a little uniform. An endless procession of palm trees. Each day was precisely like the last, with nothing ever happening. It was nothing like St. Mary Mead, where life was a constant bubbling stream of incident. Her nephew had once, rather dismissively, compared village life to pond scum. She had retorted that if you examined such scum under a microscope, you would find it teeming with vitality. And indeed, St. Mary Mead was never dull. A cascade of memories played through her mind, the curious error in old Mrs. Linnet's prescription, the very strange conduct of young Mr. Polegate, the dubious visit from the woman claiming to be Georgie Wood's mother, the true hidden source of the argument between Joe Arden and his wife. So many intriguing human puzzles, each providing endless, pleasurable hours of quiet speculation. Here, the only puzzle was whether the afternoon clouds would bring a brief shower. Miss Marple found herself wishing for something a bit more substantial to occupy her mind, something she could really sink her teeth into. She was startled to realize Major Palgrave had long since left Kenya behind, and was now deep into a tale from his time on the northwest frontier as a young officer. He leaned in with great earnestness and asked, "Don't you agree?" Years of practice had made Miss Marple adept at handling such prompts. "I'm afraid I don't feel qualified to judge," she replied. "My own life has been rather sheltered, you see, my dear lady, and so it should be," the Major declared gallantly. Seeking to atone for her earlier inattention, Miss Marple pressed on. "You must have led such a varied life." "Not bad at all," Major Palgrave said with evident satisfaction. He glanced around appreciatively. "This really is a lovely spot." "Yes, it is," Miss Marple agreed. And then, almost against her will, she heard herself ask, "I do wonder, does anything ever truly happen here?" Major Palgrave stared. "Oh, rather. Plenty of little scandals, eh?" "Why, I could tell you. But scandals weren't what Miss Marple was after. Modern scandals offered nothing to get your teeth into, just a tedious parade of people swapping partners and brazenly advertising the fact, with none of the decent, shamefaced discretion of better days. There was even a murder here a couple of years back," the Major continued. "Fellow named Harry Weston. Caused quite a stir in the papers. You might recall it." Miss Marple gave a polite, unenthusiastic nod. It hadn't been her kind of murder at all. The splash was due entirely to the vast wealth of everyone involved. It seemed perfectly likely Harry Weston had shot the Count de Ferrari, his wife's lover, and equally likely his neatly constructed alibi had been purchased. The whole affair was awash with too much drink and a generous sprinkling of drug addicts. Not interesting people, in Miss Marple's opinion doubtlessly glamorous to look at, but decidedly not her cup of tea. "And if you ask me," the Major confided, lowering his voice and giving a knowing wink, "that wasn't the only bit of foul play around that time. I had my own suspicions, but never mind that now." He paused as Miss Marple deliberately dropped her ball of wool. He stooped to retrieve it for her. "Speaking of murder," he resumed, settling back into his chair. I once heard of a most curious case. Didn't come across it personally, you understand. Miss Marple offered an encouraging smile. It was at the club, a group of us chaps talking, and one fellow, a medical man, began telling a story, one of his cases. A young husband had roused him in the dead of night. His wife had tried to hang herself. They had no telephone. So after the fellow had cut her down and done what he could, he jumped in his car and raced off to find a doctor. Well, she wasn't dead, but it was a very near thing. She pulled through. In the end, the young husband seemed utterly devoted, cried like a child. He said he'd noticed her being odd for some time, fits of depression and so forth. So, that was that. Everything seemed settled. But then about a month later, the wife took an overdose of sleeping pills and died. Very sad. Major Palgrave paused, nodding to himself several times. Since he clearly had more to say, Miss Marple waited patiently. And that might seem to be the end of it, he went on. A neurotic woman, nothing out of the ordinary. But then, about a year later, this same doctor was swapping stories with another medical man, and this second chap told him about a woman who tried to drown herself. Her husband pulled her out, fetched a doctor. They revived her, and then a few weeks later she gassed herself. Well, my doctor friend thought, that's a bit of a coincidence, same sort of story. He said, I had a case rather like that. Name was Jones, or whatever it was. What was your fellow's name? The other doctor said, can't quite remember. Robinson, I think. Certainly not Jones. Well, the two men looked at each other and agreed it was all rather odd. Then my chap pulled out a photograph from his case. He showed it to the second doctor. That's the man, he said. I went back the following day to verify the details, and I noticed a spectacular hibiscus right by the entrance, a type I'd never encountered here. My camera was in the car, so I took a picture. Just as I clicked the shutter, the husband stepped out, so I caught him too. I doubt he even noticed. I inquired about the hibiscus, but he had no idea what it was called. The second doctor examined the photo. He remarked, it's a little blurry, but I'd swear, or at least I'm nearly certain, it's the same person. I'm not sure if they pursued it further. If they did, it led nowhere. I suppose Mr. Jones or Robinson covered his tracks too thoroughly. Strange tale, isn't it? You wouldn't think such things occur. Oh, but I would, Miss Marple replied calmly. Almost every single day. Now, really. That's rather far-fetched. When a man discovers a method that succeeds, he doesn't quit. He continues. Like the brides in the bathtub cases? Precisely that sort of thing. Yes. The doctor let me keep that photo as a curiosity. Major Palgrave began rummaging through a bulging wallet, mumbling to himself, so much clutter in here. No idea why I hold on to all this. Miss Marple believed she did know. These were part of the Major's collection of props, illustrating his array of stories. The anecdote he had just shared, she suspected, hadn't started out that way. It had been polished and embellished through frequent retelling. The Major was still shuffling and muttering, had completely forgotten about that affair. She was a handsome woman, you'd never guess, now where. Ah, that brings back memories. What tusks! I must show you. He paused, selected a small photograph, and peered at it. Care to see a murderer's picture? He was on the verge of handing it to her when his motion abruptly halted, looking more than ever like a stuffed frog. Major Palgrave seemed to be staring fixedly over her right shoulder, from where the sound of approaching footsteps and voices emerged. Well, I'll be! He hastily stuffed everything back into his wallet and jammed it into his pocket. His face deepened to a purplish red. He exclaimed in a loud, forced tone, As I was saying, I wished I could have shown you those elephant tusks. Largest elephant I ever bagged. Ah, hello there. His voice adopted a somewhat artificial heartiness. Look who's here. The fabulous four, Flora and Fauna. Any luck today, eh? The approaching footsteps resolved into 4 hotel guests, Miss Marple already recognized by sight. They were 2 married couples. Though Miss Marple did not yet know their last names, she was aware the large man with the thick, upright grey hair was called Greg, that his golden blonde wife was known as Lucky, and that the other pair, the lean, dark man and the handsome but rather weathered woman, were Edward and Evelyn. They were botanists, she understood, with an interest in birds as well. "No luck at all," said Greg, "at least not in finding what we were after. Not sure if you've met Miss Marple. Colonel and Mrs. Hillingdon, and Greg and Lucky Dyson." They greeted her politely, and Lucky declared loudly that she'd perish if she didn't have a drink immediately, if not sooner. Greg called over to Tim Kendall, who was sitting a short distance away with his wife, absorbed in account books. "Hey, Tim, fetch us some drinks." He turned to the others. "Planters' punches," they agreed. "Same for you, Miss Marple." Miss Marple thanked him, but said she would prefer a fresh lime. "Fresh lime it is," said Tim Kendall, "and 5 planters' punches. Join us, Tim." "Wish I could, but I need to sort these books. Can't leave Molly to handle everything alone." "Steel band tonight, by the way." "Excellent," cried Lucky. Then she winced. "Ouch, I'm covered in scratches." Edward shoved me right into a thorn bush on purpose. "Lovely pink blossoms," said Hillingdon with a dry smile, "and wonderfully long thorns. Quite the sadist, aren't you, Edward?" Greg remarked with a grin. "Not like me. I'm practically overflowing with human kindness." Evelyn Hillingdon settled into the chair beside Miss Marple, engaging her in light, pleasant conversation. Miss Marple carefully set her knitting aside, with a slow, deliberate motion hindered slightly by the stiffness in her neck. She glanced over her right shoulder. In the distance stood the spacious bungalow belonging to the wealthy Mr. Raphael, quiet and still, showing no signs of activity. She responded politely to Evelyn's comments. People were so genuinely considerate, while her gaze thoughtfully studied the 2 men. Edward Hillingdon appeared quiet, yet undeniably charming. Greg, on the other hand, was boisterous and cheerful, likely American or Canadian, she surmised. Her attention then drifted to Major Palgrave, whose hearty friendliness seemed just a touch exaggerated. Interesting. The Golden Palm Hotel was alive with energy that evening. From her small corner table, Miss Marple observed the scene with keen interest. The dining room, open on 3 sides, allowed the warm, fragrant Caribbean breeze to drift inside. Softly coloured lamps cast a gentle glow over the room. Most of the women wore evening dresses, light, printed cottons that showcased sun-bronzed shoulders and arms. Miss Marple herself wore grey lace, a choice reflecting her English provincial upbringing, thanks to a thoughtful gift from her nephew's wife, Joan, who had insisted she buy something suitable for the climate. While St. Honoré was warm, it wasn't oppressively hot, and Miss Marple often found the temperature quite pleasant. The room was a tapestry of different ages and backgrounds. There were elderly tycoons with much younger wives, middle-aged couples from northern England, a lively Venezuelan family with children, and numerous guests from across South America, chatting animatedly in Spanish or Portuguese. A few solid English professionals, clergymen, a doctor, a retired judge added to the mix, alongside a family from China. Service was provided mainly by tall, dignified women in crisp white uniforms, overseen by an experienced Italian head waiter and a French sommelier. Tim Kendall moved through the room with attentive ease, pausing to share a friendly word here and there. His wife, Molly, complimented him perfectly. A natural blonde with a wide, easy smile, she rarely showed irritation and had a knack for connecting with everyone. She laughed and flirted gently with the older men, complimented the younger women on their outfits. "What a stunning dress, Mrs. Dyson. I'm green with envy," and looked elegant in her own white sheath dress, accented by a pale green embroidered silk shawl. Lucky admired the shawl, running her fingers over the fabric. "Such a beautiful colour. I'd love one just like it." "You can find them in the hotel boutique," Molly replied before moving on. She typically left the elderly female guests to her husband, believing they preferred a man's company. True to form, Tim Kendall soon approached Miss Marple's table. "Is there anything special you need tonight?" he asked kindly. Tim Kendall leaned in with a concerned expression. "You only have to say the word, and I can arrange for the kitchen to prepare something special for you. I imagine the hotel fare here, with its tropical influences, is quite different from what you're accustomed to at home." Miss Marple offered a gracious smile, replying that sampling new cuisines was part of the joy of travel. "That's very kind. but I'm managing perfectly well." "Are you quite sure?" Tim pressed gently. "If there's anything you miss, perhaps a traditional bread-and-butter pudding." The elderly lady's smile widened as she declined, stating she could happily forego that particular comfort for the time being. She picked up her spoon and began to enjoy her passion-fruit sundae with genuine relish. Just then the vibrant clamour of the steel band erupted across the terrace. While these bands were a celebrated island attraction, Miss Marple privately considered the noise rather overwhelming. Yet, observing the evident delight of the other guests, she resolved, with the adaptability of her generation, to find a way to appreciate it. She could hardly ask Tim to magically produce the elegant strains of a Viennese waltz instead. How curious modern dancing was, all those energetic, unrestrained movements. But then her thoughts paused. Where precisely were the young people? This scene of music and dancing seemed meant for youth, yet most here were in their 30s or 40s, or older gentlemen accompanying much younger wives. Youth, she supposed, was at university or busy with careers, limited to brief annual holidays. A remote and costly resort like this was beyond their reach. A faint melancholy touched her. This gaiety felt somehow borrowed. There was Molly Kendall, of course, no more than 23 and seemingly vibrant, but even for her, this was a form of employment. Noticing Canon Prescott and his sister signalling from a nearby table, Miss Marple joined them for coffee. Miss Prescott, a severe-looking woman, immediately retrieved some decidedly unattractive table mats from her work bag. As she hemmed, she provided a thorough account of their day, a visit to a new girls' school, an afternoon rest, and a walk through a sugar-cane field to take tea with friends at a nearby guest house. Being longer-term residents, the Prescotts offered insights into their fellow guests. That elderly gentleman was Mr. Raphael, an annual visitor of immense wealth from a chain of northern supermarkets. The young woman with him was his secretary, Esther Walters, a perfectly respectable widow, they assured her. Given Mr. Raphael was nearly 80, Miss Marple nodded her understanding. A very pleasant woman. Canon Prescott added genially, "Her mother, I believe, is a widow living in Chichester." "He also travels with an attendant," Miss Prescott continued, lowering her voice unnecessarily against the band's rhythm. "A Mr. Jackson who acts as both valet and a qualified masseur. Poor Mr. Raphael is almost completely paralyzed. So tragic with all that fortune. A most charitable man, however," the canon noted approvingly around them. Guests shifted positions, some edging closer to the music, others seeking quieter spots. Major Palgrave had moved to join the Hillingdon and Dyson party. "Now, those people," Miss Prescott said, her tone implying significance. "They were here last season as well. They make a tour of the islands each year, spending a good 3 months in the Caribbean. Colonel Hillingdon, a tall, slender man, and his dark-haired wife were both botanists. The other couple, Gregory Dyson and his wife, were American. He was known for his writings on butterflies. All 4 shared a keen interest in ornithology. How pleasant for people to have such outdoor pursuits, remarked Canon Prescott warmly. His sister, however, corrected him gently. "I doubt they'd appreciate the term hobbies, Jeremy. They publish in the National Geographic and the Royal Horticultural Journal. They take their work quite seriously." A sudden hearty laugh erupted from the table they had been watching, loud enough to momentarily drown out the steel band. Gregory Dyson was leaning back, thumping the table in amusement, while his wife playfully protested. Major Palgrave, having drained his glass, appeared to be adding to the applause. In that moment they hardly seemed like people who took themselves too gravely. "Major Palgrave really shouldn't drink so much," Miss Prescott noted with a hint of acidity. "He has issues with his blood pressure." A new round of planters' punches arrived at the lively table. "It's so helpful to have everyone sorted out," Miss Marple observed. "When I met them earlier, I wasn't entirely sure who was married to whom." There was a brief, telling pause. Miss Prescott gave a small, dry cough. "Well, regarding that, Joan," the canon interjected in a cautioning tone, "perhaps it's best not to elaborate." "Really? Jeremy, I wasn't going to say anything specific. Only that last year, for some reason, we never quite understood. We initially thought Mrs. Dyson was actually Mrs. Hillingdon until someone clarified it for us." "Isn't it curious how one gets those impressions?" Miss Marple said innocently. Her eyes met Miss Prescott's, and a swift, silent understanding passed between them, a glance that a more perceptive man than the canon might have recognized as making him momentarily superfluous. Another unspoken signal was exchanged, clearly stating, "We'll discuss this later. Mr. Dyson refers to his wife as Lucky." Miss Marple continued, "Is that her given name or merely a nickname? It seems an unusual choice for a proper name." "I actually inquired about that," the canon offered. "He told me he calls her Lucky because she's his good luck charm. He said if he ever lost her, he'd lose all his luck." I thought it rather a touching sentiment. "He does enjoy his little jokes," Miss Prescott added, though her tone suggested there might be more to the story. The canon glanced at his sister, a flicker of uncertainty in his expression. The steel band launched into a wild, cacophonous finale, and a troupe of dancers burst onto the floor. Miss Marple and her companions turned their chairs to watch. Miss Marple found the dancing far more engaging than the music. She appreciated the rhythmic shuffle of feet and the graceful sway of the bodies. It felt authentic, possessing a kind of powerful subtlety. For the first time since her arrival, she began to feel a slight sense of belonging in this new environment. Until now she had missed her usual knack for spotting resemblances between new acquaintances and people from her own past, perhaps initially dazzled by the vibrant clothes and exotic surroundings. But she felt certain she would soon be making some intriguing comparisons. Molly Kendall, for instance, reminded her of that pleasant bus conductress back in Market Basing. What was her name? Who always made sure you were safely seated before signalling the driver to proceed. Tim Kendall bore a slight resemblance to the head waiter at the Royal George in Medchester, outwardly self-assured, yet with an underlying worried air. She recalled that waiter had suffered from an ulcer. Major Palgrave, however, blended into a familiar category, virtually indistinguishable from General Leroy, Captain Fleming, Admiral Wicklow, and Commander Richardson. Gregory Dyson presented a more interesting and challenging case, largely because he was American. He had a dash of Sir George Trollope, perhaps always full of quips at those civil defence meetings, or maybe he was more like Mr. Murdoch, the local butcher. Mr. Murdoch had been the subject of some unsavoury gossip, though many insisted it was just talk, and that Mr. Murdoch himself rather enjoyed fanning the rumours. And Lucky? She was a puzzle yet to be solved. That was straightforward enough. Marlene at the Three Crowns. Evelyn Hillingdon? She couldn't quite place Evelyn. In looks, she matched plenty of possibilities. Tall, lean, sun-weathered English women were a common sight. Lady Caroline Wolfe, Peter Wolfe's first wife, who had taken her own life. Or perhaps Leslie James, that reserved woman who rarely showed her feelings and had sold her home and vanished without a word to anyone. Colonel Hillingdon? No immediate connection there. She would need to become acquainted with him first. He was one of those polite, quiet men. You never really knew what was going on behind their eyes. Sometimes they caught you completely off guard. She recalled Major Harper, who had calmly slit his own throat one afternoon. No one ever discovered why. Miss Marple believed she might have guessed, though she could never be entirely certain. Her gaze drifted to Mr. Raphael's table. The main thing everyone knew about Mr. Raphael was that he was staggeringly wealthy. He vacationed in the West Indies every winter. He was partially paralysed, and he resembled a wizened old bird of prey. His clothes draped loosely on his shrunken frame. He could have been 70, 80, or even 90. His eyes were sharp, and he was often downright impolite. Yet people rarely took offence, partly because of his fortune, and partly because his overpowering presence made you feel that, somehow, Mr. Raphael had earned the right to be rude if he wished. Seated with him was his secretary, Mrs. Walters. She had fair, wheat-coloured hair and a pleasant, calm face. Mr. Raphael was frequently brusque with her, but she never appeared to notice, not so much submissive as simply unaffected. She carried herself like a highly trained private nurse. Perhaps Miss Marple mused. She had been one. A tall, handsome young man in a white jacket approached and stood by Mr. Raphael's chair. The old man glanced up, nodded, and gestured to a seat. The young man sat as instructed. "Mr. Jackson, I presume," Miss Marple said quietly to herself. "His valet and attendant?" She observed Mr. Jackson with considerable interest in the bar. Molly Kendall arched her back and slipped out of her high heels. Tim came in from the terrace to join her. They had the place to themselves for the moment. "Tired, sweetheart?" he asked. "A little. My feet are definitely complaining tonight. It's not too much for you, is it? All of this? I know it's hard work." He watched her with concern. She laughed. "Oh, Tim, don't be silly. I adore it here. It's absolutely perfect. Like the daydream I've always had, finally come true. Yes, it would be wonderful if we were just guests, but running the whole operation, that's real labor. Well, you can't get something for nothing, can you?" Molly replied sensibly. Tim Kendall frowned. "Do you really think it's going well? That we're making a success of it?" "Of course we are. You don't think people are whispering. It's not like it was when the Sandersons ran the place." "Oh, someone's bound to say that. They always do. But only some stuffy traditionalist. I'm certain we're much better at this than they ever were. We bring more life to it. You work your charm on the older ladies and manage to look like you'd flirt with the lonely middle-aged ones, and I bat my eyes at the gentlemen and make them feel like dashing adventurers, or play the sweet, devoted daughter the sentimental ones always wish they'd had. Honestly, we've got the whole act down perfectly." Tim's frown eased. "If you say so. I just get nervous sometimes. We've put everything into making this work. I walked away from my career, and you were absolutely right to," Molly cut in quickly. "That job was crushing your spirit." He smiled and kissed the tip of her nose. "I'm telling you, we've got it all under control," she repeated. "Why do you always worry?" "Just how I'm wired, I guess. I keep thinking, what if something goes wrong? Like what? Oh, I don't know. Maybe someone gets hurt swimming. Not likely. It's one of the safest beaches around. And we've got that brawny Swedish lifeguard always on duty. I'm just being a worrier." Tim Kendall sighed. He paused, a flicker of concern in his eyes. "You haven't been having any more of those dreams, have you?" "That was shellfish," Molly replied with a laugh, the sound a little too bright. "A death at the resort." Miss Marple took her breakfast in bed as was her custom, tea, a soft-boiled egg, and a slice of papaya. After a week on the island, she found the fruit selection rather monotonous. It always seemed to be papaya. How she longed for a crisp, tart apple, but such things appeared to be unknown here. She had also trained herself not to inquire about the weather, for it was perpetually boringly fine. "The many splendid weather of an English day," she murmured to herself, unsure if it was a remembered line or her own invention. There were, she understood, occasional hurricanes, but those were less like weather and more like divine interruptions. The rain, when it came, was a brief, violent downpour that left everything soaked, only for the sun to bake everything dry again within minutes. The young West Indian maid smiled warmly as she set the tray down, her white teeth gleaming. "Good morning, ma'am." They were all such pleasant, cheerful girls, Miss Marple reflected, though it was a pity so many seemed disinclined toward marriage. It was a point of quiet consternation for Canon Prescott, though he tried to console himself with a number of christenings. Plenty of babies, but no weddings. Finishing her meal, Miss Marple contemplated her day. It required little deliberation. She would rise at her leisure, moving slowly in the heat, her fingers less nimble than in years past. After a short rest, she would gather her knitting and amble toward the main hotel, deciding then whether to settle on the terrace overlooking the sea, or continue to the bathing beach to watch the swimmers and the children play. The beach usually won out. The afternoon might hold a drive if she felt up to it. Today, she told herself, would be just like any other day, but of course it would not be. She followed her routine, making her slow way along the garden path when she encountered Molly Kendall. For once, the young woman's sunny demeanour was absent. Her face was clouded with such obvious distress that Miss Marple spoke at once. "My dear, is something the matter?" Molly nodded. She hesitated, then said, "I suppose you'll have to know. Everyone will. It's Major Palgrave. He's dead." "Dead?" "Yes, he passed away in the night. Oh, I am so very sorry. It's dreadful having a death here. It casts such a pall over everything. Of course, he was quite elderly." There was a faint, dismissive note in her voice. Miss Marple felt a slight prick of resentment at this casual assumption that the advanced in years were perpetually on death's doorstep. "He seemed quite well and cheerful just yesterday," she remarked pointedly. "He appeared in good health. He had high blood pressure," Molly stated, as if that explained everything. "But surely there are pills for that now. Modern medicine is so advanced." "Oh, yes, but perhaps he forgot to take them, or took too many. It's like insulin, you know." The comparison was clumsy, and Miss Marple knew diabetes and hypertension were not at all analogous. She inquired, "What does the doctor say?" "Well, Dr. Graham, he's mostly retired and lives here at the hotel, had a look. The local authorities came by officially to issue the death certificate. It all seems very straightforward. This sort of thing happens with high blood pressure, especially if one isn't careful with drink. And Major Palgrave was rather naughty about that. Just last night, for instance." "Yes, I observed," said Miss Marple quietly, recalling the Major's flushed face and boisterous tone over cocktails. A sudden, unexpected memory surfaced. She had seen him fumbling in his jacket pocket after dinner, his expression briefly confused, as if searching for something he couldn't find. She pushed the thought aside. "It is very sad for the poor man. But people can't live forever, can they?" Her tone was gentle, yet carried a subtle rebuke for the young woman's haste to categorize the death as merely inconvenient. "Though it must be terribly worrying for you and Tim," she added, acknowledging their practical concerns as hotel proprietors. Molly voiced a concern that had been nagging at her. "People could easily blame the food," she said, her voice low with worry. Miss Marple considered this. "But the signs of food poisoning and a sudden spike in blood pressure are entirely different, aren't they?" "Of course they are," Molly agreed, twisting her hands. "But that doesn't stop people from talking. If guests started believing the meals were unsafe, if they left or warned others away, it could ruin everything." With genuine kindness, Miss Marple tried to reassure her. "My dear, I truly don't think you should trouble yourself. A gentleman of Major Palgrave's age, well over 70, is always at risk. To most, it will seem a sad but perfectly ordinary event." "If only it hadn't been so terribly sudden," Molly murmured, the unhappiness clear in her eyes. Sudden indeed, Miss Marple reflected as she continued her stroll. Just last evening, the Major had been in the highest spirits, laughing and sharing stories with the Hillingdons and the Dysons. The Hillingdons and the Dysons. Her pace slowed even further until she came to a complete stop. Abandoning her plan for the beach, she chose a shaded spot on the terrace instead. She retrieved her knitting, and the swift click of her needles seemed to echo the rapid pace of her thoughts. She didn't like it. Not one bit. The coincidence was too perfect. She meticulously reconstructed the previous day. Major Palgrave and his endless anecdotes, that was standard, and one rarely needed to listen too closely. Perhaps, she thought now, with a pang of regret, she should have paid more attention. He had spoken of Kenya, then India and the northwest frontier. Somehow the conversation had turned to murder. Even then her mind had been wandering. Some notorious local case that had been in all the papers. It was later, when he had retrieved her dropped ball of wool, that he began telling her about a photograph, a snapshot of a murderer, he had called it. Miss Marple closed her eyes, straining to recall every confused detail. The story had come to him in a club, or was it through a friend of a friend, passed from one doctor to another. One of them had taken a picture of a man emerging from a doorway, a man who was a killer. Yes, the pieces were coming back to her now. He had offered to show her that very photograph. He had taken out his wallet, sifting through its contents while he talked. And then, still speaking, his eyes had lifted, not to meet hers, but to focus on something just behind her right shoulder. His words died. His face flushed a deep, alarming purple. With hands that trembled slightly, he began stuffing everything back into his wallet, his voice suddenly loud and forced, as he launched into a completely unrelated monologue about elephant tusks. Moments later, the Hillingdons and the Dysons had joined them. It was only then that Miss Marple had glanced over her own shoulder. She had seen nothing out of the ordinary. To her left in the distance near the hotel were Tim Kendall and his wife, and beyond them a boisterous family from Venezuela. But that was not where the Major had been looking. Miss Marple pondered the matter until lunch afterwards. She sent a message to the front desk saying she was feeling unwell and would appreciate a visit from Dr. Graham R. Graham gave her a prescription for one of those helpful little medications that often form the cornerstone of a physician's recommendations, aware from past experience that many older residents could feel isolated upon first arriving in St. Honoré. He stayed a bit longer, making pleasant conversation. A genuinely kind man, Miss Marple reflected inwardly, and I do feel rather guilty about deceiving him. Still, I don't quite see an alternative. Miss Marple had been raised to value honesty, and was by nature a fundamentally truthful person. Yet on specific occasions, when she deemed it a necessary duty, she could fabricate stories with a truly remarkable air of authenticity. She gave a slight apologetic cough, and adopted a frail, slightly fluttering tone. "There is a small matter, Dr. Graham, I feel I must mention. I do hate to bring it up. It seems so trivial, but I'm not sure what else to do. It's of personal importance to me. You understand? I do hope you won't find my request bothersome or inappropriate in any way." Dr. Graham responded with professional kindness. "Something is troubling you. Please, let me help if I can. It concerns Major Palgrave. Such a sad shock hearing of his passing this morning." "Indeed," said Dr. Graham, his tone polite but routine. "It was very sudden. He seemed in excellent spirits just yesterday. To him, clearly, the Major's death was an ordinary, if unfortunate event." For a moment Miss Marple wondered if her suspicious nature was getting the better of her. Was she inventing intrigue where none existed? Perhaps she was losing trust in her own instincts, which weren't really instincts at all, just vague suspicions. Well, she was committed now and had to proceed. "We were chatting together yesterday afternoon," she explained. "He was telling me about his fascinating travels, so many remote corners of the world." "Yes, quite," said Dr. Graham, who had endured the Major's lengthy anecdotes on numerous occasions. "He spoke of his childhood, and I mentioned my own nieces and nephews," Miss Marple continued. "I even showed him a photograph I carry of one of my nephews. A dear boy. Well, a man now, but always a boy to me." "Of course," said Dr. Graham, patiently waiting for her to reach the point. "I'd handed him the picture, and he was looking at it when that pleasant couple, who study botany and entomology, the Hillingdons, I believe, came along quite suddenly, laughing and talking. They joined us, ordered drinks, and we all had a lovely conversation. In the commotion, the Major must have absent-mindedly slipped my snapshot into his own wallet and returned it to his pocket. I didn't think of it at the time, but later I remembered and told myself I must ask the Major to give back my picture of Denzil. I thought of it again last evening during the dancing, but he was enjoying himself with his party, so I decided to wait until morning. Only this morning." Miss Marple paused, slightly breathless. "I see," said Dr. Graham gently. "You naturally wish to have the photograph returned. Is that it?" Miss Marple nodded with relieved eagerness. "Yes, precisely. You see, it's the only copy I have, and I no longer possess the negative. I would be heartbroken to lose it. My nephew Denzil passed away several years ago, and he was always my favourite. This picture is my only keepsake of him. I hoped, though it is an imposition, if you might be able to retrieve it for me? I really don't know who else to ask. I really have no idea who will manage all of his possessions and such matters. It's all quite complicated. People would likely consider me a bother for asking. You understand? They simply don't see it the way I do. No one could fully grasp what that particular photograph means to me." "Absolutely. I understand completely," Dr. Graham replied. "It's a perfectly natural sentiment. As it happens, I have a meeting soon with the local officials. The funeral is tomorrow, and a representative from the administrator's office will be coming to review his documents and personal effects before contacting the next of kin. All that standard procedure. If you could describe this snapshot for me." "It was simply a picture of the front of a house," Miss Marple explained. "My nephew Denzil was just stepping out of the front door. You see, another one of my nephews, who is terribly enthusiastic about horticultural shows, was taking the picture. He was photographing a hibiscus, or perhaps one of those stunning amaryllis lilies. They look almost good enough to eat, don't they? Denzil merely happened to walk out at that exact moment. It wasn't a particularly good likeness of him. It was a little out of focus, but I was fond of it and have kept it all these years." Well, said Dr. Graham, that sounds clear enough. I don't anticipate any difficulty in recovering your picture for you, Miss Marple. He stood up from his chair. Miss Marple smiled up at him. You are very considerate, Dr. Graham. Truly, you do understand, don't you? Of course I do, without a doubt, said Dr. Graham, giving her hand a warm shake. Now, please don't worry. Remember to gently exercise that knee each day, but don't overdo it. I'll have those tablets sent round to you. Take one 3 times daily. 5. Miss Marple comes to a conclusion. The funeral service for the late Major Palgrave was held the following day. Miss Marple attended, accompanied by Miss Prescott. The canon performed the rites, after which life at the resort resumed its usual rhythm. Major Palgrave's passing was already just an incident, a slightly disagreeable one, but soon to be forgotten. Existence here was defined by sunshine, the sea, and social engagements. A sombre visitor had briefly interrupted these pursuits, casting a short shadow, but that shadow had now passed. When you thought about it, nobody had known the deceased all that well. He had been a rather talkative older gentleman of the club, bore variety, always ready with a personal anecdote you hadn't particularly asked to hear. He hadn't had strong roots in any one place. His wife had passed away many years earlier. His life had been a solitary one, and so was his death. Yet it was the kind of solitude that busies itself living among people, passing the time in that manner not unpleasantly. Major Palgrave may have been a lonely man, but he had also been a rather cheerful one. He had enjoyed himself in his own particular fashion. And now he was gone, buried, and very few people cared over much. In another week's time, nobody would even remember him or give him a passing thought. The only person who could reasonably be said to feel his absence was Miss Marple, not out of deep personal affection, but because he represented a familiar kind of life. As one grows older, she reflected to herself, one falls more and more into the habit of listening. Listening, perhaps without burning interest, but there had existed between her and the Major a gentle reciprocal exchange typical of 2 elderly people. It had possessed a pleasant human quality. She did not precisely grieve for Major Palgrave, but she felt his lack. On the afternoon after the funeral, as she sat knitting in her preferred spot, Dr. Graham came and sat beside her. She set her needles down and greeted him. He spoke at once, sounding rather apologetic. I'm afraid I have some disappointing news, Miss Marple. Oh, regarding my... Yes, we haven't managed to locate that cherished snapshot of yours. I'm afraid that will be a letdown for you. Yes, it is, but of course it isn't of real importance. It was a sentimental fancy. I do realize that now. It wasn't in Major Palgrave's billfold. No, nor anywhere else among his belongings. D.R. Graham had sorted through the late Major Palgrave's belongings, finding only a handful of letters, some newspaper clippings, and a few old photographs. There was no sign of the particular snapshot Miss Marple had inquired about. What a shame, she sighed. Well, it can't be helped. Thank you so much for looking, Doctor. I do appreciate your trouble. None at all, I assure you, he replied kindly, thinking how well she was taking the disappointment. He assumed the Major had found the photo in his wallet, not recognized it, and simply tossed it out. Yet he could see how such a small keepsake might mean the world to an elderly person. Outwardly, Miss Marple appeared perfectly cheerful and philosophical about the loss. Inwardly, however, she was neither. She needed time to think, but she was also resolved to make the most of this unexpected conversation. With an eagerness she didn't bother to hide, she steered the doctor into a chat, which he, attributing her talkativeness to a lonely old woman's need for company, was happy to oblige. He spoke pleasantly about life on Saint Honoré and suggested various local sights she might enjoy. Somehow the talk drifted back to the Major's passing. It is so sad to die away from home, Miss Marple remarked, though from what he told me, he lived alone in London and had no close family. He travelled quite a bit, especially in winter, Dr. Graham offered. He didn't care for the English cold, and frankly, who can blame him? Indeed, Miss Marple agreed. I suppose he might have had a particular reason, like a chest weakness that made wintering abroad necessary. Oh, I don't believe so, not that I was aware of. He suffered from high blood pressure, I understand. One hears so much about it nowadays. Did he mention that to you? Oh no. Someone else told me. She let the statement hang for a moment. I suppose with that condition his death wasn't entirely unexpected. Not necessarily, the doctor corrected. Blood pressure can be managed quite effectively these days. It seemed very sudden, though, but I imagine you weren't too surprised. Well, at his age one is never too surprised, but I certainly didn't anticipate it. He always seemed in very good spirits to me. I never attended him professionally, so I never took his readings or anything of that sort. Miss Marple's eyes widened with innocent curiosity. Can a doctor tell if a man has high blood pressure just by looking at him? Dr. Graham smiled. Not just by looking. One needs to run a few tests. Ah, I see that dreadful business with the rubber cuff on the arm. I do dislike it so. But my own doctor says my pressure is quite good for my age. Splendid news, said Dr. Graham. You know, Miss Marple mused, as if the thought had just occurred to her. The Major was rather fond of Planter's Punch. Yes, alcohol isn't the best companion for high blood pressure, and one takes tablets for it, doesn't one? I've heard that. Quite right. Several types are available. There was a bottle of one called Serenite in his room. How marvellous modern medicine is, Miss Marple said with admiration. Doctors can do such wonderful things. We still have one great competitor, Dr. Graham replied with a chuckle. Nature! And sometimes the old home remedies make a comeback. Like putting cobwebs on a cut? Miss Marple suggested brightly. We always did that when I was a girl. Very sensible, the doctor nodded. Or a linseed poultice for the chest and camphorated oil rubbed in for a nasty cough. My goodness, Miss Marple laughed, a twinkle in her eye. It seems you know all the old secrets, Doctor. He rose from his chair. How's the knee holding up? It hasn't been giving you too much trouble, I hope. Not at all. It feels remarkably improved. Well, we won't argue over whether that's nature's doing or my little pills, Dr. Graham replied with a smile. I only wish I could have been more helpful to you. You've been exceedingly kind. I feel quite guilty for taking so much of your time. Did you mention there were no photographs in the Major's wallet? Oh, there were a few, the doctor said. An old one of the Major himself as a young man on a polo pony, and another with a tiger he'd shot, standing with his foot on it. You know, that sort of souvenir from his younger days. But I examined everything quite carefully, I assure you, and the snapshot you described of your nephew was definitely not there. I never doubted you looked carefully. I didn't mean to imply otherwise. I was merely curious. We all cling to such odd little mementos, don't we? Treasures from the past, the doctor agreed, smiling as he said his goodbyes and took his leave. Miss Marple remained seated, her gaze fixed thoughtfully on the swaying palm trees and the distant sea. She did not immediately resume her knitting. She had a fact now, a solid piece of information, and she needed to consider what it truly meant. The snapshot Major Palgrave had taken from his wallet and so hurriedly replaced was missing after his death. It was not the sort of thing the Major would discard. He had put it back, and it should have remained in his wallet. Money might be stolen, but who would bother to steal a photograph? Unless, of course, they had a very particular reason for doing so. Her expression grew solemn. A decision was required. Should she allow Major Palgrave to rest quietly in his grave, or was it better to stir the waters? She murmured under her breath, Duncan is dead. After life's fitful fever, he sleeps well. Nothing could harm the Major now. He was beyond danger. But was it mere coincidence that he had died on that particular night? Or was it just possibly not a coincidence at all? Doctors were often quick to accept the passing of elderly men, especially when a bottle of tablets for high blood pressure was found in the room. Yet if someone had removed that snapshot, that same person could easily have placed those tablets there. She herself could not recall ever seeing the Major take medication. He had never mentioned high blood pressure to her. The only remark he'd ever made about his health was a vague, not as young as I was. He had been occasionally short of breath, a touch asthmatic, but nothing more. Still, someone had mentioned the Major's condition. Was it Molly, or perhaps Miss Prescott? She couldn't remember. Miss Marple sighed, then silently scolded herself. Now, Jane, what are you suggesting? Are you perhaps constructing this entire notion out of thin air? Do you actually have anything substantial to build upon?" She retraced, as precisely as she could, her conversation with the Major about murder and murderers. "Oh dear," Miss Marple said aloud to the empty veranda. "Even if it's true, I really don't see how I can do anything about it." But in her heart, she knew she intended to try. 6, in the small hours. Miss Marple awoke early. Like many elderly people, her sleep was light, punctuated by periods of wakefulness which she typically used to plan the mundane details of the coming days, tasks of little interest to anyone but herself. This morning, however, she lay in the quiet darkness thinking soberly and methodically about murder and about what she could possibly do if her suspicions proved correct. It would not be easy. She possessed only one real weapon: conversation. Old ladies were expected to ramble. People might be bored by it, but they certainly wouldn't suspect an ulterior motive. It would not be a matter of asking direct questions. Indeed, she would have found it quite a challenge to even know where to begin her questioning. It was more a matter of gathering a few additional details about specific individuals. She mentally catalogued these people. She might be able to learn a bit more about Major Palgrave, but would that truly be useful? She rather doubted it. If the Major had been murdered, it wasn't due to some hidden scandal in his past, a financial inheritance, or a personal vendetta against him. In truth, even though he was the victim, this was one of those unusual cases where a deeper understanding of the deceased doesn't point you toward his killer. The crux of the matter, it seemed to her, was simply that Major Palgrave talked far too much. She had gleaned one rather telling detail from Dr. Graham. The Major had carried several photographs in his wallet, one of himself standing beside a polo pony, another with a felled tiger, and a few others of a similar nature. Now, why would he carry these around with her extensive experience of retired military gentlemen, admirals, brigadiers, and majors? Miss Marple knew the answer immediately. He carried them because he had a collection of favourite anecdotes he loved to share. He would launch into a tale with, "A curious thing happened once when I was out tiger hunting in India," or a reminiscence involving that polo pony. Therefore, this particular story about a suspected murderer would naturally be accompanied by the production of the relevant snapshot from his wallet. He had been following this exact pattern in his conversation with her. The topic of murder had arisen, and to heighten interest, he had done what he invariably did, produced his photograph and said something like, "You wouldn't think this fellow was a murderer, would you?" The habit was the key. This murderer anecdote was part of his regular repertoire. Any mention of murder would set the Major off like a steam engine. Reflecting on this, Miss Marple considered he might already have told this story to someone else on the island, perhaps to several people. If that was so, she might learn from one of them the fuller details of the story, possibly even what the person in the photograph had looked like. She gave a satisfied little nod. That would be a start. Then, of course, there were the individuals she privately termed the 4 suspects, although since the Major had been speaking about a man, that really narrowed it down to 2, Colonel Hillingdon or Mr. Dyson. Both seemed highly improbable as murderers, but then, murderers so often were. Could there have been anyone else present? She had seen no one when she glanced over her shoulder. There was the bungalow, of course, Mr. Raphael's bungalow. Could someone have slipped out of that door and back inside in the brief moment before she turned her head? If so, it could only have been the valet. What was his name? Jackson. Arthur Jackson. Could it have been Jackson emerging from the doorway? That would have matched the pose in the photograph. A man coming out of a door. Recognition might have struck the Major suddenly. Until that moment, Major Palgrave, with his rather snobbish and roving eye, would have paid no attention to Arthur Jackson, a mere valet attendant. Jackson was not what the Major would consider Pukka Sahib. He wouldn't have given him a second glance, until, perhaps, with the snapshot in his hand, he had looked over Miss Marple's shoulder and seen a man stepping out of a doorway. Miss Marple turned over on her pillow. Her agenda for the day, or rather for what remained of the night, was set. Further discreet investigation into the Hillingdons, the Dysons, and Arthur Jackson, valet attendant. Dr. Graham also awoke in the early hours. Usually he would simply turn over and drift back to sleep. But today a deep unease kept him awake. This specific, gnawing anxiety was a sensation he hadn't felt in a very long time. What was causing it? He lay there, puzzling it out. It had something to do with, yes, it was connected to Major Palgrave, to Major Palgrave's death. The quiet of the night seemed to amplify a vague, unsettling suspicion he couldn't quite name, a detail hovering just out of mental reach that made the case feel far more sinister than a simple accident. He couldn't pinpoint the source of his unease. Was it something that chatty older woman had mentioned? It was a shame about her lost photograph, but she'd handled it gracefully. Yet a stray comment of hers had lodged in his mind, leaving him with this vague, unsettled feeling. Objectively, there was nothing unusual about the Major's passing. At least, he didn't think so. It seemed perfectly straightforward, given the Major's known health issues. A slight hesitation interrupted his train of thought. How much did he actually know about Major Palgrave's health? Everyone mentioned the man's high blood pressure, but they'd never discussed it personally. Be honest, he generally avoided the Major finding him a tedious conversationalist. So why this nagging suspicion that things might not be as they seemed? It had to be that woman's influence, yet she hadn't actually said anything incriminating. Besides, it wasn't his concern. The local officials were satisfied. There was the bottle of serenite tablets, and the old fellow had spoken openly about his condition to others. With a final dismissive thought, Dr. Graham turned over and drifted back to sleep. In a small, weathered cabin by the creek, just beyond the hotel's manicured grounds, Victoria Johnson stirred. The Saint-Honoré native was a statuesque woman, her powerful frame reminiscent of carved ebony. She pushed her fingers through her dense, curling hair and nudged the sleeping man beside her with her foot. "Wake up!" he groaned, turning away. "It's still night. Go back to sleep. I need to talk. Wake up!" Her voice was insistent. He sat up, stretching, his wide mouth breaking into a yawn that showcased perfect teeth. "What's got into you?" "It's about that Major, the one who died. Something isn't right. I can feel it. Woman, why worry? He was old. Old people die. Listen to me. It's about those pills. The ones the doctor was asking me about. So, maybe he took too many. It happens. No, it's not that." She leaned closer, her voice low and intense. He sighed, lying back down as she spoke. "You're imagining things. What are you even saying?" "Maybe. But I'm going to speak with Mrs. Kendall in the morning. My gut tells me there's a problem here." "Don't go looking for trouble," mumbled the man she considered her common-law husband. He rolled onto his side, pulling the sheet over his shoulder. "Just let it be. Morning on the beach." The late morning sun warmed the golden sand below the hotel. Evelyn Hillingdon emerged from the turquoise water, dropping her bathing cap beside her as she shook out her dark hair. The compact beach was its usual social hub around this hour. To her left, Senora de Caspero, a striking Venezuelan, reclined in one of the resort's stylish woven chairs. Beside her held court old Mr. Raphael, the undisputed, if crotchety, patriarch of the Golden Palm Hotel. His great wealth and status as a permanent invalid granted him a peculiar authority. Esther Walters attended him, shorthand notebook at the ready for any sudden urgent business dictation. Swathed in beach attire, Mr. Raphael resembled a collection of bones draped in parchment, a man who looked perpetually on the verge of expiring, yet had reportedly done so for the better part of a decade. Sharp blue eyes missed nothing from his wrinkled face, and his chief amusement seemed to be contradicting nearly every statement made in his presence. Miss Marple was also there, a quiet fixture with her knitting needles clicking softly, absorbing the conversations around her. She spoke so rarely that people often started in surprise when her gentle, precise voice occasionally interjected with a pertinent observation they had all forgotten she was there to make. Evelyn Hillingdon gazed at her with a fond, almost amused expression, thinking what a sweet old dear she was. Nearby, Senora de Caspero smoothed more oil onto her long, elegant legs, humming a quiet tune to herself. She was not a woman of many words. With a dissatisfied sigh, she examined the bottle of sun oil. "This is not nearly as good as Frangipano," she lamented. "It's impossible to find here. Such a shame." Her heavy eyelids closed once more. Esther Walters turned her attention to Mr. Raphael. "Are you planning on taking your swim now, Mr. Raphael?" she inquired. "I'll go in when I decide to, Mr. Raphael retorted sharply. "But it's already 11:30, Mrs. Walters noted. "So what?" he snapped. "Do I look like a man governed by the clock? Do this on the hour? Do that at 20 past preposterous." Having worked for Mr. Raphael for some time, Esther Walters had developed her own strategy for managing his moods. She understood he required a lengthy period to recuperate after swimming, so she had mentioned the time, allowing a good 10 minutes for him to reject her suggestion before ultimately accepting it without appearing to yield. "I detest these Esper drills," Mr. Raphael declared, lifting a foot and glaring at it. "I made that perfectly clear to that idiot Jackson. The man never listens to a word I say. Shall I fetch you a different pair, Mr. Raphael?" "No, you shall not. You will sit there and be quiet. I can't stand people fluttering about like agitated chickens." Evelyn shifted her position in the warm sand, extending her arms with a contented sigh. Miss Marple, who appeared deeply focused on her knitting, accidentally stretched out a foot. "Oh, I do beg your pardon, Mrs. Hillingdon," she exclaimed hastily. "I'm so very sorry. I'm afraid I've kicked you." "Not at all. It's perfectly fine," Evelyn replied. "This beach does become rather packed, doesn't it? Oh, please don't move on my account. I shall just shift my chair back a little to prevent another mishap." As Miss Marple rearranged herself, she continued in a chatty, somewhat naive manner. "It still feels quite marvellous to be here. I've never visited the West Indies before, you see. I always imagined it was the sort of place I'd never get to. And yet here I am, all thanks to the generosity of my dear nephew. I expect you know this part of the world very well, Mrs. Hillingdon. I've been to this island a few times, and to several of the others, of course. Oh, yes, for the butterflies and the wild flowers, isn't it? You and your companions, or are they relatives, just friends, nothing more? And I suppose you travel together quite extensively, sharing the same interests? Yes, we've been journeying together for a number of years now. You must have had some rather thrilling adventures along the way, I imagine." "Not really," said Evelyn, her voice flat and tinged with boredom. Adventures always seem to happen to other people. She stifled a yawn. Miss Marple pressed on, feeling rather foolish even as she spoke. "No perilous encounters with snakes or wild beasts or natives behaving violently." "Nothing more dramatic than insect bites, I assure you," Evelyn said. "Poor Major Palgrave, you know, was once bitten by a snake," Miss Marple offered, inventing the detail entirely. "Was he?" "He never mentioned it to you." "Perhaps. I don't recall. I suppose you knew him fairly well? Major Palgrave?" "No, scarcely at all. He always had such fascinating stories to tell." "Ghastly old windbag," Mr. Raphael interjected. "A silly old fool, too. He wouldn't have died if he'd taken proper care of himself." "Now, Mr. Raphael," Esther Walters chided gently, "I know what I'm talking about. If you manage your health correctly, you can be fine anywhere. Look at me. Doctors wrote me off years ago. I told them, I have my own rules and I stick to them. And here I am." He surveyed the group with pride, his very presence seeming to defy expectation. "Poor Major Palgrave suffered from high blood pressure," Mrs. Walters remarked. "Rubbish," said Mr. Raphael. "Oh, but he did," Evelyn Hillingdon stated, her tone suddenly firm and authoritative. "Who says so?" Mr. Raphael demanded. "Did he mention that to you?" "Someone else mentioned it. He appeared quite flushed," Miss Marple observed. "You can't rely on that," Mr. Raphael countered. "Besides, he didn't have high blood pressure because he told me himself." "What do you mean he told you?" asked Mrs. Walters. "People don't usually announce what they don't have." "Oh, they can. I once warned him, when he was indulging in too many rum cocktails and rich food, to be mindful of his diet and his blood pressure at his age. He insisted he had nothing to worry about on that front, that his blood pressure was perfectly normal for a man his years. Though I believe he did take some medication for it," Miss Marple interjected again. "Something called, was it Serenity? If you want my opinion," Evelyn Hillingdon said, "I don't think he ever wanted to admit anything could be wrong with him. He seemed the type who fears illness and simply denies its possibility. It was a lengthy remark for her. Miss Marple gazed thoughtfully at Evelyn's dark hair. "The real trouble," Mr. Raphael declared authoritatively, "is that everyone is too eager to diagnose others. They assume anyone over 50 is on the brink of a heart attack or stroke. Utter nonsense. If a man says he's fine, he probably is. A man knows his own body. What time is it? Nearly noon. I'm late for my swim. Why don't you keep me on schedule, Esther?" Mrs. Walters offered no objection. She stood and skillfully helped Mr. Raphael to his feet. Together they made their way down to the water, she guiding him carefully. They waded into the sea together. Signora de Caspiero opened her eyes and murmured, "How unattractive old men become! They really should be done away with by 40, or perhaps 35, don't you agree?" Edward Hillingdon and Gregory Dyson came crunching down the beach. "How's the water, Evelyn?" "Same as always." "Never changes much, does it? Where's Lucky?" "I'm not sure," Evelyn replied. Again Miss Marple looked thoughtfully at her. "Well, time for my whale impression," Gregory announced. He tossed aside his brightly patterned shirt and charged down the sand, plunging into the sea with a splash and launching into a vigorous crawl. Edward Hillingdon sat beside his wife on the beach. After a moment he asked, "Coming in again?" She smiled, adjusted her bathing cap, and they walked down to the water together in a far more subdued manner. Signora de Caspero opened her eyes once more. "At first I thought those two were newlyweds. He is so attentive to her, but I heard they've been married almost a decade. It's rather surprising, isn't it?" "I wonder where Mrs. Dyson has gone," said Miss Marple. "That Lucky? She is with some man." "You really think so?" "It is obvious," said Signora de Caspero. "She is that sort, but she is not so young anymore. Her husband, his attention already wanders. He flirts constantly, here and there. I know these things." "Yes," Miss Marple replied softly, watching a seabird circle over the waves. "I expect you would." Signora de Caspiero shot her a sharp, surprised glance. Clearly she hadn't anticipated such a remark from that quarter. Miss Marple, however, merely observed the horizon with an air of placid innocence. "May I have a word with you, ma'am? Mrs. Kendall?" "Of course," Molly said. She was seated at the desk in the office. Victoria Johnson, tall and poised in her crisp white uniform, stepped inside and closed the door with a somewhat secretive air. "I need to tell you something, Mrs. Kendall." "Yes, what is it? Is something wrong?" "I'm not certain. It's about the old gentleman who passed, the Major. He died in his sleep." "Yes. What about it?" "There was a bottle of pills in his room." "Doctor? He asked me about them," Victoria said. "Yes!" The doctor looked at the bathroom shelf. He saw the usual things: tooth powder, aspirin, indigestion tablets. Then he saw a bottle labelled Serenite. He seemed satisfied and nodded. But later I got to thinking, I clean that bathroom every day. I know what's on that shelf. The tooth powder, the aftershave, the aspirin. Those have always been there. But that bottle of Serenite, I'd never seen it before. Molly felt a prickle of unease. "So you think—" "I don't know what to think," Victoria insisted, her voice dropping. "But it feels wrong. Maybe someone put those pills there for him to take. Maybe that's why he died." "Oh, I'm sure that's not possible," Molly replied, but her words sounded hollow even to her. Victoria shook her head firmly. "You can't be sure of anything. People do terrible things." Molly looked out the window at the resort, a picture of paradise with its sun-drenched beach and sparkling sea. It was supposed to be an escape, a modern Eden, yet even the first garden had its serpent. The thought of poison here, amidst the music and the laughter, felt like a vile intrusion. "I'll look into it, Victoria," she said, more sharply than she intended. "But please, don't start any rumours." As Victoria left, Tim Kendall entered. "Everything all right?" Molly hesitated, then relayed the maid's concerns. "It sounds like a rigmarole," Tim said dismissively. "What were the pills for, anyway?" "Dr. Robertson mentioned they were for blood pressure, I think." "Well, there you are. He had high blood pressure. He'd be taking medication for it. People do it all the time." "Yes, but Victoria suggested the pills in the bottle might have been switched, that they could have killed him." Tim laughed, a short, incredulous sound. Darling, that's pure melodrama. You're saying someone swapped out his medicine for poison? It sounds absurd when you say it out loud. It does, Molly admitted, feeling foolish, but that's what she implied. She's a silly girl. We could ask Dr. Graham, I suppose, but it's probably not worth bothering him. That's what I thought. Later, however, the worry gnawed at Molly. After the lunch service chaos had settled, she approached Tim again. If Victoria is talking about this, maybe we should ask someone, just to be sure. My dear, the doctors examined everything. They asked all their questions. It's done. You know how stories spread among the staff, she pressed. Oh, all right, Tim sighed. Let's go ask Graham, he'll know. They found Dr. Graham reading on his veranda. Molly launched into an explanation that quickly became tangled. Tim took over. It sounds idiotic, but this maid has a notion that someone put the wrong pills in a bottle of some blood pressure medicine. Serenite, I think it was called. Dr. Graham looked up from his book, his expression turning serious. But why would she get such an idea into her head? Did she actually notice something or hear something? What makes her think that? Tim asked, his voice tinged with helplessness. I'm not sure. Was it a different bottle, Molly? Is that what she meant? No, Molly replied thoughtfully. From what she told me, she said there was a bottle there with a label. 7, or maybe Serenite. Dr. Graham cut in. That's correct. It's a common prescription. He had been taking it regularly. But Victoria insisted she'd never seen it in his room before. Molly added, Never seen it before? Graham's tone sharpened noticeably. What exactly does she mean by that? That's just what she said, Molly explained. She mentioned all the usual items on the bathroom shelf, tooth powder, aspirin, aftershave, and so on. She rattled them off easily, probably because she cleans there so often she knows them by heart. But this Serenite bottle, she was certain it hadn't been there until the day after he passed. That is odd, Dr. Graham said, his voice edged with concern. Is she absolutely sure? The unusual sharpness in his tone caught both Kendalls off guard. They hadn't expected such a reaction from him. She seemed very sure, Molly answered slowly. Tim suggested, maybe she's just trying to be dramatic. I think, Dr. Graham stated firmly, I should speak with the girl myself. Victoria appeared quite pleased to share her story. I don't want any trouble, she began. I didn't put that bottle there and I have no idea who did. But you believe it was placed there intentionally? Graham pressed. Well, Doctor, it must have been if it wasn't there before, right? Major Palgrave could have kept it in a drawer or a briefcase, Graham offered. Victoria shook her head with a knowing look. If he was taking it all the time, why would he hide it like that? True, Graham conceded reluctantly. He would need it several times a day. You never saw him taking it, or anything similar. He didn't have it there before, Victoria insisted. Word got around that the stuff might have had something to do with his death, poisoned his blood or something. I started thinking maybe an enemy put it there to harm him. Nonsense, the doctor said robustly. That's sheer nonsense. Victoria looked unsettled. So you're saying this medicine was good, proper medicine, she asked doubtfully. Good medicine and necessary medicine, Dr. Graham assured her. You needn't worry, Victoria. I can tell you there was nothing wrong with it. It was exactly what someone with his condition should have been taking. You've really taken a load off my mind, Victoria said, flashing a cheerful smile. Yet that load was not lifted from Dr. Graham's mind. His earlier unease, once vague and formless, was now solidifying into something tangible. This place isn't what it used to be, Mr. Raphael grumbled irritably as he watched Miss Marple approach where he and his secretary were seated. Can't take a step without some old hen clucking around. What do elderly ladies even want in the West Indies? Where would you prefer they go? Esther Walters asked. To Cheltenham, Mr. Raphael shot back promptly. Or Bournemouth, Torquay, Landrindod Wells, plenty of suitable spots. They're perfectly happy there. They probably can't often afford a trip to the West Indies, Esther pointed out. Not everyone is as fortunate as you are. That's right, Mr. Raphael retorted. Rub it in. Here I am, A bundle of aches and pains, and you begrudge me any relief. And you're not even working. Why haven't you typed those letters yet? I haven't had the time. Well, get on with it, can't you? I brought you out here to work, not to lounge in the sun and show off your figure. Some might have found Mr. Raphael's remarks unbearable, but Esther Walters had worked for him for years and knew well that his bark was far worse than his bite. He was a man who lived with near constant discomfort, and his sharp comments were often just a release valve for that pain. No matter how cutting his words, she never seemed to ruffle. "What a beautiful evening, don't you think?" Miss Marple remarked, stopping near their chairs. "Why wouldn't it be?" Mr. Raphael shot back. "That's the whole point of being here, isn't it?" Miss Marple offered a light, chiming laugh. "You are so stern, though I suppose discussing the weather is a terribly English habit. One does forget. Oh, bother, this isn't the right shade at all." She set her knitting bag down on the garden table and hurried off toward her own cottage. "Jackson," Mr. Raphael called out sharply. His attendant appeared. "Take me inside now," Mr. Raphael ordered. "I'll have my massage before that twittering sparrow returns. Not that it does me any real good," he grumbled. With that, he allowed himself to be skillfully helped to his feet and moved off toward his bungalow with the masseur at his side. Esther Walters watched them go, then turned as Miss Marple returned with another ball of yarn and settled into a nearby chair. "I do hope I'm not interrupting," Miss Marple said gently. "Not at all," Esther replied. "I have some typing to do shortly, but I thought I'd enjoy the last of the sunset for a few more minutes." As Miss Marple began to speak in her soft, conversational tone, she quietly assessed Esther Walters. There was nothing flashy about her, yet she could be quite appealing if she made the effort. Miss Marple wondered why she didn't bother. It might be out of concern for Mr. Raphael's preferences, but Miss Marple doubted he would even notice. He was so wrapped up in his own ailments that, provided his needs were met, his secretary could dress like a movie star without earning so much as a raised eyebrow. Besides, he usually retired early, leaving Esther free in the evenings, a time of steel drums and dancing where she might have. Miss Marple searched for the right word, while cheerfully describing her trip to Jamestown. Yes, blossomed. Esther Walters could have blossomed after dark. She gently steered the talk toward Jackson. On that subject, Esther was somewhat vague. "He's very capable," she said. "A properly trained masseur. Has he been with Mr. Raphael long?" "Oh, not terribly. About 9 months, I believe. Is he married, do you know?" Miss Marple ventured. "Married? I don't think so," Esther said, sounding slightly surprised. "He's never mentioned a wife. No, definitely not married, I'd say." She seemed amused. Miss Marple mentally added the unspoken line, "At least he doesn't act like a married man." But then, how many married men behaved exactly as if they weren't? Miss Marple could list a dozen without trying. "He's rather good-looking," she observed thoughtfully. "I suppose he is," Esther replied, without any real interest. Miss Marple studied her. Was she simply indifferent to men? Perhaps the kind of woman who had only ever been interested in one. She was a widow, they'd said. "How long have you worked for Mr. Raphael?" Miss Marple asked. 4 or 5 years now. After my husband passed, I had to find employment again. I have a daughter in school, and we were left in a difficult position financially. Mr. Raphael must be rather challenging to work for." Miss Marple probed. "Not really, once you understand him. He has his tempers and can be very contrary. I think he just grows tired of people. He's gone through 5 different attendants in 2 years. He enjoys having someone new to complain about, but he and I have always managed well enough. And Miss Jackson seems quite helpful. He's tactful and clever," Esther said, "though sometimes he can be a little." She stopped herself. Miss Marple waited. "It's a rather awkward position at times, I imagine," she suggested. "Well, yes. Neither fully staff nor quite a companion, still." Esther smiled faintly. "I believe he manages to enjoy himself well enough." Miss Marple turned that over in her mind. It didn't bring her much closer to an answer. The conversation flowed on, and soon Esther was sharing more about that nature-loving foursome, the Dysons and the Hillingdons. "The Hillingdons have been coming here for 3 or 4 years now," Esther explained. But Gregory Dyson has been around much longer. He knows the islands inside out. He first came out years ago with his original wife, who had poor health and needed to winter somewhere warm. Did she pass away? Or was it a divorce? She died out here, I believe, not on this specific island, but somewhere in the Caribbean. There was some talk of trouble back then, a bit of a scandal from what I've heard. Gregory never mentions her. They didn't have a happy marriage, from all accounts. And then he married Lucky, Miss Marple remarked, letting the name hang in the air with a hint of polite disbelief. I think she was actually a relative of the first wife, Esther added. Have the Dysons known the Hillingdons very long? Only since the Hillingdons started visiting, so 3 or 4 years at most. They seem like pleasant people, Miss Marple observed. Rather quiet, of course. Yes, both of them are reserved. Everyone remarks on how devoted they are to each other, Miss Marple said, her tone perfectly neutral. Yet Esther caught something in it and glanced at her sharply. But you don't quite believe that, do you? You have your doubts, I can tell. Well, I have wondered on occasion. Quiet men, like Colonel Hillingdon, Miss Marple mused, are sometimes drawn to more vibrant personalities. She paused meaningfully. Lucky, such an unusual name. Do you suppose Mr. Dyson has any inkling of what might be happening between them? Really, these elderly ladies and their gossip. Esther thought to herself, feeling a flicker of impatience. She replied with a cooler tone. I wouldn't have any idea. Miss Marple smoothly changed the subject. Such a sad business about poor Major Palgrave, isn't it? Esther agreed, though her response was somewhat automatic. The people I truly feel for are the Kendalls, she said. It's terribly unfortunate when something like that happens in a resort. People come here to escape, to forget about illness and death and all the dreary troubles back home. Her manner shifted, becoming more direct. They don't want any reminders of their own mortality. Miss Marple set her knitting aside. That is very well expressed, my dear. Very well put indeed. It is exactly as you say. And the Kendalls are such a young couple, Esther continued. They only took over the hotel from the Sandersons 6 months ago, and they're desperately worried about making a success of it. They don't have much experience, you see, and you fear this incident could harm them. Frankly, no, I don't, Esther said. I don't think people dwell on things for more than a day or two in an atmosphere like this, where everyone's motto is, we're here to enjoy ourselves, so let's get on with it. A death gives everyone a jolt for about 24 hours. But once the funeral is over, it's forgotten, unless someone keeps bringing it up. I've told Molly as much, but she's a natural worrier. Mrs. Kendall worries? She always seems so light-hearted. I think a lot of that is an act, Esther said slowly. In truth, I believe she's an anxious person by nature, constantly afraid things will go wrong. I would have thought he was the more concerned of the two. Not really. I think she's the worrier, and then he worries, because she's worrying if you follow me. How interesting, said Miss Marple. It seems to me Molly is trying desperately to appear vivacious and carefree. She puts tremendous effort into the performance, but it exhausts her, and then she sinks into these sudden, profound lows. Just last week I saw her staring out at the sea for nearly an hour, completely still, as if the weight of the whole place rested on her shoulders. A detail nobody else seemed to notice. She's not exactly what you'd call stable, Esther remarked. Such a pity for the girl, Miss Marple replied. There are certainly individuals like that, and frequently those on the outside never have a clue. Absolutely. They can put on quite the convincing act, can't they? Still, Esther continued, I doubt Molly has any real cause for concern here. People pass away from heart attacks or strokes all the time these days. It seems far more common than it used to be. It's only when you hear about food poisoning or something like typhoid that folks start getting all worked up. Major Palgrave never mentioned having high blood pressure to me, Miss Marple observed. Did he happen to mention it to you? I believe he told someone. I'm not sure who. Perhaps Mr. Raphael. I know Mr. Raphael insists the opposite, but then he's just that sort of person. Jackson did mention it to me once, though. He said the Major really ought to be more careful with his drinking. I see, Miss Marple said thoughtfully. She continued, I imagine you found him a bit of a tedious old gentleman. He did love his stories and likely repeated himself quite a lot. That's the real trouble, Esther agreed. You end up hearing the same tale over and over, unless you're quick enough to steer the conversation elsewhere. Of course it didn't bother me too much, Miss Marple admitted. I'm rather accustomed to that sort of thing. If I hear a story several times, I usually don't mind because I've often forgotten the details by then. There is that, Esther said with a light laugh. He was particularly fond of telling one story, Miss Marple ventured, about a murder. I expect he told you that one as well, didn't he? Esther Walters opened her handbag and began rummaging through it. She pulled out her lipstick, saying, I thought I'd lost this. Then she asked, I'm sorry, what did you say? I asked if Major Palgrave told you his favourite murder story. Oh, I think he did, now that you mention it. Something about someone gassing themselves, wasn't it? Or rather, it was the wife who gassed him. She'd given him some kind of sedative first, then put his head in the gas oven. Is that right? I don't believe that was precisely it, said Miss Marple, studying Esther Walters carefully. He told so many stories, Esther said apologetically, and as I said, one didn't always pay full attention. He had a photograph, Miss Marple pressed on. One he used to show people. I think he did. I can't recall what it was now. Did he show it to you? No, Miss Marple replied. He didn't show it to me. We were interrupted. The story I heard, Miss Prescott began, lowering her voice and glancing around cautiously. Miss Marple leaned in a little closer. It had taken some time to arrange this private chat with Miss Prescott, largely because clergymen tend to be such devoted family men. Her brother was nearly always present. There was no denying it was harder for the two women to relax and share a proper gossip with the jovial canon in their company. It seems, Miss Prescott whispered, though I certainly don't wish to spread gossip and I really know very little about it. Oh, I quite understand, Miss Marple assured her. Well, it seems there was some talk back when his first wife was still alive. Apparently this woman, Lucky, what a name, who I believe was a cousin of his first wife, came out here and joined them. She did some sort of work with him on flowers or butterflies, or whatever his interest was. And people talked, of course, because they got on so famously together. If you take my meaning, people do notice such things, don't they? Miss Marple murmured, and then, of course, his wife passed away quite unexpectedly. Did she die here, on the island? No, I believe they were in Martinique at the time. I understand. From what others who were there have said, people who came here afterward and discussed it, the doctor wasn't entirely satisfied with the circumstances. Really? Said Miss Marple, her interest clearly piqued. It was only gossip, of course, but Mr. Dyson remarried remarkably fast. She lowered her voice. Within a month, I've heard. Only a month, Miss Marple echoed. The two women exchanged a knowing glance. It seemed rather callous, Miss Prescott remarked. Yes, agreed Miss Marple. It certainly did. She then ventured delicately. Was there any money involved? I can't say for certain. He makes that little joke, perhaps you've heard it, about his wife being his lucky charm. Yes, I've heard him, said Miss Marple. Some take that to mean he was fortunate to marry a wealthy woman, though to be fair, Miss Prescott added, striving for impartiality, the current Mrs. Dyson is quite attractive, if you admire that style. Personally, I suspect the first wife had the fortune. Are the Hillingdons financially comfortable? I believe they are well off. Not extravagantly rich, but certainly comfortable. They have 2 sons in private school, a lovely home in England, and they travel for most of the winter season. Just then the canon appeared, suggesting a brisk walk, and Miss Prescott rose to join her brother. Miss Marple remained seated. Moments later, Gregory Dyson strode past her toward the hotel, offering a cheerful wave. "Penny for your thoughts," he called out. Miss Marple responded with a gentle smile, privately wondering how he might react if she had honestly replied, "I was wondering if you're a murderer." The possibility seemed increasingly plausible. Everything aligned so neatly. The whispers surrounding the first Mrs. Dyson's death, Major Palgrave's earlier hints about a husband who might have disposed of his wife, with pointed references to infamous historical cases, it all fit together. Perhaps, she chided herself, it fit a little too perfectly, But who was she to demand a conveniently tidy murder? A sudden, rather harsh voice interrupted her reflections. "Seen Greg anywhere, missa?" Lucky, Miss Marple noted, did not seem to be in a pleasant mood. "He went by just a moment ago, heading toward the hotel." "I'll bet he did," Lucky snapped, hurrying off. Miss Marple watched her go, thinking, "She must be at least 40, and it shows this morning." A wave of pity washed over her. Pity for the Luckies of the world, so vulnerable to the relentless march of time. A noise from behind made her turn her chair. Mr. Raphael, supported by his attendant Jackson, was making his morning appearance, emerging from his bungalow. Jackson settled him into his wheelchair and fussed about briefly before Mr. Raphael impatiently waved him away toward the hotel. Seeing her chance, knowing Mr. Raphael was seldom left alone for long, as Esther Walters was likely to join him shortly, Miss Marple decided to act quickly. There would be no time for polite preliminaries. Mr. Raphael had no patience for the meandering chatter of elderly ladies. He would likely retreat if she didn't come straight to the point. She made her way over, drew up a chair, sat down and said plainly, "I need to ask you something, Mr. Raphael." "Fine, fine." Mr. Raphael grumbled. "Out with it." "What is it, a donation?" "Missions abroad, church repairs, something of that sort." "Yes," Miss Marple replied. "I'm involved with several such charitable causes and would be delighted to accept a contribution. But that is not what I wish to ask you." Miss Marple ventured a question. "I was curious if Major Palgrave ever shared a particular story with you, one involving a murder." Mr. Raphael let out a knowing chuckle. "Ah, so he spun that tale for you as well, did he? I imagine you swallowed every word." "I found myself rather uncertain what to believe," Miss Marple admitted. "What was the version he told you?" "He went on and on," Mr. Raphael said with a dismissive wave, about some dazzling beauty, a modern-day Lucretia Borgia. Golden hair, youth, the whole package. "Indeed?" Miss Marple was momentarily surprised. "And whom did she supposedly murder?" "Her husband, naturally," Mr. Raphael retorted. "Who else?" "She didn't use poison from what I recall. Gave him a sedative and then arranged a tragic accident with the kitchen gas. Quite inventive. Claimed it was a suicide afterward and got off with a light sentence, diminished responsibility they call it. Seems to be the fashionable excuse these days, whether you're a pretty face or some troubled youth with an overindulgent mother. The whole thing is ridiculous." "Did he happen to show you a photograph?" Miss Marple inquired. "A picture of her? No. Why would he?" Mr. Raphael seemed puzzled. "I see," Miss Marple murmured, settling back thoughtfully. It appeared Major Palgrave's repertoire extended beyond tales of hunting tigers and elephants to a collection of murderous acquaintances. One had to consider the possibility. She was interrupted by Mr. Raphael bellowing, "Jackson." When no answer came, he grumbled, probably off somewhere chasing after his own amusement. Useless fellow, really. A bad sort, but he suits my purposes. Shall I try to locate him? Miss Marple offered, rising. "You'll never find him," Mr. Raphael predicted, but Miss Marple was already making her way out. She discovered Jackson on the far side of the hotel terrace, sharing a drink with Tim Kendall. "Mr. Raphael is asking for you," she informed him. Jackson made a face, finished his drink, and stood. "Back to the grind," he sighed. "No rest for the weary. I thought 2 phone calls and a special meal order might buy me 15 minutes of peace. Apparently not. Thank you, Miss Marple, and thanks for the drink, Tim." As Jackson strode off, Tim turned to Miss Marple. "I feel for him, you know. I buy him a drink now and then just to lift his spirits. Can I get you something? A fresh lime, perhaps? I know you enjoy those." "Not at the moment, thank you," Miss Marple declined. "Caring for someone like Mr. Raphael must be quite demanding. Invalids can often be trying." "It's not just that," Tim said, lowering his voice. "The pay is good, and you expect some irritability. Old Raphael isn't truly bad. It's more the social awkwardness. People here can be terribly snobbish. He's in a difficult spot, not quite staff, but not seen as a full guest either. It's a bit like the old predicament of the Victorian governess. Even someone like Mrs. Walters, the secretary, acts as if she's above him. It creates an uncomfortable atmosphere. He paused, then added with feeling, "It's astonishing how many social complications can arise in a place like this." Dr. Graham passed by them, a book in hand, and took a seat at a table overlooking the ocean. "Dr. Graham appears somewhat preoccupied," Miss Marple observed. "Oh, we're all a bit on edge lately," Tim confessed. "You as well. Is it still because of Major Palgrave's death?" "I've stopped dwelling on that. Everyone else seems to have accepted it and moved on. No, it's my wife, Molly. Do you know anything about dreams?" "Dreams?" Miss Marple was taken aback. "Yes, bad dreams. Nightmares, really. We all have them occasionally, but Molly has been having them constantly. They terrify her. Is there anything one can do? Some remedy? She has sleeping pills, but she says they make it worse. She feels trapped, struggling to wake up." "What does she dream about?" "Oh, usually someone or something pursuing her, or the sensation of being watched, even spied upon. The feeling lingers with her after she's awake. Surely a doctor could." "She has an aversion to doctors. He wouldn't even consider the idea. Oh, I suppose it will all blow over. But we were having such a wonderful time. Everything was so light-hearted, so full of joy. And then, just in these last few days, perhaps old Palgrave's passing affected her more than she lets on. She hasn't been herself since it happened." He stood up. "I should get back to the usual routine. Are you absolutely certain you won't have that fresh lime juice?" Miss Marple declined with a shake of her head. She remained seated, her expression turning solemn and troubled. Her gaze drifted toward Dr. Graham. After a moment of quiet contemplation, she reached a resolution. She rose and walked over to his table. "Dr. Graham, I owe you an apology," she stated. "Indeed?" The doctor responded with kindly surprise, pulling out a chair for her. She sat. "I'm afraid I have done something quite disgraceful," Miss Marple confessed. "I told you a deliberate falsehood, Doctor." She watched him anxiously. Dr. Graham did not appear shattered, merely a bit taken aback. "Is that so?" he said. "Well, you mustn't let it trouble you too deeply." He wondered what the dear old lady could have fibbed about, her age perhaps, though he couldn't recall her mentioning it. "Let's hear it then," he encouraged, seeing she was eager to unburden herself. "You recall my mentioning a photograph of my nephew? The one I said I showed to Major Palgrave, which he failed to return." "Yes, of course I remember. Sorry we couldn't locate it for you." "There never was any such photograph," Miss Marple admitted, her voice small and apprehensive. "I beg your pardon. There was no photograph. I'm afraid I invented that story." "You invented it?" Dr. Graham looked mildly irritated. "Why on earth would you do that?" Miss Marple explained. She spoke clearly and directly, without her usual flutter. She recounted Major Palgrave's tale of murder, how he had been on the verge of showing her a particular snapshot before becoming abruptly flustered. She described her subsequent unease and her ultimate decision to somehow get a look at that picture. "And truly, I could see no way to accomplish it without telling you something that was completely untrue," she said. "I do hope you can forgive me. You believed what he was about to show you was a photograph of a murderer." "That is what he told me," Miss Marple affirmed. "He said it had been given to him by an acquaintance who relayed the story of a man who was a killer." "Yes, yes. And forgive me, you believed him." "I wasn't entirely sure what to believe at that moment," Miss Marple admitted. "But then you see, the very next day he died." "Yes," said Dr. Graham, struck by the stark simplicity of that statement. "The very next day he died, and the snapshot had vanished." Dr. Graham studied her. He was uncertain how to respond. "Forgive me, Miss Marple," he said finally, "but is what you're telling me now, is this account actually true?" "I don't blame you for doubting me," said Miss Marple. "I would in your position. Yes, what I am telling you now is the truth, though I fully understand you have only my word for it. Nevertheless, even if you choose not to believe me, I felt you ought to know." "Why?" "Because you should have the most complete information available in case." "In case of what?" "In case you decided any action needed to be taken." A decision in Jamestown. Dr. Graham was in Jamestown, seated at a table in the administrator's office across from his friend Daventry, a serious man of 35. "You sounded rather cryptic on the telephone, Graham," Daventry remarked. "Is there something specific troubling you?" "I'm not certain, Doctor," Graham replied. But I am concerned." Daventry studied the other man's face, then nodded as drinks were brought in. He made casual conversation about a recent fishing trip. Once the attendant had departed, he settled back in his chair. "All right," he said, his tone shifting. "Let's have it." Dr. Graham laid out the facts that had been preying on his mind. Daventry let out a long, low whistle. "I see. So you suspect there might be something irregular about old Palgrave's death. You're no longer convinced it was purely natural causes. Who signed the death certificate? Robertson, I assume. He had no doubts at all, did he?" "None. But I believe the presence of those serenite tablets in the bathroom might have swayed his decision to issue the certificate. He inquired whether Palgrave had ever mentioned having hypertension, and I told him no. I'd never discussed health matters with the man personally. However, it seems Palgrave had spoken about it to others at the hotel. Everything lined up the bottle of pills what he'd told people. There was no reason to suspect anything else. It was a perfectly logical conclusion to draw, though now I'm starting to wonder if it was right. If it had been my call, I'd have signed off on it without hesitation. All the signs pointed to that cause of death. I wouldn't have given it another thought if not for that missing photograph." "But hold on, Graham," Daventry interjected. "If you don't mind my saying, aren't you putting a bit too much stock in a rather imaginative tale from an older woman? You know how they can be. They fixate on some minor detail and blow the whole thing out of proportion." "I know," Dr. Graham replied, sounding troubled. "Believe me, I've told myself the same thing. It's likely just that. Yet I can't fully shake the feeling. She was remarkably clear and precise in her account. The whole scenario strikes me as wildly unlikely," Daventry countered. "Some elderly guest spins a story about a photo that shouldn't have been there. Or rather, the opposite, isn't it? But the only solid piece you have is a maid, claiming the bottle of pills the authorities relied on wasn't in the Major's room the day before he died. There could be 100 explanations. Maybe he always carried them in his pocket." "I suppose that's possible, yes. Or the maid might have simply overlooked them earlier." "That's also possible. Well then." Graham spoke slowly. The girl was very insistent. "People from St. Honoré tend to be high-strung, you know. Emotional. They get worked up easily. Are you thinking she might know more than she's letting on?" "It could be," Dr. Graham said thoughtfully. "If that's the case, you'd better try to draw it out of her. We don't want to stir up unnecessary trouble unless we have something concrete. If it wasn't blood pressure, what do you think it was?" "Too many possibilities these days," Graham answered. "You mean substances that don't leave obvious traces?" "Not everyone," Graham noted dryly, "is as considerate as to use arsenic. Let's get this straight. What's the theory here? That someone swapped out his pills for a different bottle? And that Major Palgrave was poisoned that way? No, it's not that straightforward. That's what the girl, Victoria, I think her name is, believes, but she's got it all wrong. If someone decided to remove the Major quickly, he'd have been given something, most likely in a drink. Then, to make it look natural, a bottle of blood pressure medication was placed in his room, and the rumour was spread that he suffered from hypertension. Who spread the rumour? I've tried to trace it with no luck. It was done too cleverly. Person A says. I think Person B told me. Person B, when asked, says, "No, I didn't say that, but I recall Person C mentioning it once." Person C says several people were talking about it. One of them might have been Person A. And round we go. Someone was smart about it. Exactly. As soon as the death was discovered, suddenly everyone was chatting about the Major's high blood pressure, each quoting someone else. Wouldn't it have been simpler just to poison him and leave it at that? No, that could have prompted an inquiry, maybe even an autopsy. This way, a doctor would accept it as a natural death and issue a certificate, which is exactly what happened. What do you want me to do? Go to the police? Should we suggest they exhume the body? That would certainly cause a stir. It could be handled discreetly. Could it in St. Honoré? Think about it. The local gossip network would know before the first shovel hit the dirt. Still, Daventry sighed. I suppose we have to take some action. But if you want my opinion, this whole thing is a wild goose chase. From your lips to God's ears, Dr. Graham replied, evening at the golden palm. Molly adjusted the centerpiece on one of the dining tables, removed a redundant steak knife, straightened a salad fork, and repositioned a water glass. Stepping back to survey her work, she then walked out onto the quiet terrace. For the moment, she was alone. She wandered to the far railing, gazing out as the sun dipped lower. Another night was about to begin. The laughter, the chatter, the clinking glasses, the very picture of carefree living she had always dreamed of and until recently had thoroughly enjoyed. Now, even Tim seemed tense and preoccupied. It was natural, she supposed, for him to be concerned about their investment. He had put everything they had into this place. Yet Molly sensed his anxiety ran deeper than business. It was focused on her. She turned the question over in her mind. Why should he worry about her? But he undoubtedly did. She saw it in the questions he asked, in the quick, uneasy glances he shot her way when he thought she wasn't looking. But why? Molly wondered. I've been so careful. She tried to make sense of her own feelings, a puzzle she couldn't quite solve. She couldn't pinpoint when it started, this vague, formless dread. She only knew she had begun to feel watched, to be frightened of people for no reason she could name. What could they possibly want from her? She gave a firm, decisive nod, as if answering her own thoughts, then jumped violently as a hand closed around her arm. She whirled to find Gregory Dyson looking slightly sheepish. "Whoa there! Sorry? Did I scare you, sweetheart?" Molly detested being called sweetheart. She forced a bright, social smile. "You just surprised me, Mr. Dyson. I didn't hear you approach." "Mr. Dyson, getting formal on me, are we? I thought we were all one big, happy family here. Ed, Lucky, Evelyn, you and Tim, Esther, old Mr. Raphael, one delightful little group." He's already well into the cocktails, Molly thought. She kept her tone light. "Oh, I just slip into hostess mode sometimes. Tim and I feel it's more polite not to be too familiar too quickly." "Oh, forget all that stuffy nonsense," he said, his words slightly slurred. "Come on, Molly, my dear. Have a drink with me." "Maybe later," said Molly. "I've still got a few things to take care of. Don't run off." His grip tightened on her arm. "You're a beautiful woman, Molly. I hope Tim knows how lucky he is." "Oh, I make sure he's reminded regularly," Molly said with a cheerful laugh that didn't reach her eyes. "I could really go for you, you know." He leaned in, his breath smelling of gin. "But let's keep that between us. Don't tell the wife." "Did you enjoy your excursion this afternoon?" she asked, deftly changing the subject. "I suppose between you and me, you can only look at so many exotic birds and colourful bugs before you get bored. Tell you what, why don't you and I plan a little private picnic one day? Just the two of us." "We'll have to see about scheduling that," Molly replied with practised gaiety. "It sounds lovely." With another light laugh, she extracted her arm and hurried back toward the main building and the bar. "Hey, Molly." Tim looked up from a ledger. "You're in a rush? Who were you talking to out there?" He squinted toward the terrace. "Gregory Dyson." "What did he want?" "He wanted to make a pass at me," Molly stated flatly. "That miserable jerk," Tim muttered, his knuckles whitening on the bar top. "Don't worry about it," Molly said, her voice suddenly cool and sharp. "I am more than capable of handling my own pests." Tim opened his mouth to reply, but spotted Fernando across the room and moved away to give him instructions. Molly seized the moment, slipping out through the kitchen and down the wooden steps to the empty beach, the sound of the waves a welcome relief. Meanwhile, Gregory Dyson swore softly to himself. He was almost to his bungalow when a voice low and clear spoke to him from the deepening shadows of a hibiscus bush. He started, turning his head. In the twilight, the pale figure seemed almost spectral for a moment. Then he laughed, a short, nervous sound. At first, it seemed like a faceless figure emerging from the night, but that was only because her white dress contrasted sharply with her dark skin. Victoria stepped from the bushes onto the path. "Mr. Dyson?" "Yes. What is it?" Startled and a little embarrassed by his own reaction, he answered with a hint of irritation. "I brought you this, sir." She extended her hand, revealing a small bottle of pills. "This is yours, isn't it? My serenite tablets. Yes, of course. Where did you find them? I found them where someone left them, in the gentleman's room. What gentleman's room? The gentleman who died, she stated solemnly. I do not believe he rests peacefully. Why on earth wouldn't he? Dyson demanded. Victoria simply stared at him. I'm not following you. Are you saying you found this bottle in Major Palgrave's bungalow? That is correct. After the doctor and the people from Jamestown left, they gave me all the things from his bathroom to discard. The toothpaste, the lotions, everything, including this. Then why didn't you throw it out? Because these belong to you. You were missing them. You asked about them, remember? Yes. Well, I did. I thought I had just misplaced them. No, you did not misplace them. They were taken from your bungalow and placed in Major Palgrave's bungalow. How could you possibly know that? He asked, his tone turning harsh. I know because I saw. A sudden bright smile flashed across her face. Someone put them in the dead gentleman's room. Now I am returning them to you. Wait, just a minute. What are you talking about? Who did you see? But she was already retreating, melting back into the shadowy bushes. Greg took a half step to follow, then stopped, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. What's the matter, Greg? See a ghost? It was his wife, Lucky, approaching from the direction of their bungalow. Felt like I did for a moment. Who were you talking to? That maid who cleans for us. Victoria, isn't it? What did she want? Trying to flirt with you? Don't be ridiculous, Lucky. The girl has gotten some absurd notion in her head. What notion? You remember I couldn't find my serenite the other day. You said you couldn't. What do you mean? I said I couldn't? Oh, for goodness sake, must you question everything I say? I'm sorry, Greg muttered. Everyone around here is being so blasted mysterious. He opened his hand to show her the bottle. That girl brought them back to me. Did she steal them? No. She found them somewhere, I suppose. Well, what of it? What's the big mystery? Oh, nothing, said Greg. She just got under my skin, that's all. He paused, the Caribbean breeze carrying the distant sound of laughter from the hotel bar, a stark contrast to the chill running down his spine. Look, Greg, what is all this really about? Lucky pressed. Come on, let's go have a drink before dinner. Down on the beach, Molly had settled into one of the old rickety basket chairs that nobody ever used. She gazed at the sea for a while, but then her composure shattered. She buried her face in her hands and began to sob, her shoulders shaking with the force of it. She cried for some time, lost in her misery, until a soft rustle nearby made her glance up sharply. Evelyn Hillingdon was standing there looking down at her. Hello, Evelyn. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. What's wrong, my dear? Evelyn asked, her voice gentle. She pulled another chair close and sat down. You can tell me. Nothing's wrong, Molly insisted, wiping her eyes. Nothing at all. Of course there is. You wouldn't sit here crying for no reason. Can't you tell me? Is it some trouble between you and Tim? Oh no, not that. I'm glad to hear it. You two always seem so happy together. No happier than you and Edward, Molly replied, managing a weak smile. Tim and I often say how wonderful it is that you two seem so content after so many years of marriage. Oh, that! Evelyn said, her voice acquiring a sudden brittle edge that Molly in her distress completely missed. Isn't it funny how the couples who seem the most perfect in public are often just the best at hiding the cracks? People argue so much, Molly went on. They have such awful rows. Even if they're quite fond of each other, they still fight and don't seem to care who sees it. Some people prefer to live that way, Evelyn stated flatly, her gaze drifting out to the horizon as if searching for an answer the sea wouldn't give. It's just a meaningless phrase, Evelyn said with a dismissive wave of her hand. Well, I find it absolutely dreadful, Molly replied, her voice tight with disapproval. Evelyn let out a weary sigh. Honestly, so do I. But seeing you and Edward together... Oh, Molly, stop. I can't have you believing that. Edward and I... She hesitated, the words catching in her throat. If you must know, we haven't had a real private conversation in over 3 years. Molly's eyes widened in shock. That's impossible. I don't believe it. We're both rather good at keeping up appearances, Evelyn explained, a brittle smile touching her lips. Neither of us enjoys making a scene, and frankly, there's nothing substantial left to even argue about. What happened? Molly pressed, her voice softening. The oldest story in the book, Evelyn said flatly. What does that mean? Was there someone else? Yes, another woman. And I doubt you'll have to think very hard to guess who. Molly's breath hitched. You can't mean Mrs. Dyson? Lucky. Evelyn gave a single sharp nod. I know they've always been terribly flirtatious, Molly stammered, but I assumed it was all in good fun. Innocent high spirits. Nothing more to it. Evelyn's laugh was short and humourless. But why didn't you? Molly stopped herself. Forgive me, I shouldn't pry. Ask whatever you like, Evelyn said, her composure cracking. I'm exhausted from the silence. From playing the role of the contented society wife, Edward lost his mind over Lucky. He was foolish enough to confess everything to me, probably to ease his own conscience. So truthful, so honourable. Her voice dripped with sarcasm. It never crossed his mind how little that honour would comfort me. Did he want to end your marriage? Evelyn shook her head. We have 2 children, both away at school in England. We didn't want to shatter their home. And of course Lucky had no interest in a divorce either. Greg is an exceptionally wealthy man, thanks to his first wife's fortune. So we reached an understanding. Edward and Lucky carry on their delightful affair. Greg remains happily unaware, and Edward and I maintain a polite friendship. The bitterness in her tone was corrosive. How do you endure it? You can grow accustomed to almost anything. But there are moments. Moments? Molly prompted gently. Moments, Evelyn whispered, her calm vanishing. When I think I could murder that woman. The raw venom in her voice made Molly flinch. Let's not talk about me any more, Evelyn said, forcibly smoothing her features. Let's talk about you. Tell me what's troubling you. Molly was quiet for a long while. It's just, I think there might be something wrong with me. Wrong? What do you mean? I'm scared, Molly confessed, her voice trembling. Terribly, deeply scared. Of what? Everything, she said, wrapping her arms around herself. It's like a shadow that keeps growing. Voices in the hedges, footsteps when no one is there, things people say. It feels like someone is always watching me, following my every move. I have this constant feeling that somebody hates me. My dear girl, Evelyn said, genuinely alarmed. How long has this been happening? I'm not sure. It crept up on me gradually. And there have been other incidents. What kind of incidents? There are stretches of time, Molly said slowly, that I simply can't account for. Hours. I can't remember. You mean you have lapses in memory? Blackouts? I suppose that's what they are. I'll look at the clock and it's 5 in the afternoon, but I have no recollection of anything since 1 or 2. Oh, but darling, that could just be you nodding off for a nap. No, Molly insisted, her distress clear. It's not like that. When the time passes, I'm not just waking up in the same chair. I'm somewhere else entirely. Sometimes I'm wearing different clothes. Sometimes it seems I've been doing things, even speaking to people with no memory of it at all. Evelyn looked deeply concerned. Molly, if this is true, you really must see a doctor. I won't. Molly's response was immediate and fierce. I don't want to. I refuse to go near one. Evelyn studied her face closely, then took the younger woman's hand. You could be terrifying yourself over nothing, you know. There are many nervous conditions that aren't serious. A doctor could give you peace of mind, or he might not. Molly said, pulling her hand away, a new fear dawning in her eyes. He might claim there's something genuinely off about me. Why would there be anything off about you? Because. Molly started, then fell quiet. No reason, I guess, she finally said. Couldn't your family? Don't you have any family? A mother or sisters? Or someone who could come here? My mother and I don't get along. We never have. I have sisters. They're married. But I suppose they could come if I asked. I just don't want to ask. I don't want anyone except Tim. Does Tim know? Have you told him? Not exactly, Molly admitted. But he's worried about me and he watches me. It's like he's trying to protect me or cover for me, and if he feels he has to do that, it means I need protecting, doesn't it? I still believe a lot of this could be in your head, but I really think you should see a doctor. Old Dr. Graham, he wouldn't help. There are other doctors on the island. It's fine, really, Molly insisted, her voice tightening. I just have to stop thinking about it. You're probably right. It's all imagination. Goodness, it's gotten so late. I should be on duty in the dining room right now. I have to go. She shot Evelyn Hillingdon a sharp, almost hostile look before hurrying away. Evelyn watched her go, a knot of concern tightening in her chest. Old sins cast long shadows. I believe I'm onto something, man. What did you say, Victoria? I think I've found a lead. It could mean money, serious money. Now listen, girl, you be careful. Don't get yourself tangled up in trouble. Maybe I should handle whatever it is. Victoria laughed, a low, warm sound. You just wait, she said. I know how to play this game. It's money, man, big money, something I saw and something I've pieced together. I think I've guessed right. Once more, her soft, rich chuckle floated into the night. Evelyn? Yes. Evelyn Hillingdon answered absently, not looking up from what she was doing. Evelyn, would you mind terribly if we dropped all this and went back home to England? She had been combing her short, dark hair. Her hands fell to her sides, and she turned to face him. You mean, but we've only just arrived. We haven't been on the island for more than 3 weeks. I know, but would you mind? Her eyes studied him, full of disbelief. You truly want to go back to England? Just go home? Yes. Leaving Lucky? He flinched. You've known all along, I suppose, that it was happening? Pretty much. Yes. You never said a word. Why would I? We settled all that years ago. Neither of us wanted to end things, so we agreed to go our separate ways privately, but keep up appearances. She paused, then added before he could respond. But why are you so desperate to go back to England now? Because I'm at my breaking point. I can't take it any more, Evelyn. I just can't. The usually composed Edward Hillingdon was unravelling. His hands trembled, his throat worked, and his normally calm face was twisted with anguish. For heaven's sake, Edward, what's wrong? Nothing's wrong except that I need to get away from here. You fell head over heels for Lucky, and now you're over it. Is that what you're saying? Yes. I don't expect you'll ever feel the same. Let's not get into that now. I'm trying to understand what's shaken you up so badly, Edward. I'm not that shaken. But you are. Why? Isn't it obvious? No, it isn't, Evelyn stated flatly. Let's lay it out plainly. You had an affair. That happens. And now it's over? Or is it? Maybe it isn't over on her end? Is that it? Does Greg know? I've wondered about that often enough. I don't know, Edward muttered. He's never said a word. He always seems perfectly friendly. Men can be incredibly dense sometimes, Evelyn mused. Or else maybe Greg has his own side interest. He's made advances toward you, hasn't he? Edward pressed. Tell me, I know he has. Oh, yes, Evelyn replied, her tone dismissive. But Greg makes advances at everyone. That's just how he is. I doubt it ever really means anything. It's all just part of Greg's tough guy routine. Do you have feelings for him, Evelyn? I'd prefer to know honestly. Greg, I'm fond of him. He makes me laugh. He's a good friend. And that's it. I wish I could trust that. I honestly don't see why it should concern you, Evelyn replied coolly. I suppose I had that coming. Evelyn moved to the window, gazing out past the veranda before turning back. I wish you would tell me what's truly bothering you, Edward. I already have. I doubt that. You probably can't grasp how a temporary obsession like that can look to you once it's past. I can try to imagine, but what troubles me now is that Lucky seems to have a powerful grip on you. She's more than a former lover. She's a predator. You must be honest with me, Edward. It's the only way I can support you. Edward's voice dropped to a whisper. If I don't break free from her soon, I might do something terrible. Kill Lucky. Why? Because of what she forced me into. What did she force you to do? I helped her commit a murder. The words hung in the air. Silence fell. Evelyn stared at him. Do you realize what you're saying? Yes. I didn't understand what I was doing at the time. There were items she asked me to obtain from the pharmacy. I didn't know. I had no idea what she intended to use them for. She had me copy a prescription for her. When was this? 4 years ago, when we were in Martinique. When Greg's wife? You mean Greg's first wife, Gail? Are you saying Lucky poisoned her? Yes, and I assisted her, when I finally understood. Evelyn cut in. When the truth dawned on you, Lucky made it clear that you had written the prescription, that you had procured the substances, that you were both implicated. Is that correct? Yes. She claimed she acted out of compassion, that Gail was in agony, that she had pleaded with Lucky to find a way to end her suffering. A mercy killing, I see, and you accepted that? Edward Hillingdon paused before answering. No, not truly. Not deep down. I chose to believe it because I wanted to, because I was completely infatuated with her. And later, after she married Greg, did you still believe it? I had convinced myself by then. And Greg, how much did he know about any of this? Nothing at all. That's difficult for me to accept. Edward's composure broke. Evelyn, I have to escape all of this. That woman still torments me with what I did. She knows my feelings for her are gone. Feelings? I've grown to despise her, but she makes me feel bound to her by the act we committed together. Evelyn paced the room, then stopped and faced him squarely. Your entire problem, Edward, is that you are absurdly sensitive and far too easily influenced. That wicked woman has manipulated your conscience perfectly to keep you under her control, and I'll say this plainly. The guilt crushing you is the guilt of an affair, not murder. You were consumed with remorse over your relationship with Lucky, and then she used you as a tool in her scheme, managing to make you feel complicit in her crime. You are not Evelyn. He moved toward her. She took a slight step back, studying his face intently. Is this the truth, Edward, all of it? Or are you inventing a story? Evelyn, why in the world would I do such a thing? I don't know, Evelyn Hillingdon said slowly. Perhaps because I've grown to find trust difficult. And because, I'm not sure, I suppose I've reached a point where I no longer recognize the truth when I hear it. Let's leave all this behind. Return home to England. Yes, we will, but not immediately. Why not? We have to continue as normal, for now. It's crucial. Do you understand, Edward? Don't give Lucky the slightest hint of our intentions. 13 Exit Victoria Johnson. The night was winding down. The steel band's energetic rhythms were finally softening. Tim stood near the dining room, looking out across the terrace. He moved to switch off the lamps at several empty tables. A voice called out from behind him. Tim, do you have a minute? Tim Kendall turned, a little startled. Oh, hello, Evelyn. What can I do for you? Evelyn glanced around the terrace. Let's sit over here for a moment. She guided him to a secluded table at the far end, away from any other guests. Tim, I hope you'll forgive me for bringing this up, but I'm concerned about Molly. His expression tightened immediately. What about Molly? He asked, his tone defensive. I don't believe she's feeling very well. She seems distressed. Lately, things do seem to affect her more than they should, Tim admitted reluctantly. Perhaps she should see a doctor. I've suggested it. She refuses. The idea terrifies her. Why? Evelyn pressed, her gaze steady. Why would a doctor's visit frighten her so much? Tim shifted uncomfortably. Well, you know how it is for some people. It makes them confront things, makes them anxious about their own health. You're worried too, aren't you? Yes, he sighed. Yes, I am. Is there no one from her family who could come stay with her for a while? Absolutely not, Tim said sharply. That would only make everything 10 times worse. What is the issue with her family? If you don't mind my asking. He ran a hand through his hair. It's complicated. They never really understood her, especially her mother. Molly has always been sensitive, and they're a difficult bunch. She made the right choice cutting ties. If you ask me." He paused, then added a new thought, his voice dropping. "You know, last week she woke up convinced someone had been in our bungalow, moving her things. There was no sign of it, but she was trembling for hours." Evelyn chose her words carefully. "She mentioned to me that she's been having these episodes, moments where she blanks out, and she seems almost afraid of people, as if she's being watched. It sounds rather like a persecution complex." "Don't use that term," Tim snapped, his frustration boiling over. "Persecution complex, that's just a label people slap on when they don't understand. Maybe she is nervous. We're in the Caribbean, for heaven's sake. All these unfamiliar surroundings, the culture, it can unsettle anyone. But a young woman like Molly," Evelyn questioned gently. "Who knows what frightens people?" he retorted, a hint of sarcasm creeping into his voice. "Some folks can't stand the sight of a house cat. Others scream if a butterfly lands on their shoulder. Human fears are ridiculous and utterly random. It doesn't mean they're insane." His tone softened back to weary concern. "I hate to even ask, but have you considered she might need to speak with a mental health professional?" "No," Tim said, the word final and firm. "I won't have some stranger poking around in her mind. I don't trust it. Those treatments can do more harm than good. If her mother had just left well enough alone with all that," he trailed off. "So there is a history in her family," Evelyn said quietly, selecting her word with care. "A pattern of fragility." "I don't want to discuss it," Tim said, his shoulders slumping. "I brought her here to get away from all that, and she was fine. Perfectly fine. She's just in a nervous state. And these things aren't inherited. That's an old-fashioned myth. Molly is sound of mind. Honestly, I think it all started with poor old Major Palgrave passing away like that." "I understand," Evelyn replied thoughtfully. "Though there was nothing suspicious about his death, was there?" "No, of course not. But a sudden death is a shock to anyone." He looked so utterly worn down that Evelyn felt a pang of sympathy. She placed a hand on his arm. "I just hope you know what you're doing, Tim. If I can help, if she needs to travel to New York or Miami for a proper consultation, I'd be glad to go with her." "That's very kind, Evelyn. But she's all right. She's improving, really." Evelyn nodded slowly, unconvinced. She turned away, her eyes scanning the nearly empty terrace as most guests had retired for the evening. She was walking back to her own table to check for a forgotten item when Tim's sharp gasp made her whirl around. He was staring, frozen toward the steps leading up from the beach. Evelyn followed his gaze, and her breath caught. Molly was stumbling up the steps, her chest heaving with ragged, sobbing breaths. She moved in an unsteady, weaving run, as if she couldn't pick a direction. Tim cried out, "Molly, what's wrong?" He sprinted toward her, with Evelyn close on his heels. Molly stood at the top of the steps, her hands hidden behind her back. Her voice came in ragged, gasping sobs. "I found her. She's in the bushes, right there in the bushes." She thrust her hands forward. "Look at my hands. Just look at them." Evelyn inhaled sharply at the sight of the strange dark smears. In the dim light they appeared almost black, but Evelyn knew with a cold certainty their true colour was red. "What happened, Molly?" Tim demanded. "Down there," Molly whispered, her body beginning to sway. "In the bushes?" Tim shot a glance at Evelyn, then gently guided Molly toward her before rushing down the steps. Evelyn wrapped an arm around the trembling girl. "Come, sit down right here, Molly. You need a drink." Molly collapsed into a chair, folding forward over the table and burying her face in her arms. Evelyn asked no more questions, deciding it was kinder to let the shock subside. "It's going to be all right," she murmured softly. "Everything will be all right." "I don't know," Molly's muffled voice replied. "I don't understand any of it. I can't remember. She lifted her head abruptly, her eyes wide with confusion. "What's wrong with me? What is happening to me?" "Hush now, dear. Just hush." Tim was returning up the steps, his pace slow and heavy. His face was a mask of horror. Evelyn looked up, her expression a silent question. "It's one of the maids," he said, his voice hollow. "Victoria! Someone stabbed her! Molly lay motionless on her bed. Dr. Graham and the local police physician, Dr. Robertson, stood to one side while Tim remained close. Robertson checked her pulse, then gave a slight nod to the slender, dark-skinned man in uniform at the foot of the bed, Inspector Weston of the St. Honoré Police. A brief statement only, the doctor instructed. Nothing more. The inspector agreed. Now, Mrs. Kendall, Weston began gently, can you tell us how you discovered the girl? For a long moment, the figure on the bed gave no sign of having heard. Then she spoke, her voice thin and distant. In the bushes. Something white. You noticed a white object and went to investigate? Is that correct? Yes, white, just lying there. I tried to lift her. There was blood all over my hands. A violent tremor shook her. Dr. Graham shook his head in warning. Robertson leaned in and whispered, She can't take much more. What were you doing on the beach path, Mrs. Kendall? It was warm, pleasant by the water. Did you recognize the girl? Victoria. She was a sweet girl, always laughing. And now she won't. She'll never laugh again. I'll never forget it. I can't ever forget. Her voice climbed toward hysteria. Molly, don't. Tim's voice was firm. Be calm, be calm. Dr. Robertson intervened with practiced authority. Just relax now, relax. This will only be a small pinch. He administered the injection. She won't be fit for any further questioning for at least a day, he stated flatly. I'll inform you when she is. The large, well-built man shifted his gaze nervously between the officers seated at the table. I swear on my life, he insisted, his accent thick. That's everything I know. I ain't holding nothing back. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Daventry sighed in frustration. At the head of the table, Inspector Weston gestured for the man to leave. Big Jim Ellis shuffled out of the room. That's not everything he knows, naturally, Weston remarked in his soft island lilt. But it's likely all we'll get from him. You believe he's innocent? Daventry asked. Personally, yes. By all accounts, they were on good terms. They weren't married. A faint, knowing smile touched Weston's lips. No, they weren't married. Formal marriages aren't as common here. They do baptize the children, however. He fathered 2 with Victoria. Do you think he was involved with her in whatever she was mixed up in? Probably not. I'd guess he'd be too nervous for that sort of thing. And I suspect what the girl knew wasn't all that significant anyway. But enough for blackmail? I wouldn't even call it that. I doubt the girl would understand the term. Around here it's often just seen as a payment for keeping quiet. You understand, a number of our guests fall into the wealthy, carefree category, and their personal standards often wouldn't withstand close scrutiny. His tone carried a distinct edge. We certainly host a diverse crowd. I'll grant you that, Daventry conceded. A woman, for instance, might wish to keep certain nocturnal activities private, so she offers a token to the maid attending her. It's an unspoken agreement that the money is for silence. Precisely. But this, Daventry countered, was nothing of that nature. This was murder. I rather doubt the girl understood the gravity of it. She observed something, a peculiar incident, likely connected to this bottle of medication. It belonged to Mr. Dyson, I believe. We should speak with him next. Gregory entered with his customary boisterous manner. Here I am, he announced. How can I assist? A real shame about that girl. She was pleasant. We were both fond of her. I assume it was some lover's spat, though she seemed perfectly cheerful, no indication of any distress. I was just joking with her yesterday evening. I understand you take a medication called Serenite, Mr. Dyson. That's correct. Little pink tablets, prescribed by a doctor. Yes, I can show you the prescription if you'd like. A bit of high blood pressure, unfortunately common these days. Very few people seem to be aware of your condition. Well, I don't broadcast it. I've always been robust, and I can't stand people who constantly discuss their ailments. It's a tedious habit, really. Listening to someone catalogue their symptoms can ruin a perfectly good cocktail hour. How many do you take? 2 or 3 times daily do you keep a substantial supply with you? Yes, I have perhaps 6 bottles. They're secured in a suitcase. I only keep the current bottle accessible. And you reported one missing recently, I hear. Quite right. And you inquired with Victoria Johnson about it? I did. What was her response? She said the last place she'd seen it was on our bathroom shelf. She claimed to have looked around, and afterward. She returned the bottle to me later. She asked if this was the one I'd lost, and you said? I confirmed it was, and asked where she'd found it. She said it was in old Major Palgrave's room. I asked how on earth it got there, and her reply to that. She said she didn't know, but he paused. Yes, Mr. Dyson? Well, she gave me the impression she knew more than she was letting on, but I didn't press the matter. It didn't seem terribly important. As I said, I have other bottles. I thought perhaps I'd left it in the restaurant and the Major picked it up, maybe pocketing it to return to me and then forgetting. And that is the extent of your knowledge. That's all. Apologies for being so unhelpful. Is it significant? Why? Weston gave a non-committal shrug. Given the circumstances, anything could be significant. I fail to see what my pills have to do with it. I assumed you'd want a detailed account of my whereabouts when the poor girl was attacked. I've written everything down as precisely as possible. Weston regarded him thoughtfully. Indeed, that was very considerate, Mr. Dyson. Saves everyone time, I thought, Greg replied. He slid a sheet of paper across the table. Weston examined it, and Daventry leaned in to look over his shoulder. That appears quite clear, Weston said after a moment. You and your wife were together in your bungalow, dressing for dinner, until approximately 10 minutes to 9. You then proceeded to the terrace for drinks with Signora de Caspiero. At 9:15, Colonel and Mrs. Hillingdon joined your party, and you all went in to dine. To the best of your recollection, you retired for the night around 11:30. Naturally, Greg added, I don't know the exact time the girl was killed. He let the statement hang with a faint questioning inflection. Lieutenant Weston, however, gave no indication he had noticed it. Mrs. Kendall discovered her, I gather. That must have been a terrible shock for her. Indeed, Dr. Robertson had to administer a sedative. This happened rather late, correct? After most guests had retired for the evening. Yes. Was she deceased long when Mrs. Kendall made the discovery? We're still pinpointing the exact time, Weston replied calmly. Poor Molly. It must have been dreadful for her. To be honest, I didn't see her around much last night. I assumed perhaps she had a headache and was resting. When was the last time you actually saw Mrs. Kendall? Oh, quite early. Before I went to change for the evening, she was fussing with some of the table arrangements, rearranging the cutlery, I believe. I understand. She was in good spirits then, Greg added. Joking around, she's a wonderful person. Everyone is very fond of her. Tim is a fortunate man. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. To confirm, you can't recall anything further about what the girl Victoria said when she returned the medication? No, it was exactly as I stated. She asked if these were the tablets I'd requested, saying she'd found them in old Palgrave's room. She had no notion who might have placed them there. I don't think so. I really can't remember. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. After Gregory departed, Weston tapped the paper lightly with his fingernail. It was very considerate of him to be so eager to establish his precise whereabouts last night. A bit too eager, perhaps. Daventry mused. That's always hard to judge, Weston said. Some people are naturally apprehensive about being involved in anything unpleasant. It doesn't automatically imply guilt. Then again, sometimes it does. What about opportunity? With the band playing, people dancing and everyone milling about, alibis are rather thin. Guests were constantly getting up, leaving their tables, returning. Ladies visiting the powder room, gentlemen taking a stroll. Dyson could have slipped away unnoticed. Anyone could have. But he does seem particularly anxious to prove he didn't. He looked down thoughtfully at his notes. So Mrs. Kendall was rearranging knives on the table. I do wonder if he inserted that detail intentionally. Did it strike you that way? The other man considered. It's a definite possibility. Outside the room, a commotion suddenly erupted. A high, insistent voice demanded entry. I have something to say. I must tell them. Take me to the gentleman. Take me to the policeman. A uniformed officer opened the door. It's one of the kitchen staff, he announced. Quite insistent on seeing you. Claims he has information you need to hear." A visibly agitated man in a cook's cap, his face pale with fear, pushed past the officer. He was one of the junior cooks, a Cuban man, not a local of Saint-Honoré. "I tell you something, I tell you," he exclaimed. "She came through my kitchen. She did, and she carried a knife. A knife, I tell you." She held it in her hand. She walked right through my kitchen and out the door. Out into the garden, I saw her. "Now, calm down," said Daventry. "Calm down. Who are you referring to?" "I tell you who. I speak of the boss's wife. Mrs. Kendall. I speak of her. She had a knife in her hand and she went out into the darkness. This was before dinner, and she did not come back. May we have a word with you, Mr. Kendall?" "Of course." Tim glanced up from his desk. He moved some papers aside and gestured toward the chairs. His face was strained and sorrowful. "How is it progressing? Making any headway?" "There's a pall over this place now. Guests are asking to leave, inquiring about flight bookings. Just when everything was finally coming together and being a success. Good Lord, you have no idea what this venture means to Molly and me. We invested everything we had in it. It's an immense burden for you, we realize," Inspector Weston said. "Please don't think we lack sympathy. If only it could all be resolved quickly." Tim sighed, the weight of the situation evident in his weary posture. The distant sound of the ocean seemed to mock the turmoil within the resort walls. This poor girl Victoria. Oh, I shouldn't speak of her that way. She was a decent person, really. But there has to be some straightforward explanation, some sort of secret involvement or romance she was tangled in. Maybe her partner. Jim Ellis wasn't her husband, but they appear to be a stable pair. If only it could be resolved quickly, Tim repeated, his mind elsewhere. "I'm sorry. You had something to discuss with me, a question you wanted to ask." "Yes, it concerned last night. The medical findings place Victoria's death between 10:30 and midnight. Given the circumstances here, establishing solid alibis is nearly impossible. People are constantly in motion, dancing, stepping off the terrace, returning. It creates a very murky picture." "I suppose it does. But are you saying you firmly believe Victoria was killed by someone staying here?" "We have to consider that possibility, Mr. Kendall. What I specifically need to ask you about is an account given by one of your kitchen staff." "Oh, which one? What did he claim?" "I understand he's Cuban. We employed 2 Cubans and a Puerto Rican. This man, Enrico, states that your wife walked through the kitchen from the dining room and went out into the garden, and that she was holding a knife." Tim stared at him, bewildered. "Molly? Carrying a knife? Well, why wouldn't she be? I mean, why you aren't suggesting, what exactly are you implying?" "I'm referring to the time before guests entered the dining room. That would have been, I estimate, around 8:30. You yourself were in the dining room speaking with the head waiter, Fernando, I believe." "Yes," Tim said, casting his thoughts back. "Yes, I remember that." "And your wife entered from the terrace?" "That's right," Tim agreed. "She always went out to check the tables. Sometimes the staff set things incorrectly, forgot pieces of silverware, things like that. That was probably it. She might have been adjusting place settings. She could have had an extra knife or a spoon, something like that, in her hand. She came from the terrace into the dining room." "Did she speak to you?" "Yes, we exchanged a few words." "What did she say? Can you recall?" "I think I asked her who she'd been talking to outside. I'd heard her voice." "And who did she say it was?" "Gregory Dyson." "Ah!" "Yes, that matches his statement," Tim continued. "He'd been making an advance from what I gathered. He had a habit of that sort of thing. It irritated me and I said, 'Blast him!' And Molly just laughed and said she could handle any blasting that was necessary. Molly's very adept in those situations. It's not always a simple position, you understand. You can't afford to offend guests. So an attractive woman like Molly has to deflect things with a smile and a shrug. Gregory Dyson finds it hard to keep his hands to himself around any pretty face." "Was there an argument between them?" "No, I don't think so. As I said, she just brushed it off in her usual way. You can't say for certain whether she had a knife in her hand or not. I can't recall. I'm almost positive she didn't. In fact, I'm quite sure she didn't. But you said a moment ago, look, what I meant was that if she was in the dining room or the kitchen, it's entirely possible she might have picked up a knife or been holding one. But to be factual, I remember clearly. She came in from the terrace and her hands were empty. Completely empty, that's definite. I see, said Weston. Tim looked at him with growing unease. What on earth is the point of this? What did that idiotic Enrico or Manuel, whoever it was, actually say? He said your wife came into the kitchen, that she appeared distressed, and that she was carrying a knife. He's inventing drama. Did you have any further conversation with your wife during or after the dinner service? No, I don't believe I did. Honestly, I was rather occupied, as a matter of fact. Was your wife present in the dining room throughout the meal? I? Oh, yes. We both typically circulate among the guests, attending to things. Let's see how the situation is progressing. Did you have any conversation with her? No, I don't believe so. We're generally quite occupied. We don't always keep track of each other's movements, and we rarely have a moment to chat. So, to be clear, you don't recall speaking to her until she returned up the steps 3 hours later after discovering the body. It was a dreadful shock for her. It affected her deeply. I understand. A very distressing event. What led her to be walking along the beach path? After the rush of serving dinner, she often takes a short stroll, to step away from the guests for a bit, to catch her breath. When she returned, I believe you were speaking with Mrs. Hillingdon. Yes, nearly everyone else had retired for the night. What was the nature of your discussion with Mrs. Hillingdon? Nothing specific. Why? What has she told you? She hasn't said anything yet. We haven't questioned her. We were simply chatting about various things. Molly, managing the hotel, this and that. And then your wife came up the terrace steps and informed you of what she had found? Yes. There was blood on her hands. Naturally there was. She had been near the girl, tried to help her up, couldn't comprehend what had occurred, what was wrong. Of course there was blood on her hands. Now, what exactly are you implying? Are you suggesting something? Please remain calm, said Daventry. I know this is a tremendous strain for you, Tim, but we must clarify the facts. I understand your wife hasn't been feeling well recently. That's not true. She's fine. Major Palgrave's death unsettled her a little. Naturally. She's a sensitive person. We will need to ask her a few questions once she's sufficiently recovered, said Weston. Well, you can't now. The doctor administered a sedative and said she was not to be disturbed. I will not have her upset and interrogated. Do you hear? We have no intention of interrogation, said Weston. We simply need to establish the facts clearly. We won't disturb her at present, but as soon as the doctor permits, we will need to speak with her. His tone was gentle, yet firm. Tim looked at him, opened his mouth, but remained silent. Evelyn Hillingdon, as poised and collected as ever, took the offered seat. She considered the questions posed to her, taking her time. Her dark, perceptive eyes studied Weston thoughtfully. Yes, she said. I was conversing with Mr. Kendall on the terrace when his wife ascended the steps and told us about the murder. Your husband wasn't present? No, he had already gone to bed. Was there a particular reason for your conversation with Mr. Kendall? Evelyn raised her finely shaped eyebrows, a clear gesture of mild reproof. She replied coolly, What a very peculiar question. No, there was nothing noteworthy about our discussion. Did you discuss the state of his wife's health? Again, Evelyn took her time. I truly cannot recall, she said finally. Are you certain of that? Certain that I can't remember. What a strange way to phrase it. One discusses so many topics at different times. Mrs. Kendall has not been in good health lately, I am told. She appeared quite well, perhaps a little weary. Naturally, operating a place like this involves numerous worries, and she is rather inexperienced. She becomes somewhat overwhelmed now and then. Overwhelmed, Weston repeated the word. Is that how you would describe it? It's a somewhat old-fashioned term, perhaps, but just as valid as the modern jargon we apply to everything. A viral infection for an upset stomach, an anxiety disorder, For the minor irritations of daily life, her slight smile made Weston feel somewhat foolish. He thought to himself that Evelyn Hillingdon was a very clever woman. He glanced at Daventry, whose expression remained impassive, and wondered what he was thinking. "Thank you, Mrs.
Hillingdon?" said Weston. "We don't wish to cause you distress, Mrs. Kendall, but we must have your account of exactly how you came to find this girl. Duryar Graham says you're well enough to discuss it now," the officer began. "Oh, yes," Molly replied, offering a small, uneasy smile. "I'm perfectly fine again. It was just the shock. It was truly awful, you know." "I can imagine," Weston said. "We understand you went for a walk after dinner." "I often do," she answered. Daventry noticed her eyes dart away and her fingers nervously twisting together. "About what time was that, Mrs. Kendall?" Weston pressed. "Well, I don't really keep track. We aren't clock watchers here." "Was the steel band still performing?" "I suppose so. At least I think they were. I honestly can't recall." "And which direction did you take?" "Just along the beach path." "To the left or the right?" "Oh, one way and then the other. I really didn't pay attention." "Why not?" She frowned. "I was thinking, I suppose. Just things." "Anything specific?" "No, nothing in particular. Just hotel matters that needed sorting." Her fingers continued their anxious dance. "Then I saw something white in a clump of hibiscus. I wondered what it was. I stopped and pulled at it. She swallowed hard, and it was her, Victoria, all curled up. I tried to lift her head and I got blood on my hands." She looked at them, her voice distant with disbelief. "Blood on my hands. A truly dreadful experience," Weston said gently. "You needn't dwell on that part. About how long had you been walking when you found her?" "I have no idea. An hour? Half an hour? Longer?" "I don't know," Molly repeated. Daventry interjected, his tone casual. "Did you happen to take a knife with you on your walk?" "A knife?" Molly sounded genuinely surprised. "Why would I? One of the kitchen staff mentioned seeing you with a knife when you stepped into the garden earlier. But I didn't go out from the kitchen." "Oh, you mean before dinner?" I don't think so." "You sometimes rearrange the cutlery on the tables, don't you?" "I have to. They often set things wrong. Too many knives or not enough. Forks and spoons misplaced. That sort of thing. So it's possible you left the kitchen that evening holding a knife?" "I don't believe I did. I'm sure I didn't," she added quickly. "Tim was there. He would know. Ask him. Did you like Victoria? Was she good at her work?" Weston asked. "Yes, she was a very nice girl." "You never had any disagreement with her?" "Disagreement? No. She never threatened you in any way." "Threatened me? What do you mean?" "Never mind. Do you have any idea who could have done this?" "None," she stated firmly. "Well, thank you, Mrs. Kendall." Weston offered a reassuring smile. "That wasn't so terrible, was it?" "Is that all?" "For now, yes." Daventry rose, held the door for her, and watched her leave. Returning to his chair, he echoed, "Tim would know." "And Tim insists she didn't have a knife." Weston said gravely, "I think any husband would feel compelled to say that. A table knife seems an unlikely murder weapon." "It was a steak knife, Mr. Daventry. Steak was on the menu that night. Those knives are kept sharp. Honestly, I find it hard to picture that nervous young woman we just spoke with as some cold-blooded killer, Weston. She seemed more like someone who jumps at her own shadow." "We don't have to believe it yet," Weston conceded. "She might have carried a knife outside without noticing, perhaps set it down or dropped it. Someone else could have found it and used it. I, too, find her an improbable murderer." "All the same," Daventry mused, "I'm fairly certain she's holding something back."
That vagueness about time is strange. Where was she really? What was she doing out there all that while?
No one appeared to have spotted her in the dining room that evening. Her husband seemed his usual self, but she was different, distracted, perhaps even expecting something. Could she have slipped away to meet someone? Victoria Johnson came to mind. Or maybe she witnessed the person who did go to meet Victoria, Gregory Dyson, for instance. We already know he was speaking with Victoria earlier. He might have arranged to see her again later. Remember, everyone was moving freely around the terrace, dancing, drinking, drifting in and out of the bar. Daventry remarked wryly, "A steel band makes for a convenient lack of alibi." Miss Marple stood on her bungalow's veranda, a picture of tranquil contemplation. To any casual observer, she might have been deciding between a trip to Castle Cliff, a stroll through Jamestown, a leisurely drive to Pelican Point for lunch, or simply a quiet morning by the sea. But her mind was occupied with far weightier matters. She felt a pressing, militant urgency. Something must be done, and quickly. Time was slipping away. The frustration lay in finding someone who would share her sense of immediacy. Back in England she had allies, Sir Henry Clithering, always willing to lend an indulgent ear, or his godson Dermot at Scotland Yard, who still trusted that her opinions usually held merit. Here, on this island paradise, she felt isolated. Would the local police pay any heed to an anxious old woman? Dr. Graham was kind but too gentle, not a man for swift action. In that moment, feeling like a humble instrument, her thoughts almost formed a silent plea. Who will go for me? Whom shall I send? The sound that broke her reverie was abrupt, a sharp, impatient "Hi!" At first she mistook it for someone calling a dog and paid no mind. "Hi!" came again, louder. When a third, even more insistent "Hi!" cut through the air, Miss Marple glanced around vaguely. It was Mr. Raphael, seated on his own veranda, beckoning her with an imperious gesture. "You there!" he called. Realizing the summons was for her, a mode of address she certainly wasn't accustomed to. Miss Marple felt no offence. Mr. Raphael operated by his own rules, and people accepted it. She fetched her handbag and crossed the short distance between the bungalows. "I can't very well come to you," he explained bluntly, "so you'll have to come to me." "Sit down." He pointed to a nearby chair. "Something very strange is happening on this island." "Indeed, I agree," Miss Marple said, settling into the chair. Out of habit, she began to draw her knitting from her bag. "Don't start that," Mr. Raphael said irritably. "I can't stand knitting. It gets on my nerves." With the calm tolerance one might show a fussy patient, Miss Marple returned the knitting to her bag without a word. "There's certainly no shortage of talk around here," remarked Mr. Raphael, "and I'd wager you're right in the thick of it. You, the minister, and his sister." "Given the situation, a certain amount of speculation is only to be expected," Miss Marple replied with some energy. "This local woman ends up stabbed and left in the undergrowth. On the surface, it could be straightforward, a jealous lover's quarrel, a crime of passion, the sort of messy business that happens in hot climates. What's your view?" "I disagree," said Miss Marple, shaking her head. "And for that matter, so do the officials. They'd be more inclined to speak freely to you," Miss Marple pointed out, "than they ever would to me. Even so, I'd bet you've picked up more through the grapevine than I have by any official channel." "Naturally I have," Miss Marple acknowledged. "When one is in a place like this, what else is there to do but listen to the whispers? They can be remarkably illuminating." "You know," said Mr. Raphael, studying her with new interest, "I misjudged you. I don't often make that error. There's a great deal more to you than meets the eye. With all this buzz about Major Palgrave and his tales, you believe he was murdered, don't you?" "I very much suspect it," Miss Marple admitted. "Well, he was," Mr. Raphael stated flatly. Miss Marple took a slow breath. "Is that confirmed?" "It's confirmed enough. I heard it from Daventry. I'm not betraying a confidence, because the autopsy results will become public. After you spoke to Graham, he went to Daventry. Daventry approached the administrator. The police were notified, and collectively they agreed things seemed off, so they exhumed old Palgrave and had a proper look." "And what did they find?" Miss Marple asked, her tone expectant. "They found a fatal quantity of something with a name only a doctor could rattle off properly. Something like difluorohexagonal ethyl carbenzole. That's not the exact term, but it gives you the idea. The police physician dressed it up in jargon, I suppose, to keep the public in the dark. The substance itself probably has a simple familiar name like Ivipan or Veronal. By any name, a sufficient dose causes death, and the symptoms would closely mimic a severe hypertensive crisis, especially if aggravated by too much drink on a festive night. In fact, it all looked perfectly natural, and nobody questioned it. Everyone just said poor old boy and buried him promptly. Now they're questioning whether he ever had high blood pressure at all. Did he ever mention it to you? No. Exactly. And yet everyone accepted it as fact. It appears he led people to believe he did. It's like those ghost stories, Mr. Raphael mused. You never meet the person who actually saw the apparition. It's always their aunt's second cousin or a friend of a friend. But let's set that aside. They thought he had hypertension because a bottle of medication for it was found in his room. However, and here's the crucial point, I understand the murdered girl had been going around saying that bottle was planted and that it actually belonged to Greg Dyson. Mr. Dyson does have blood pressure. His wife mentioned it, said Miss Marple, so it was placed in Palgrave's room to create the impression he was a sufferer, making his death seem natural. Precisely, Miss Marple agreed, and a story was cleverly circulated that he had often spoken of his condition to others. But you know, spreading a rumour is terribly easy. I've seen it done countless times. I don't doubt you have, said Mr. Raphael. It only requires a murmur here and there, Miss Marple continued. You never claim it as first-hand knowledge. You simply say that Mrs. B told you, Colonel C told her. It's always second-hand or third or fourth, and it's nearly impossible to trace back to the original source. You can try, of course, but the people you tell will pass it on as if they heard it first-hand, as if it's their own discovery. Someone has been rather clever, Mr. Raphael mused. I believe someone has been quite clever indeed, Miss Marple agreed. This girl must have seen something or learned something and attempted blackmail, I suppose, Mr. Raphael stated. She may not have even thought of it as blackmail, Miss Marple suggested gently. In these large resorts, the staff often learn things certain guests would prefer kept quiet. A larger tip, a little extra money changes hands. The young woman might not have initially understood the true significance of what she knew. Yet she ended up with a knife in her back all the same, Mr. Raphael said bluntly. Precisely. Evidently someone could not afford to let her speak. Well, let's hear your thoughts on the matter. Miss Marple regarded him thoughtfully. Why would you assume I know more than you do, Mr. Raphael? Probably you don't, he conceded, but I'm interested in your perspective on what you do know. This climate is conducive to contemplation. But why my perspective? There's remarkably little to do in a place like this, said Mr. Raphael, aside from making money. Miss Marple looked faintly puzzled. Making money here? You can send a dozen coded cables a day if it amuses you, Mr. Raphael explained. That's how I occupy my time. Corporate maneuvers, takeover bids, pitting your wits against others. The trouble is, it doesn't fill the hours, so this local business has caught my curiosity. Major Palgrave spent a considerable amount of his time talking to you. I doubt many others had the patience. What did he say? He told me a great many stories, Miss Marple admitted. I'm sure he did. Dreadfully tedious, most of them. And you never heard them just once. If you were within earshot, you'd get the same tale 3 or 4 times over. I'm aware, said Miss Marple. I'm afraid that can happen as gentlemen advance in years. Mr. Raphael shot her a sharp look. I don't tell stories, he said pointedly. Go on. Did this all begin with one of Palgrave's anecdotes? He mentioned that he knew a murderer, Miss Marple said. Then, in her soft voice, she added, though there's nothing particularly unusual about that, I suppose it happens to nearly everyone. I'm not sure I follow, said Mr. Raphael. I don't mean specifically, she clarified. But surely, Mr. Raphael, if you cast your mind back over various events in your life, hasn't there nearly always been an occasion? Someone makes an offhand remark, oh, I knew the so-and-sauce quite well. He died very suddenly, and they always whisper his wife did him in, but I dare say that's just gossip. You've heard people say something like that, haven't you? Well, I suppose so. Yes, something of the sort, but never seriously. Exactly, Miss Marple nodded. But Major Palgrave was a very serious man. I believe he took a certain pleasure in telling this particular story. He said he had a photograph of the murderer. He was going to show it to me, but, in fact, he did not. Why not? Because he saw something, Miss Marple said. Saw someone, I suspect. His face flushed. He shoved the photograph back into his wallet and abruptly began talking about something else entirely. Who did he see? I've given that a great deal of thought, Miss Marple replied. I was sitting outside my bungalow, and he was sitting almost opposite me. Whatever he saw over my right shoulder. Someone approaching along the path then, coming from behind you on the right, the path from the creek and the parking area? Yes. Was anyone coming along that path? Mr. and Mrs. Dyson and Colonel and Mrs. Hillingdon? Anyone else? Not that I have been able to ascertain. Of course your own bungalow would also have been within his line of sight. Ah, so we must include, shall we say, Esther Walters and my man Jackson? Is that correct? I suppose either one of them could have left the bungalow and returned without you noticing, he said. They could have, Miss Marple agreed. I didn't look back immediately. So the Dysons, the Hillingdons, Esther, Jackson. One of them is a killer. Or, naturally, myself, he added, almost as an afterthought. Miss Marple offered a faint smile, and he referred to the murderer as a man. Yes, very well. That eliminates Evelyn Hillingdon, Lucky, and Esther Walters. So your killer, assuming this whole unlikely tale is true, is either Dyson, Hillingdon, or that polished talker Jackson. Or yourself, Miss Marple remarked. Mr. Raphael dismissed the comment with a wave. Don't try to annoy me, he grumbled. Here's what occurs to me first, something you seem to have missed. If it's one of those three, why on earth didn't old Palgrave recognize him earlier? For goodness sake, they've all been sitting around staring at each other for 2 weeks. That makes no sense at all. I believe it could, Miss Marple replied. Explain how. You see, in Major Palgrave's story, he hadn't actually seen this man himself. It was a tale passed to him by a doctor, who gave him the photograph as a curiosity. The Major might have examined the snapshot closely once, but afterward he'd simply tuck it into his wallet as a keepsake. Perhaps occasionally he'd pull it out to show someone while recounting the story. And another thing, Mr. Raphael, we don't know how long ago this all occurred. He gave no indication of time when he told me. This might be a story he's been sharing for years. 5, 10, perhaps even longer. Some of his tiger stories go back 2 decades. Naturally they would, Mr. Raphael muttered. So you're saying Major Palgrave likely wouldn't recognize the face in the photo if he passed the man casually? What you think happened? What I'm nearly certain must have happened is that as he told his story, he fumbled for the snapshot, pulled it out, glanced down at the face, and then looked up to see that same face, or one strikingly similar, approaching from maybe 10 or 12 feet away. Exactly, said Miss Marple. He was startled, shoved it back into his wallet, and began speaking loudly about something else entirely. He couldn't have been sure, Mr. Raphael noted shrewdly. No, Miss Marple conceded. He couldn't have been sure, but afterward, of course, he would have studied the photograph very carefully. He would have observed the man, trying to decide whether it was merely a resemblance or if it could actually be the same person. Mr. Raphael pondered for a moment, then shook his head. There's a flaw here. The motive is insufficient, completely inadequate. He was speaking loudly to you, you said? Yes, Miss Marple confirmed, quite loudly. He always did. That's true. He did have a booming voice, so whoever was approaching would have heard what he said. I imagine you could hear it from a fair distance around. Mr. Raphael shook his head again. It's absurd, utterly absurd. Anyone would laugh at such a story. Here's an old fool repeating a second-hand tale from some doctor, showing a random photograph, all about a murder that happened years ago, or at least a year or 2 back. How could that possibly trouble the man in question? There's no evidence, just hearsay, a story at third hand. He could even admit a likeness. Say, yes, I do look a bit like that fellow, don't I? Ha! No one would take old Palgrave's identification seriously. Don't try to convince me otherwise. I won't believe it. The fellow, if it was him, had nothing to fear. Absolutely nothing. It's the sort of accusation you simply laugh off. Why on earth would he then proceed to murder old Palgrave? It's completely unnecessary. You must realize that, he insisted. Oh, I do realize it. Miss Marple replied. I couldn't agree more, and that's precisely what troubles me. It kept me awake last night, turning it over and over. Mr. Raphael studied her intently. Let's hear what's troubling you, he said, his voice low. I may be completely mistaken, Miss Marple began, hesitant. You probably are, Mr. Raphael cut in with his typical bluntness. But out with it. What did you concoct in the dead of night? There could be a compelling motive provided. Provided what? Provided another murder is intended, and quite soon. Mr. Raphael's stare intensified. He shifted in his chair. Make this plain for me, he said. I'm not good with hints. Miss Marple's words came in a rush, her cheeks flushing pink. Consider a planned killing. Recall the story Major Palgrave shared about a man whose wife died under questionable circumstances. After some time passed, an identical murder occurred, a different name, but the same man recognized by a doctor. It suggests, doesn't it, a pattern? A man who makes a habit of this? You mean a serial offender, like the brides in the bath case? Yes. From what I've gathered, Miss Marple continued, a man who commits such an evil act and succeeds once often feels emboldened. He thinks it's simple, that he's clever, so he repeats it. Eventually, it becomes a dreadful routine. Each time in a new location, under a new name, but the method remains hauntingly similar. So I believe, though I may be wrong. But you don't think you are, do you? Mr. Raphael interjected shrewdly. Miss Marple pressed on, that, if this were true, and if this individual has arranged another murder here, perhaps to dispose of another wife, and if this is his third or fourth crime, then Major Palgrave's story became a deadly threat. The murderer couldn't risk anyone noting the resemblance. That's how such men are often caught. A similarity between cases sparks someone's memory. So you see, if this wicked person has a crime planned and imminent, he couldn't allow the Major to circulate that story and show that photograph. She paused, looking earnestly at Mr. Raphael. He had to act immediately. In fact, that very night, Mr. Raphael asked. Yes, said Miss Marple. It was quick work, but possible. Place the tablets in his room. Spread talk of his blood pressure. Add a certain drug to his drink. That's the method. But that's past. We must focus on the present. With the Major gone and the photo destroyed, this man will proceed with his planned murder. Mr. Raphael let out a low whistle. You've pieced it all together, haven't you? Miss Marple nodded. Her voice, usually gentle, turned firm and commanding. And we must prevent it. You must stop it, Mr. Raphael. Me, he exclaimed, astonished. Why me? Because you are influential and respected, Miss Marple stated simply. People will listen to you. They would dismiss an old woman's fancies without a second thought. They might at that, Mr. Raphael conceded, and they'd be fools. I must admit your usual chatter doesn't hint at the sharp mind underneath. You have a logical way of thinking. He shifted in his chair, clearly uncomfortable. Not many women have. He glanced around impatiently. Where on earth are Esther or Jackson? I need to be repositioned. No, don't you try. You aren't strong enough. I don't understand why they'd leave me unattended like this. I can go and look for them. You'll do no such thing. You'll stay right here, and we're going to settle this. Which one is it? The insufferable Greg, the reserved Edward Hillingdon, or my namesake, Jackson. It has to be one of the three, doesn't it? 17. Miss Raphael assumes control. I'm not certain, Miss Marple admitted. What are you referring to? What have we been discussing for the past 20 minutes? It has crossed my mind that I might have been mistaken. Mr. Raphael fixed her with a hard stare. Losing your grip after all, he said with clear disappointment. And you seemed so confident earlier. Oh, I am confident about the murder itself. It's the identity of the murderer I'm unsure of. You must understand, I've learned that Major Palgrave had more than one tale of murder. You mentioned yourself, he told you one about a sort of modern Lucrezia Borgia. He did, at that. But that was an entirely different kind of story. I'm aware. And Mrs. Walters recalled he had another about a person being gassed in an oven. But the story he told you... Miss Marple permitted herself an interruption, a rare event for anyone speaking with Mr. Raphael. She spoke with urgent sincerity, though her words tumbled out a bit unevenly. Don't you see it becomes so hard to be sure? The crucial point is that very often one doesn't truly listen. Ask Mrs. Walters. She said the same thing. You pay attention at the start, and then your focus drifts, your mind wanders, and suddenly you realize you've missed a piece. I now wonder if there might have been a brief pause, a mere instant between the story he was telling me about a man, and the moment he was fetching his wallet and saying, "Care to see a photograph of a murderer?" But you assumed it was a photograph of the man he'd just been discussing? I believed so, yes, it never entered my mind that it might not be. But now, how can I possibly be certain? Mr. Raphael studied her thoughtfully. Your problem, he declared, is that you're too scrupulous. A serious error. Make a decision and stick to it. You weren't wavering initially. If you ask me, in all this chatter you've been having with the vicar's sister and the others, you've picked up something that's rattled your conviction. Perhaps you're correct. Then set it aside for now. Let's proceed with what you originally concluded, because 9 times out of 10, one's first instinct is right, in my experience anyway. We have 3 suspects. Let's examine them properly. Any favourite? I truly have none, said Miss Marple. All 3 appear so very improbable. We'll start with Greg, said Mr. Raphael. Can't stand the man. Doesn't make him a killer, of course. Still, there are a couple of marks against him. Those blood pressure pills were his. Very convenient to make use of. Wouldn't that be rather blatant? Miss Marple objected. I'm not so sure, Mr. Raphael countered. The main objective was to act swiftly, and he had the pills right there. He likely didn't have time to go hunting for pills belonging to someone else. Suppose it is Greg. Fine, if he wanted to remove his dear wife Lucky from the picture, a public service, I'd say. Frankly, I sympathize. I just can't discern his motive. By all accounts, he's wealthy. Inherited a fortune from his first wife, who had loads of it. That certainly qualifies him as a potential wife murderer. But that's in the past. He got away with it. Lucky, however, was a poor relation of that first wife. No money there, so if he wants her out of the way, it must be to marry someone else. Any rumours floating about regarding that? Miss Marple shook her head. None that I've heard. He does, have a very flirtatious manner with all the women. Well, that's a polite, old-fashioned way of putting it, said Mr. Raphael. Fine, he's a scoundrel. He makes advances. Not sufficient. We need more than that. Let's turn our attention to Edward Hillingdon. He's a genuine enigma, if I've ever seen one. I don't believe he is a contented man, Miss Marple observed. Mr. Raphael considered her thoughtfully. Do you imagine a murderer should be content? Miss Marple gave a slight cough. In my limited experience, they often have been. I doubt your experience extends very far on that subject, Mr. Raphael remarked. In this assumption, as she could have informed him, he was quite mistaken, but she chose not to correct him, knowing gentlemen seldom appreciate having their facts adjusted. I rather suspect, Hillingdon, Mr. Raphael continued. I have a notion something peculiar is happening between him and his wife. Have you observed anything? Indeed I have, Miss Marple replied. Their public conduct is, of course, impeccable, but one would expect nothing less. You likely understand such people better than I do, said Mr. Raphael. So, everything appears perfectly proper. Yet it's entirely possible that, in a gentlemanly fashion, Edward Hillingdon is considering removing Evelyn Hillingdon. Do you concur? If that were the case, Miss Marple said, there must be another woman involved. She shook her head, unsatisfied. I simply cannot shake the feeling that it isn't all quite so straightforward. Well, who shall we examine next, Jackson? We'll leave me out of the discussion. For the first time, Miss Marple allowed herself a small smile. And why do we exclude you, Mr. Raphael? Because if you wish to debate my potential as a murderer, you'd need to do so with someone else. It's a waste of time discussing it with me. Besides, look at me. Do I seem cut out for the part? Helpless, hauled from bed like a sack of potatoes, dressed by others, wheeled about in a chair, shuffled along for a walk. What possible chance would I have of going off to murder anyone? Probably as good a chance as anyone else, Miss Marple stated with surprising vigour. How do you figure that? Well, you would agree, I think, that you possess a keen intellect. Of course I have brains, Mr. Raphael declared. Considerably more than anyone else in this entire place, I'd wager. And having brains, Miss Marple went on, would enable you to overcome the physical limitations of being a murderer. That would be quite a feat. Yes, said Miss Marple. It would take considerable doing, but then, Mr. Raphael, I believe you would rather enjoy the challenge. Mr. Raphael stared at her for a long moment before letting out a sudden laugh. You've got nerve. Not quite the gentle, fluffy old lady you appear, are you? So you truly think I'm a murderer? No, Miss Marple said calmly. I do not. And why is that? Well, primarily because you do have those brains. A man with your intellect can usually obtain what he wants without resorting to murder. Murder is, at its core, a stupid business, and anyway, who on earth would I want to murder? That, said Miss Marple, would be a fascinating question. I have not yet had the pleasure of sufficient conversation with you to develop a theory on the matter. Mr. Raphael's smile widened. Conversations with you might prove dangerous. Conversations are always dangerous when one has something to hide, Miss Marple replied. He might have a point. During a walk in the gardens just yesterday, she had noticed him in a heated, whispered exchange with a man she didn't recognize, a detail that added a new layer of intrigue to his otherwise isolated routine. Perhaps you're right. Let's return to Jackson. What are your thoughts on him? It's difficult for me to say. I haven't had the opportunity for any real conversation with the man. So you formed no opinion? He reminds me somewhat, Miss Marple reflected, of a young man from the town clerk's office near my home, a fellow named Jonas Parry. And? Mr. Raphael prompted, pausing expectantly. He was not, Miss Marple said delicately, a wholly satisfactory individual. Jackson isn't entirely satisfactory either. He suits me well enough. He's excellent at his duties and doesn't mind being sworn at. He knows he's very well paid, so he tolerates a great deal. I wouldn't employ him in a position of real trust, but I don't have to trust him. His past may be blameless, or it may not. His references were adequate, but I detect, shall we say, a distinct note of reserve. Fortunately, I'm not the sort of man with any dark secrets, so I'm hardly a candidate for blackmail. No secrets at all? Miss Marple mused. But surely, Mr. Raphael, you must have confidential business matters. Nothing Jackson could possibly access. No, Jackson is a smooth operator, I'll grant you that, but I really can't picture him as a murderer. It just doesn't seem to be in his character. He fell silent for a moment, then said abruptly, You know, if you step back and take a proper look at this whole absurd situation, Major Palgrave and his tall tales, and everything else, the focus is completely misplaced. I'm the one who should be getting murdered. Miss Marple regarded him with mild astonishment. Proper typecasting, Mr. Raphael explained. Who's the usual victim in these stories? A rich old man, usually surrounded by people who have excellent reasons for wanting him gone in order to get their hands on that money, Miss Marple added. Does that apply here as well? Well, Mr. Raphael pondered, I could name 5 or 6 fellows in London who wouldn't exactly shed a tear if they read my obituary, but they wouldn't lift a finger to hurry things along. Why should they? I'm expected to kick the bucket any day now. In fact, the whole lot of them are downright shocked I've hung on this long. Even my doctors are baffled. You possess a tremendous will to live, Miss Marple observed. You find that strange, I imagine, said Mr. Raphael. Miss Marple shook her head. Not at all, she replied. I think it's perfectly natural. Life becomes more precious, more fascinating, when you know you might lose it. It perhaps shouldn't be that way, but it is. When you're young and healthy, with everything ahead of you, living doesn't feel terribly urgent. It's the young who commit suicide easily, out of heartbreak or sheer despair, but the old understand the value of life and how interesting it can be. Ha! Mr. Raphael snorted. Listen to us, a pair of old relics. Well, what I said is true, isn't it? Miss Marple insisted. Oh, yes, Mr. Raphael conceded. It's true enough, but don't you agree I'm right about being cast as the victim? That depends entirely on who stands to gain from your death, said Miss Marple.
Nobody, really, Mr. Raphael stated. Aside from my business rivals, who, as I mentioned, can comfortably count on me bowing out soon enough. I'm not foolish enough to leave a vast fortune to be divided among relatives.
They'd see precious little of it after the government took its enormous cut. Oh no. I sorted all that out years ago with trusts and settlements. Jackson, for example, wouldn't benefit. He wouldn't get a cent, Mr. Raphael said cheerfully. I pay him twice what he'd earn anywhere else, precisely because he has to endure my foul moods. He knows perfectly well he'll be out of a job when I die. And Mrs. Walters? The same goes for Esther. She's a good woman. A first-rate secretary, sharp, even-tempered, understands my ways. She doesn't flinch when I lose my temper and couldn't care less if I insult her. She treats me like a nursery governess, managing a difficult child. She annoys me occasionally, but who doesn't? There's nothing particularly remarkable about her. In many ways she's rather ordinary, but I couldn't ask for anyone better suited. She's had her share of trouble. Married a worthless man. I'd say her judgment regarding men was never very sound. Some women are like that. They fall for any hard-luck story, convinced that all the fellow needs is the right woman's understanding to turn his life around. Of course, that type of man never does. Anyway, her unsatisfactory husband eventually died after drinking too much at a party and stumbling in front of a bus. Esther had a daughter to support, so she returned to secretarial work. She's been with me for 5 years now. I made my position perfectly clear from the very beginning. She should expect nothing from me upon my death. I started her with a generous salary, and I've increased it by a full 25% each year, no matter how decent and honest someone seems. You can never be too careful. That's why I was explicit with Esther Walters that she would inherit nothing. For every year I live, her pay increases. If she's been saving a substantial portion, which I believe she has, she'll be a very comfortable woman by the time I pass on. I've also taken care of her daughter's education and established a trust for her, payable upon adulthood, so financially, Mrs. Walters is quite secure. Frankly, my death would represent a significant financial setback for her. He fixed Miss Marple with a firm look. She understands the situation completely. Esther is a very practical woman. Miss Marple inquired, "Does she get along with Jackson?" Mr. Raphael gave her a sharp glance. "Noticed something, have you?" "Yes. I suspect Jackson has been casting glances her way recently, especially lately. He's a handsome fellow, of course, but it hasn't gotten him anywhere. There's a matter of social standing. She's just a notch above him. Ironically, if the gap were wider, it might not matter, but the lower middle class can be quite particular. Her mother was a teacher, and her father worked in a bank. No, she won't be foolish over Jackson. He's likely eyeing her savings, but he won't succeed." "Hush! Here she comes now," Miss Marple murmured. They both watched as Esther Walters approached them along the hotel path. "She's quite a handsome woman, really," observed Mr. Raphael, "but utterly without glamour. I can't pinpoint why. She dresses neatly enough." Miss Marple released a soft sigh, the kind any woman might utter at the sight of potential left unrealized. Over her long life, she had heard that missing quality described in so many ways. Not really my type. No spark. Doesn't have that certain look. Fair hair, good complexion, hazel eyes, a decent figure, and a pleasant smile, yet lacking that indefinable something that makes a man turn his head on a city street. "She ought to remarry," Miss Marple said, her voice dropping. "She really should. She'd make an excellent wife." Esther Walters reached them, and Mr. Raphael adopted a slightly theatrical tone. "There you are. What kept you so long?" "The cable office was quite busy this morning," Esther explained. "Between that and several guests trying to check out early. Trying to leave, are they? A reaction to this murder business, I suppose?" "I imagine so. Poor Tim Kendall is terribly distressed. And no wonder. It's rotten luck for that young couple, I must say." "I know. I understand they invested a great deal in this venture. They've been anxious about making it succeed. They were doing quite well, too." "They were doing an excellent job," Mr. Raphael agreed. "He's very capable and works incredibly hard. She's a lovely girl, quite attractive. They've both been labouring tirelessly, though that's an odd expression to use here, since the local men I see shin up a coconut tree for breakfast, and then seem to spend the rest of the day at leisure. Not a bad life, he added. We've been discussing the murder. Esther Walters looked momentarily startled, her gaze shifting to Miss Marple. I've been wrong about her, Mr. Raphael stated with his usual bluntness. Never had much time for elderly ladies. All knitting and gossip, but this one has a sharp mind. She notices things. Esther offered an apologetic look to Miss Marple, who accepted it with a serene, unoffended demeanour. Esther offered a quick clarification. You should take that as a compliment, you know. Miss Marple gave a small, knowing nod. I'm fully aware of that. I am also aware that Mr. Raphael considers himself entitled to certain liberties. What sort of liberties? Mr. Raphael demanded. The liberty to be blunt whenever the mood strikes, Miss Marple replied calmly. Have I been blunt? Mr. Raphael asked, sounding genuinely taken aback. My apologies if I've caused any offence. No offence taken, said Miss Marple. I make certain allowances. Now, let's not get prickly. Esther, fetch that chair, will you? Perhaps you can assist us here. Esther moved to the bungalow's veranda and returned with a lightweight wicker chair. We shall resume our discussion, Mr. Raphael announced. We began with the late Major Palgrave and his interminable anecdotes. Oh, goodness. Esther sighed, a flicker of a memory crossing her face, a sudden recollection of ducking behind a potted palm to avoid the Major's tales. I'm afraid I made a habit of slipping away whenever possible. Miss Marple demonstrated greater fortitude, said Mr. Raphael. Tell me, Esther, did he ever recount a story to you about a murderer? Oh, yes, Esther confirmed. On more than one occasion. What was the precise nature of it? Let's hear what you recall well. Esther paused, gathering her thoughts. The difficulty is, she admitted, I wasn't paying the closest attention. You see, it was rather like that dreadful rambling story about the Rhodesian lion. One developed a certain talent for tuning it out. Just tell us what you do remember. I believe it stemmed from some murder case that was in the newspapers. Major Palgrave claimed he'd had an experience few people ever have. He said he'd actually come face to face with a murderer. Come face to face? Mr. Raphael interjected. Are you certain he used that phrase? Esther looked uncertain. I think so. She hesitated. Or he might have said, I could point out a murderer to you. Well, which was it? There's a significant difference. I truly can't be sure. I think he mentioned he would show me a photograph of someone. That's more helpful. And then he went on at length about Lucrezia Borgia. Never mind Lucrezia Borgia, we're all acquainted with her history. He spoke about poisoners, saying Lucrezia was very beautiful with red hair. He claimed there were likely far more female poisoners in the world than anyone realized. That, I fear, is a distinct possibility, Miss Marple observed quietly. He said poison was a woman's weapon, Esther added. Seems he was straying from the subject rather dramatically. Mr. Raphael grumbled. But then, he always did meander in his stories. One would simply stop listening and murmur, indeed, or is that so? What about this photograph he intended to show you? I don't recall. It might have been something he'd seen in a newspaper. He didn't actually produce a snapshot. A snapshot? No. She shook her head firmly. I'm quite sure of that. He did say she was a handsome woman, and you'd never guess she was a murderer just by looking at her. She? There you see, Miss Marple exclaimed softly. It introduces a profound complication. He was referring to a woman? Mr. Raphael pressed. Oh, yes, the snapshot was of a woman. Yes, it simply cannot have been. But it was, Esther insisted. He said, she's right here on this island. I'll point her out to you, and then I'll tell you the whole story. Mr. Raphael uttered a forceful exclamation. In expressing his opinion of the late Major, he did not choose his words delicately. The overwhelming likelihood, he concluded, is that not a single word of anything he said was true. One is compelled to wonder, Miss Marple murmured in agreement, though a part of her wondered if the Major's very unreliability was itself a kind of clue. So, there we have it, said Mr. Raphael. The old fool started regaling you with hunting yarns, Pig-sticking, tiger-shooting, elephant charges, narrow escapes from man-eaters. 1 or 2 might have had a grain of truth. Several were pure fiction, and others were adventures that had happened to someone else entirely. Then he latches onto the subject of murder and tells one grisly tale to top the last. And what's more, he tells them all as if they'd happened to him personally. 10 to 1, most were a jumbled rehash of things he'd read in the paper or seen on some television drama. He turned an accusatory gaze on Esther. "You've admitted you weren't listening closely." Esther remained stubborn. "I'm sure he was talking about a woman. Naturally, I wondered who it could be." "Who did you imagine it was?" Miss Marple inquired. Esther flushed, looking slightly embarrassed. "Oh, I didn't really. I wouldn't want to." Miss Marple did not press the point. She felt Mr. Raphael's presence was a hindrance to drawing out Esther's private theories. That sort of speculation was best coaxed out in a private chat between 2 women. There was, of course, the chance Esther was not being truthful. Miss Marple kept this possibility to herself, though she was not strongly inclined to believe it. Esther did not strike her as a liar, though one could never be certain. And more importantly, she could see no motive for such a lie. Mr. Raphael now turned his attention back to Miss Marple. "So you claim he told you this story about a murderer, and then said he had a picture to show you?" "I believe so, yes." "You believe so? You were confident enough before." Miss Marple responded with spirit. "It is never simple to recall a conversation with perfect accuracy. One tends to latch onto what one thinks the other person meant. Later you might even put words in their mouth. Major Palgrave told me the story, certainly. He said the doctor who told it to him had shown him a photograph of the killer. But to be perfectly honest, what he actually said to me was, 'Would you like to see a snapshot of a murderer?' I naturally assumed it was the same photograph he had just been discussing, that it was a picture of that specific murderer. However, I must acknowledge it is possible, only a remote possibility, mind you, that his mind made a sudden leap. He could have jumped from the old snapshot he'd been shown years ago to a recent photograph he had taken here of someone he was convinced was a killer. Women, Mr. Raphael snorted in exasperation. You're all the same, the whole blinking lot. Never precise. You're never entirely sure of anything, so where does that leave us now? He grunted irritably. Evelyn Hillingdon? Or Greg's wife, Lucky? The whole thing is a hopeless muddle. A soft, apologetic cough sounded. Arthur Jackson had appeared silently at Mr. Raphael's elbow. Time for your massage, sir. Mr. Raphael's temper flared. What do you mean by sneaking up like that and making me jump? I didn't hear a thing. Very sorry, sir. I don't think I'll have any massage today. It never does me a bit of good. Oh, come now, sir. You mustn't say that. Jackson replied with professional cheerfulness, as if addressing a stubborn child. You'd notice the difference quickly enough if you skipped it. He deftly turned the wheelchair around. Miss Marple rose, offered Esther a polite smile, and made her way down to the beach. The beach was rather quiet that morning. Greg was splashing about in the water with his usual noisy gusto. Lucky was stretched on her stomach, her tanned back glistening with oil, her blonde hair fanned across her shoulders. The Hillingdons were absent. Signora de Caspero, surrounded by a small court of attentive gentlemen, lay on her back, talking in deep, happy Spanish. Some French and Italian children played at the water's edge, their laughter carrying on the breeze. Canon Prescott and his sister were seated in beach chairs, observing the scene. The canon had his hat tilted forward, shading his eyes, and seemed half asleep. A vacant chair stood beside Miss Prescott. Miss Marple headed for it, and sat down with a deep sigh. Oh dear! I know, said Miss Prescott softly. It was their shared, unspoken tribute to the recent violent death. That poor girl, murmured Miss Marple. Very sad, the canon agreed, his voice heavy with the weariness of a man who has seen too much of the world's sorrow. How truly unfortunate, Miss Prescott remarked. For a short time Jeremy and I genuinely considered departing. However, we concluded it wouldn't be right toward the Kendalls. It's hardly their fault such a tragedy could occur anywhere. In the midst of life, we are in death, the canon intoned gravely. It's terribly important they succeed here, Miss Prescott continued. They've invested everything they have. A very pleasant young woman, Miss Marple observed. though she hasn't appeared at all well recently. Extremely high-strung, Miss Prescott agreed. Naturally, her family background. She gave a meaningful shake of her head. Joan, the canon interjected with gentle reproach. Some matters are perhaps better left unspoken. But everyone is aware of it, Miss Prescott insisted. Her people are from our neighbourhood. There was a most eccentric great-aunt, and one uncle famously removed all his clothing at a London Underground station, Green Park, I believe. Joan, that is not a tale for repetition. Very distressing, Miss Marple said, shaking her head. Though I understand it is not an uncommon manifestation of mental distress. I recall during our work for Armenian Relief, a most respectable elderly clergyman suffered a similar episode. His wife was telephoned, and she arrived promptly to collect him in a cab, bundled in a blanket. Of course, Molly's immediate family is perfectly respectable, Miss Prescott clarified. She never was particularly close with her mother, but then so few young women seem to be these days. A great pity, Miss Marple sighed. A girl truly benefits from her mother's worldly knowledge and experience. Precisely, Miss Prescott emphasized. Molly, you see, became involved with a most unsuitable man, from what I understand. It happens so frequently, Miss Marple murmured. Her family disapproved, naturally. She hadn't even told them about him. They learned of it from a complete outsider. Her mother insisted she bring him home to be properly introduced, but the girl refused. She claimed it would be humiliating for him, like being paraded and inspected like a horse at auction. Miss Marple sighed again. Such immense tact is required with the young. In any case, the result was they forbade her from seeing him. But one cannot enforce such prohibitions nowadays, Miss Marple noted. Young women have their own employment and their own social circles. They meet people regardless of parental decrees. Fortunately, Miss Prescott went on. She then met Tim Kendall, and the previous gentleman rather faded from the scene. You cannot imagine the family's relief. I do hope they didn't make that relief too apparent, Miss Marple said. Displaying excessive approval can sometimes deter a girl from a perfectly suitable match. Indeed it can. One recalls one's own youth, Miss Marple murmured, her mind drifting to a memory of a croquet party long ago, and a young man who had seemed delightfully unconventional until her father's enthusiastic welcome revealed him to be, in fact, profoundly dull. The canon appeared safely dozy, so Miss Marple tentatively steered the conversation toward her true interest. You are so familiar with this place, she began softly. You have been coming here for several seasons, have you not? Yes, last year and the two before. We are very fond of St. Honoré. One always meets such agreeable people here, not the ostentatious, ultra-wealthy sort. So I imagine you know the Hillingdons and the Dysons reasonably well? Yes, fairly so. Miss Marple gave a slight cough and lowered her voice. Major Palgrave shared a most intriguing story with me, she confided. He had such a vast collection of tales, didn't he? Of course his travels were so extensive. Africa, India, I believe even China. Quite so, Miss Marple agreed. But this particular story wasn't from his travels. It concerned one of the individuals we were just discussing. Oh, said Miss Prescott, her interest clearly piqued. Her tone was layered with implication. Indeed. And now I find myself considering... Miss Marple let her gaze drift softly across the sand to where Lucky was stretched out, soaking up the sun. She has a remarkably even tan, doesn't she? Observed Miss Marple. And that hair, quite striking. It's almost the exact shade as Molly Kendall's, wouldn't you agree? The sole distinction, Miss Prescott stated, is that Molly's is her own, and Lucky's comes straight from a chemist's shelf. Really, Joan? The canon interjected, suddenly alert once more. Isn't that a rather unkind remark? It isn't unkind, Miss Prescott replied sharply. It's simply a fact of life. It looks perfectly lovely to me, insisted the canon. Naturally, that's the entire point. But I assure you, my dear Jeremy, no woman would be fooled for a second. Would she? She turned to Miss Marple for support.
Well, I'm afraid, said Miss Marple. Though I certainly lack your breadth of experience, I'm afraid I must agree. It's decidedly not natural. The telltale appearance at the Roots every few days, she exchanged a knowing glance with Miss Prescott, and they both nodded with that quiet, unshakable feminine understanding. The canon seemed to be dozing off again. Major Palgrave shared a most peculiar story with me, Miss Marple murmured, concerning, well, I couldn't entirely grasp it.
My hearing fails me at times. He seemed to be implying. She paused delicately. I know precisely what you mean, Miss Prescott said, leaning in. There was an enormous amount of speculation at the time. You're referring to the period when the first Mrs. Dyson passed. Her death was entirely unforeseen. Everyone had considered her a malade imaginaire, a hypochondriac. So when she had that sudden attack and died, well, people naturally talked. Was there ever any official inquiry? The attending physician was perplexed. He was rather young and hadn't much experience. He was what I call one of those prescription pad doctors. You know the sort. They barely glance at the patient or trouble themselves over the diagnosis. They just dispense a pill from a bottle. And if that doesn't work, they try another. Yes, I believe he was uneasy, but it appeared she had a history of gastric issues. At least that's what her husband said. And there seemed no reason to suspect anything untoward. But you personally have your doubts. Well, I always strive to keep an open mind, but one can't help but wonder, can one? Especially with the things that were whispered. Joan? The canon sat bolt upright. He looked positively combative. I do not approve. I truly do not approve of this sort of malicious gossip being circulated. We have always set our faces firmly against it. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, and furthermore, think no evil. That should be the motto of every Christian soul. The two women fell into a stiff silence. Externally they were chastened, their upbringing compelling them to defer to the man's reproach. Inwardly, however, they were seething with frustration and irritation, utterly unrepentant. Miss Prescott shot a frank, annoyed look toward her brother. Miss Marple retrieved her knitting and studied it intently. Fortunately for them, chance intervened. Mon père piped a small, shrill voice. It was one of the French children who had been playing at the water's edge. She had approached unnoticed and now stood by Canon Prescott's chair. Mon père, she trilled. Eh? Yes, my dear? Oui? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a, ma petite? The child launched into an explanation. A dispute had erupted over the water wings and several other points of seaside protocol. Canon Prescott was exceedingly fond of children, particularly little girls. He was always delighted to be summoned as an arbitrator in their squabbles. He rose willingly now and followed the child toward the shoreline. Miss Marple and Miss Prescott breathed simultaneous sighs of profound relief and turned toward each other with renewed, avid interest. Jeremy, of course, quite rightly, is vehemently opposed to nasty gossip. Miss Prescott began again, the words tumbling out. But one can't simply ignore what is being said by everyone, and as I mentioned, the talk at the time was absolutely rampant. Yes! Miss Marple's tone was an eager prompt, urging her on. This young woman, you understand, was a sort of cousin. Miss Greatorex, I believe her name was at the time, though I can't recall precisely now, and she acted as a companion to Mrs. Dyson. She managed all her medications and that sort of care. There was a brief, empty silence. And naturally, Miss Prescott's voice dropped to a confidential murmur, there were, I gather, certain understandings between Mr. Dyson and Miss Greatorex. Quite a few people had remarked upon it. In a community like this, such matters never stay hidden for long. Then there was that odd tale about some preparation Edward Hillingdon obtained for her from a pharmacy. Edward Hillingdon was involved. Oh, indeed, he was quite taken with her. It was noticeable. And lucky, that was Miss Greatorex. She rather enjoyed setting them against one another, Gregory Dyson and Edward Hillingdon. One must admit, she has always possessed a certain allure. Though not as youthful as she once was, Miss Marple observed. Precisely. But she was always impeccably dressed and made up. Naturally, she was less showy when she was merely the dependent relative. She appeared utterly devoted to the invalid. But, well, you grasp the situation. How did that business with the pharmacy become known? Well, it wasn't here in Jamestown. I believe it was when they were staying in Martinique. The French, I understand, have rather more relaxed attitudes regarding certain pharmaceuticals. This chemist spoke to someone, and the story circulated. You know how such things do." Miss Marple knew indeed. Few knew better. He mentioned something about Colonel Hillingdon requesting an item, and seeming rather unsure of what it was he was asking for, consulting a slip of paper, you see, where it was written down. In any case, as I said, there was talk, but I don't entirely see why Colonel Hillingdon would. Miss Marple's brow furrowed in confusion. I suppose he was merely being used as an unwitting tool. At any rate, Gregory Dyson remarried with what some considered unseemly haste, barely a month later, from what I understand. They exchanged a look, but there was no formal suspicion. Miss Marple inquired. Oh no, it was merely, well, gossip. Of course there may have been absolutely nothing to it. Major Palgrave believed there was. Did he say so to you? I'm afraid I wasn't paying the closest attention, Miss Marple confessed, a touch sheepishly. I merely wondered if he had mentioned the same to you. He did point her out to me once, said Miss Prescott. Truly? He actually pointed her out? Yes. As a matter of fact, I initially thought he was indicating Mrs. Hillingdon. He gave a wheezy chuckle and said, "Look at that woman over there. In my opinion, that's a woman who's committed murder and escaped the consequences." I was quite shocked, naturally. I said, "Surely you're joking, Major Palgrave," and he replied, "Yes, yes, dear lady, let's call it a joke." The Dysons and the Hillingdons were seated at a table quite near us, and I was concerned they might overhear. He chuckled again and added, "Wouldn't care to attend a cocktail party and have a certain person mix my drink. Too much like dining with the Borgias." "How very intriguing," said Miss Marple. "Did he mention a photograph, perhaps?" "I don't recall. Was it a newspaper clipping?" Miss Marple, on the verge of speaking, closed her lips. The sunlight was momentarily dimmed by a passing shadow. Evelyn Hillingdon paused beside their chairs. "Good morning," she said. "I was wondering where you had got to," said Miss Prescott, looking up with a bright smile. "I've been into Jamestown for some shopping." "Oh, I see." Miss Prescott glanced around vaguely, and Evelyn Hillingdon added, "Oh, I didn't bring Edward along. Men generally despise shopping. Did you find anything of interest?" "It wasn't that sort of errand. I merely needed to visit the chemist." With a polite smile and a slight nod, she continued on down the beach. "Such agreeable people, the Hillingdons," said Miss Prescott. "Though she isn't the easiest person to know, is she? Always perfectly pleasant, of course, but one never feels one is getting any closer to her." Miss Marple agreed thoughtfully. "One never has the slightest idea what she is thinking," Miss Prescott remarked. "Perhaps that is just as well," said Miss Marple. "I'm sorry? What was that?" "Oh, nothing of consequence. I've just often wondered if her private thoughts might be somewhat unsettling." "I see," Miss Prescott replied, looking confused. "Yes, I understand your meaning." She shifted the topic slightly. "I understand they have a lovely property in Hampshire, and a son, or perhaps 2 sons. One of them, I believe, recently started at Winchester. Are you familiar with Hampshire?" "Not really, no. I think their house is near Alton." "Ah." Miss Marple paused briefly before asking, "And where do the Dysons reside?" "California," said Miss Prescott. "When they're home, that is. They travel a great deal. One learns so little about fellow travellers. Truly," Miss Marple mused. "What I mean to say is, we only know what others choose to share about themselves. For example, you don't actually know the Dysons live in California." Miss Prescott appeared taken aback, but Mr. Dyson mentioned it himself. "Precisely. That's just my point. The same could be said for the Hillingdons. When you mention their home in Hampshire, you're repeating what they told you, correct?" Looking slightly alarmed, Miss Prescott asked, "Are you suggesting they don't live in Hampshire?" No, not at all," Miss Marple said apologetically. "I was merely using them as an example of how little we truly know about people," she added. "I've told you I live in St. Mary Mead, a village you've likely never heard of. But you don't know that for a fact yourself, do you?" Miss Prescott refrained from saying she couldn't care less where Miss Marple lived. Somewhere in the English countryside was detail enough. "Oh, I quite grasp your point," she agreed hastily. "And it's true, one can never be too cautious when abroad." "That wasn't exactly my meaning," Miss Marple said. odd reflections were drifting through her mind. Did she truly know that Canon Prescott and his sister were who they claimed to be? They said they were. There was no proof to the contrary. It would be simple enough, wouldn't it? To don a clerical collar, wear the right clothes, make the proper conversation if one had a motive. Miss Marple was well acquainted with the clergy in her own region, but the Prescotts were from the north. Durham, she thought. She had little doubt they were genuine, yet it circled back to the same principle. One accepted what people said. Perhaps that was a habit worth questioning. Perhaps. She shook her head thoughtfully. Canon Prescott returned from the water's edge slightly winded. Playing with children was always tiring. Soon, he and his sister headed back to the hotel, finding the beach a bit too warm. But Signora de Caspiero remarked scornfully as they departed, "How can a beach be too hot? What nonsense! And look at what she wears. Her arms and neck all covered. Perhaps it's for the best. Her skin is dreadful, like a plucked chicken." Miss Marple took a steadying breath. Now was the moment to converse with Signora de Caspiero, if ever there was one. Unfortunately, she couldn't think of a suitable opening. They seemed to have no common ground. "Do you have children, Signora?" "I have 3 angels," Signora de Caspiero declared, kissing her fingertips. Miss Marple was uncertain whether this meant her children were in heaven, or that their dispositions were saintly. One of the gentlemen nearby made a remark in Spanish, and Signora de Caspiero threw back her head, laughing with rich, musical amusement. "Do you understand what he said?" she asked Miss Marple. "I'm afraid not," Miss Marple admitted. "It is just as well," the Signora replied with a sly smile, her eyes twinkling as if sharing a private joke with the tropical breeze itself. "He is a wicked man," she declared. A swift and lively exchange in Spanish ensued, full of sharp, spirited banter. "It is outrageous, simply outrageous," Signora de Caspiero said, switching back to English with abrupt seriousness. "That the police refuse to let us leave this island. I shout, I protest, I stamp my feet, and all they tell me is no, always no. You understand how this will end, don't you? We will all be murdered here." Her companion tried to soothe her. "I tell you, this place is cursed. I felt it from the very beginning. That old Major, the unpleasant one, he had the evil eye. Do you recall? His eyes were crossed. That is a terrible sign. I make the sign against it every time he glances my way." She demonstrated the gesture, her first and little finger extended, though since he was cross-eyed, I could never be entirely certain when he was actually looking at me. "He had a glass eye," Miss Marple offered gently. "A childhood accident, I believe. It was hardly his fault. I tell you, he brought misfortune. I say it was the evil eye." Her hand shot out again in that familiar superstitious signal. "Well, at any rate," she added with a brighter tone, "he is gone now. I don't have to look at him any more. I have no patience for ugly things." Miss Marple considered this a rather callous farewell to Major Palgrave further along the shore. Gregory Dyson emerged from the surf. Lucky had rolled onto her stomach on the sand. Evelyn Hillingdon was watching Lucky, and something in her expression sent an involuntary chill through Miss Marple. "Surely I can't be cold, not in this heat," she thought to herself. What was that old saying? A goose walking over your grave? She rose and made her way slowly back to her cottage. On the path, she passed Mr. Raphael and Esther Walters heading toward the beach. Mr. Raphael gave her a knowing wink. Miss Marple did not return it. Her look was one of distinct disapproval. Entering her bungalow, she lay down on the bed feeling suddenly aged, weary, and deeply troubled. A pressing certainty gripped her. There was no time to waste. None at all. The afternoon was slipping away. The sun was beginning its descent. One should never look directly at the sun without smoked glass. Where had she put that piece someone gave her? But she wouldn't need it after all. A shadow had fallen across the sun, obscuring it. A deep shadow, Evelyn Hillingdon's shadow. No, not Evelyn's. The shadow. What was the phrase? The shadow of the Valley of Death. That was it. She must. What was one supposed to do? Make the sign of the horns, to ward off the evil eye, Major Palgrave's evil eye. Her eyelids fluttered open. She had been dozing. Yet there was a shadow, someone peering in at her window. The figure moved away, and Miss Marple saw who it was. Jackson. Such impertinence, she thought, spying in like that. And then, almost as an afterthought, she added, just like Jonas Parry. The comparison did Jackson no favours. But why had Jackson been peering into her room? To see if she was present, or to confirm she was asleep? She got up, went to the bathroom, and peered cautiously out the window. Arthur Jackson was standing by the door of the neighbouring bungalow, Mr. Raphael's. She saw him cast a quick, furtive glance around before slipping swiftly inside. Interesting, thought Miss Marple. Why that secretive look? It was perfectly natural for him to enter Mr. Raphael's cottage. He had a room at the rear and was constantly in and out on various errands. So why the guilty, hurried check of his surroundings? There's only one reason, Miss Marple answered her own silent question. He wanted to be certain no one saw him enter at that precise moment because of whatever he intended to do inside. Everyone, of course, was down on the beach at this hour, except those who had gone on excursions. In about 20 minutes, Jackson himself would appear on the sand to assist Mr. Raphael with his customary sea bath. If he wished to do something in the bungalow unobserved, now was the perfect opportunity. The thought settled heavily upon her, a quiet alarm in the still tropical air. He had been certain Miss Marple was asleep in her room, and just as certain that no one was nearby to notice his actions. Well, she would have to do her utmost to prove him wrong. Settling on the edge of her bed, Miss Marple slipped off her tidy sandals and pulled on a pair of soft-soled shoes. After a moment's thought, she shook her head, removed them, and rummaged in her suitcase. She retrieved a pair of walking shoes, one of which had recently snagged on a door hook, leaving the heel rather loose. With a few deft strokes of a nail file, she made it even more unstable. Then, moving in her stocking feet, she cautiously left her room. With the silent care of a hunter stalking a skittish deer, she made a slow circuit around Mr. Raphael's bungalow. She edged carefully around the corner of the building. Slipping on one shoe, she gave the damaged heel a final twist, then gently lowered herself to her knees and stretched out beneath the window. If Jackson heard anything and came to look, he would simply find an elderly lady who had taken a tumble because her shoe heel broke off. But Jackson evidently heard nothing. Very slowly, Miss Marple raised her head. The bungalow windows were low, partly shielded by a curtain of hanging vines. She peered inside. Jackson was kneeling before an open suitcase, a specially fitted case with compartments stuffed with papers. He was sifting through them, occasionally pulling documents from long envelopes. Miss Marple didn't linger long. She only needed to know what Jackson was doing, and now she did. Jackson was snooping. Whether he was hunting for something specific or simply indulging his nosy nature, she couldn't tell. But it confirmed her belief that Arthur Jackson and Jonas Parry shared more than a facial resemblance. Her next task was to retreat unseen. Carefully, she lowered her head and crept along the flower bed until she was clear of the window. Back in her own bungalow, she stored the shoe and its detached heel with a sense of satisfaction. She regarded them fondly, a useful trick to keep for another day. Changing back into her sandals, she walked thoughtfully down to the beach. Waiting until Esther Walters was in the water, Miss Marple took the vacant chair beside Mr. Raphael. Greg and Lucky were laughing loudly with Signora de Caspiero a short distance away. Without turning her head, Miss Marple spoke softly, almost under her breath. "Did you know Jackson goes through people's things? Doesn't shock me," Mr. Raphael murmured back. "Caught him in the act, did you? I saw him through your window. He had one of your suitcases open and was examining your papers. Must have gotten a key somehow. Clever fellow. He'll be disappointed, though. Nothing he finds that way will do him any good." "He's coming down now," Miss Marple said, glancing toward the hotel. "Time for my silly little dip in the sea." His voice dropped even lower. "As for you, don't be too bold. We don't want to be planning your funeral next. Remember your age and be careful. There's someone around here who isn't too fussy about the rules. Don't forget." 20-night alarm. Evening settled in. Lights glowed on the terrace. Guests dined and chatted, though the laughter was quieter, less carefree than it had been just days before. The steel band played, but the dancing ended early. People yawned, drifted off to bed. The lights went out. Darkness and quiet fell over the resort. The golden palm tree slept. Evelyn! Evelyn, the whisper was sharp, urgent. Evelyn Hillingdon stirred and turned on her pillow. Evelyn, please, wake up! Evelyn Hillingdon sat up abruptly. Tim Kendall stood in the doorway, his face pale. Evelyn stared at him in surprise. Evelyn, please! You have to come. It's Molly. She's sick. I don't understand what's wrong. I think she may have swallowed something. Evelyn was immediately decisive. All right, Tim. I'm coming. Go back to her. I'll be right there. Tim vanished. Evelyn slipped from her bed, threw on a robe, and glanced at the other bed. Her husband appeared undisturbed, sleeping soundly with his back to her. After a brief hesitation, she chose not to wake him. She hurried out, moving quickly through the warm night air to the main lodge and then on to the Kendalls' bungalow. She met Tim again at the entrance. Inside, Molly lay still, eyes closed, her breathing shallow and uneven. Evelyn leaned over, checked her pulse, and examined the bedside table. An empty glass sat there, and beside it, a small bottle that had contained pills. She picked it up. Those were her sleeping tablets, Tim said, his voice strained. That bottle was half full just yesterday. I think she took all of them. Go fetch Dr. Graham, Evelyn instructed, and on your way wake the kitchen staff. Tell them to prepare very strong coffee, as strong as they can make it. Hurry! Tim rushed out. Just outside, he nearly collided with Edward Hillingdon. Sorry, Edward, what's going on here? Hillingdon asked sharply. What's happened? It's Molly. Evelyn's with her. I need to get the doctor. I probably should have gone straight to him, but I wasn't sure, and I thought Evelyn would know what to do. Molly would have been so embarrassed if I'd called a doctor for nothing. He sprinted away. Edward watched him for a second, then entered the bedroom. How serious is it? He said. Oh, Edward! I wondered if the noise had woken you. This foolish girl has taken something. Is it dangerous? It's hard to say without knowing the dose. I don't think it's critical if we act quickly. I've sent for coffee, if we can get some into her. But why would she do this? You don't suppose... He stopped. Suppose what? Said Evelyn. You don't think it's because of the police inquiry? All that business? It's possible, of course. That kind of scrutiny can shatter someone who's already on edge. Molly never struck me as the nervous type. One never truly knows, Evelyn replied. Sometimes it's the most composed people who suddenly break, she added more quietly. The truth is, we don't really know anyone, not even the people closest to us. Isn't that a bit dramatic, Evelyn, an exaggeration? I don't believe it is. When you think of someone, you're really just seeing the reflection you've created for yourself. I know you, Edward Hillingdon said softly. You believe you do? No, I'm certain. He paused. And you're certain about me? Evelyn looked at him, then turned back to the bed. She took Molly by the shoulders and gave her a gentle shake. We should be doing something more, but I suppose it's best to wait for the doctor. Listen, I think I hear them now. She'll be all right now. Dr. Graham stepped back, mopped his brow with a handkerchief, and let out a long breath. You're sure she'll recover, Doctor? Tim asked anxiously. Yes, yes. We reached her in time. Frankly, she likely didn't ingest a fatal amount. A couple of days and she'll be fine, though she'll feel wretched for a day or two first. He picked up the empty bottle. Who prescribed these for her, anyway? A doctor back in New York. She was having trouble sleeping? Ah, yes, we physicians hand these out far too readily these days. Nobody suggests to a young woman who can't sleep that she count sheep, or get up for a glass of milk, or read a dull book. No, it's instant solutions everyone wants now. Sometimes I wonder if we're doing more harm than good by providing them. Life has a way of demanding we endure things. You can't just shove a comforter in a baby's mouth to quiet it forever. That's not a solution for a grown person's troubles. He let out a soft laugh. I'd wager if you asked Miss Marple her trick for sleepless nights, she'd say she counts sheep jumping a fence. His attention returned to the bed, where Molly was beginning to stir. Her eyes were open, but they held no spark of interest or recognition. Dr. Graham took her hand gently. Well now, my dear, what have you gone and done to yourself? She blinked slowly, offering no reply. Why, Molly? Why would you do this? Tell me why, Tim pleaded, taking her other hand. Her gaze remained distant. If it settled on anyone, it seemed to be on Evelyn Hillingdon. There might have been a faint, unspoken question in her look, but it was difficult to be sure. Evelyn spoke as though answering it. Tim came to get me, she said. Molly's eyes drifted to Tim, then shifted to Dr. Graham. You're going to be perfectly fine now, Dr. Graham assured her, but you mustn't try this again. She didn't intend for this to happen, Tim said quietly. I'm certain she didn't. She just wanted a proper night's sleep. Maybe the pills didn't work right away, so she took a few more. Is that what happened, Molly? Her head moved almost imperceptibly in a slow, negative shake. You mean you took them on purpose? Tim asked, his voice tightening. Yes, Molly whispered. But why, Molly? Why would you do that? Her eyelids fluttered. Afraid, she breathed, the word barely audible. Afraid? Afraid of what? But her eyes had already closed. Best to let her rest now, Dr. Graham advised. Tim couldn't hold back. Afraid of what? The police? Because they've been hounding you with questions? I can't blame you for feeling that way, but it's just their procedure, that's all. Nobody actually thinks for a second. He stopped abruptly as Dr. Graham gave a firm, silencing gesture. I want to go to sleep, Molly murmured. That's the best thing for you, Dr. Graham agreed. He moved toward the door, and the others followed. She'll sleep soundly now, Graham said outside the bungalow. Is there anything I should do? Tim asked, with the typical worried air of a man faced with illness. I can stay if you like, Evelyn offered kindly. Oh no, that's quite all right, Tim said quickly. Evelyn stepped back toward the bed. Shall I stay with you, Molly? Molly's eyes opened again. No, she said, and after a pause added, just Tim. Tim returned and sat beside the bed, taking her hand. I'm right here, Molly. Just go to sleep. I won't leave you. She sighed faintly, her eyes closing, pausing outside. Dr. Graham was joined by the Hillingdons. Are you certain there's nothing more I can do? Evelyn asked. I don't believe so. Thank you, Mrs. Hillingdon. She's better with her husband now. But tomorrow he does have this hotel to manage. I think someone should be with her. Do you believe she might? Try again? Hillingdon inquired. Graham rubbed his forehead, irritated. One never knows in these situations. Honestly, it's very unlikely. As you saw, the treatment to revive someone is extremely unpleasant. But of course, you can never be 100% certain. She may have more of the medication hidden somewhere. I never would have pictured a girl like Molly considering suicide, Hillingdon remarked. Graham said dryly, It's never the people who are always talking about killing themselves, the ones who make threats, who actually go through with it. They use that drama to let off steam. Molly always seemed so cheerful. I think perhaps. Evelyn hesitated. I ought to tell you something, Dr. Graham. She then recounted her conversation with Molly on the beach the night Victoria was killed. Graham's expression grew very grave as she finished. I'm glad you told me, Mrs. Hillingdon. That shows very clear signs of some deep-seated distress. Yes, I'll have a serious word with her husband in the morning. I need to speak with you seriously, Kendall. About your wife? They were sitting in Tim's office, the morning light casting long shadows across the desk. Evelyn Hillingdon had settled into the chair beside Molly's bed, with Lucky assuring she would return later to relieve her, as she put it. Miss Marple had likewise offered her assistance. Tim Kendall was caught between his duties at the hotel and his wife's distressing state. It's beyond me, Tim confessed, his voice strained. Molly isn't herself any more. She's become a different person entirely. These troubling dreams she's been having, how long has that been going on? Oh, I'm not certain. A month, perhaps longer. We both just assumed they were ordinary nightmares, nothing more. I see, but a far more concerning sign is this sense of fear she's described. Did she ever mention feeling watched or followed? Well, yes, a few times. She talked about people keeping tabs on her, even said once that her enemies had tracked her here. Did she have any enemies, Mr. Kendall? Absolutely not. It's unthinkable. Nothing from her past in England, before your marriage. Any unpleasant incidents? None at all. She didn't always see eye to eye with her family. That's true, Her mother was a bit eccentric, difficult to live with, but that was the extent of it. Any history of mental instability in her family? Tim hesitated, his fingers fidgeting with a pen on the desk. The doctor leaned forward gently. It's important you tell me, Tim, if there's anything relevant. Well, I believe there was an aunt or a cousin who had some difficulties. But isn't that true of most families? It doesn't mean anything. Quite right, it often doesn't. I only mention it because such a background might indicate a tendency toward heightened stress or imagined fears under pressure. I really don't know the details, Tim admitted. People don't usually share their entire family history, do they? No, they don't. Was there a former romantic involvement? Anyone who might have made threats? Perhaps out of jealousy? I doubt it. Molly was involved with someone else before we met. Her parents disapproved strongly, which, if I'm honest, probably made her more determined to stick with the fellow. You know how young people are. Forbidden fruit and all that. He offered a faint, weary smile. The doctor nodded. A common reaction, certainly. But this man, he never threatened her. I'm sure he didn't. Molly would have said. She told me it was a silly infatuation, mostly because he had a rebellious streak. That does sound less serious now. There's another matter. Your wife has experienced what she calls blackouts, brief periods where she can't recall her actions. Were you aware of this? Tim's expression shifted to one of dawning realization. No, she never told me. But now that you mention it, I have noticed she sometimes seems distant, confused about simple things, or even disoriented about the time of day. I just put it down to absent-mindedness. What it comes down to, Tim, is this. I strongly advise you to take Molly to see a specialist. Tim's face flushed with defensive anger. You mean a psychiatrist? Let's not get caught up on terms. A neurologist, a psychologist, someone who understands these kinds of nervous conditions. There's an excellent man in Kingston. Or you could consider New York. Something is causing these terrors in your wife, and it needs proper attention. He paused, his tone softening from clinical to almost sarcastic. After all, we can't have guests thinking the hotel's co-owner is being haunted by figments of her imagination, can we? It's bad for business, and frankly, it's no way to live. Dr. Graham gave Tim's shoulder a reassuring pat before standing. There's no cause for immediate alarm. Your wife has good people around her, and we'll all be watching out for her. You don't believe she'll try anything like that again, do you? I consider it highly improbable, Dr. Graham replied. Tim pressed, but you can't be certain. The doctor nodded. One can never be entirely certain. That's one of the first lessons in my line of work. He placed his hand on Tim's shoulder once more. Try not to let it consume you. That's simple to say, Tim muttered as the doctor left. Don't worry. What does he imagine I'm made of? Are you quite certain you don't mind, Miss Marple? Evelyn Hillingdon asked. Not in the least, my dear, Miss Marple assured her. At my age, one is so pleased to feel useful, especially in a place like this where I'm simply on holiday. I shall be very happy to sit with Molly. You go ahead on your outing. Pelican Point, I believe. Yes, said Evelyn. Edward and I adore it. I never tire of watching the pelicans dive. Tim is with her now, but he has responsibilities and doesn't like her being alone. He is quite right, Miss Marple agreed. I wouldn't either. One never can tell. Can one, after such an incident? Now off you go. Evelyn departed to join her husband, the Dysons, and several others. Miss Marple gathered her knitting and made her way to the Kendalls' bungalow. As she stepped onto the veranda, she heard Tim's voice through the partially open window. If you would just tell me why, Molly. What was the reason? Was it something I did? There has to be a cause, please. Just tell me. A silence hung in the air before Molly's reply came, her voice dull and weary. I don't know, Tim. I honestly don't. I suppose something just came over me. Miss Marple tapped lightly on the window frame and entered. Ah, here I am. It's no trouble at all, she said. Shall I sit here? You're looking better, Molly. I'm so glad to see it. I'm fine, Molly murmured. Perfectly fine, just terribly sleepy. I shan't disturb you, Miss Marple said. You rest.
I'll occupy myself with this." She gave Tim a sympathetic smile, which he returned gratefully before slipping out. Miss Marple settled into her chair. Molly lay on her side, her expression dazed and drained. "It's very kind of you," she whispered. "I think I'll sleep now." She turned slightly into her pillows and closed her eyes. Her breathing steadied, though it remained uneven. With a nurse's instinct, Miss Marple gently smoothed the sheet, tucking it neatly. As she did, her fingers brushed against something solid and rectangular tucked beneath the mattress. Surprised, she carefully drew it out. It was a book. She glanced quickly at the bed. Molly was motionless, evidently asleep. Miss Marple opened the volume. It was a contemporary book on psychological disorders. It fell open naturally to a section detailing the early signs of persecution complex and other symptoms related to schizophrenia and similar conditions. The text was written for a general audience, not medical professionals. Miss Marple's expression grew deeply serious as she read. After a moment she closed the book, her thoughts racing. With great care, she slid the book back to its hiding place beneath the mattress. She rose quietly from her chair, her mind now occupied with a new and troubling puzzle. She moved the short distance to the window, then spun her head back sharply. Molly's eyes were open, but the moment Miss Marple turned, they snapped shut again. For a moment, Miss Marple wondered if she had imagined that quick, piercing look. Was Molly only pretending to sleep? That would be natural enough. She might fear Miss Marple would start a conversation if she seemed awake. Yes, that could explain it entirely. Yet was she reading into that fleeting glance a sly, almost unpleasant quality? One can never be sure, Miss Marple reflected. Not really sure at all. She resolved to arrange a little chat with Dr. Graham at the earliest opportunity. Returning to her chair beside the bed, she watched for several minutes until she felt certain Molly was genuinely asleep. No one could remain so perfectly still, breathing with such steady rhythm. Miss Marple rose once more. She was wearing her plimsolls today, not perhaps the height of elegance, but wonderfully suited to the climate, comfortable and giving her feet plenty of room. She moved softly about the bedroom, pausing at each of the two windows, which looked out in different directions. The hotel grounds appeared quiet and empty. Standing uncertainly before sitting down again, she thought she caught a faint sound outside, like the scrape of a shoe on the loggia. After a moment's hesitation, she went to the window, pushed it open a little wider, and stepped out. Turning her head back into the room, she spoke clearly. "I'll only be gone a very short while, my dear, just back to my bungalow to see where I could possibly have misplaced that pattern. I was so certain I'd brought it. You'll be perfectly all right until I return, won't you?" She glanced back and nodded to herself. "Asleep, poor child. That's for the best." She walked quietly along the loggia, descended the steps, and turned sharply right onto the path. Passing between a screen of hibiscus bushes, an observer might have been curious to see Miss Marple suddenly veer off onto a flower bed, circle around to the rear of the bungalow, and re-enter through a secondary door. This led directly into a small room Tim sometimes used as an informal office, and from there into the sitting room. Here, wide curtains were partly drawn to keep the space cool. Miss Marple slipped behind one of them and waited. From this window she had a clear view of anyone approaching Molly's bedroom. Several minutes passed, 4 or 5, before she saw anything. The neat figure of Jackson in his white uniform ascended the loggia steps. He paused briefly on the balcony, then gave a tiny, discreet tap on the slightly ajar door. There was no audible response. Jackson glanced around with a quick, furtive look, then slipped inside the open doors. Miss Marple's eyebrows rose slightly in surprise. She considered for a moment, then moved to the door leading into the adjoining bathroom. Entering from the passageway, she found Jackson spinning around from his examination of the shelf above the wash-basin. He looked thoroughly taken aback, which was hardly surprising. "Oh," he stammered. I didn't, Mr. Jackson," said Miss Marple, with an air of great astonishment. "I thought you might be somewhere about," Jackson replied smoothly. "Did you need something?" Miss Marple inquired. "Actually," said Jackson, holding up a jar, "I was just looking at Mrs. Kendall's brand of face cream." Miss Marple noted how adroit he was to mention the item already in his hand. "Pleasant scent," he remarked, wrinkling his nose.
quite a decent product, as these preparations go. The cheaper varieties don't suit every skin, can bring out a rash, just as likely as not. Same goes for some face powders. You seem remarkably knowledgeable on the subject, observed Miss Marple. Jackson mentioned he'd spent some time in the pharmaceutical industry. You pick up quite a bit about cosmetics in that line, he remarked. Put something in a fancy container, wrap it up nice, and it's amazing what women will pay for it. Miss Marple began to ask if that was what he then deliberately stopped herself. Well, no, Jackson agreed. I didn't come in here to talk about face creams. He hasn't had much time to invent a story, Miss Marple thought. Let's see what he comes up with. Actually, Jackson went on, Mrs. Walters let Mrs. Kendall borrow her lipstick the other day. I just stepped in to fetch it back for her. I tapped on the window, saw Mrs. Kendall was sound asleep, so I figured it'd be fine to slip into the bathroom and look around. I understand, said Miss Marple. Did you find it? Jackson shook his head. Probably tucked in one of her purses, he said casually. I won't worry about it. Mrs. Walters only mentioned it in passing. He glanced over the toiletries on the counter. Doesn't keep much here, does she? Then again, at her age, she doesn't need much. Good skin, naturally. You must see women with a rather different eye than most men, Miss Marple observed pleasantly. I suppose different jobs give you different perspectives. You know a fair amount about drugs, then? Oh, yes. Got a working knowledge of them. Honestly, there are too many floating around these days. Too many tranquilizers, pep pills, so-called miracle cures, fine if they're prescribed, but plenty you can get without. Some can be downright dangerous. I imagine so, Miss Marple replied. Yes, I suppose they can be. They really affect behavior, you know. A lot of that teenage hysteria you hear about. It's not always natural. Kids are taking things. Nothing new, of course. People have known about it for ages, out in the East. Not that I've been all sorts of strange things used to happen. You'd be surprised what some women slip their husbands. Take India back in the day. A young wife married to an old man. She might not want to get rid of him because she'd be burned on his funeral pyre or shunned if she survived. No great life for a widow then. But she could keep him doped up, make him half imbecile, give him visions, drive him practically out of his mind. He shook his head. Plenty of dirty business, he continued. And witches. Now there's an interesting topic. We understand a lot more now about why they always confessed, why they were so quick to say they'd flown on broomsticks to their Sabbaths. Torture, Miss Marple suggested. Not always, Jackson countered. Sure, torture explains a lot, but some of them boasted about it almost before anyone laid a hand on them. They'd rub themselves with ointment, anointing they called it, belladonna, atropine, things like that. Rubbed on the skin, they give you hallucinations of floating, flying through the air. Those poor souls thought it was real. Then there were the assassins, medieval groups out in Syria, Lebanon, places like that. They were fed Indian hemp, given visions of paradise and Uris and endless time, told that's what awaited them after death. But to get there, they had to carry out a ritual killing. I'm putting it plainly, but that's the gist. The gist, Miss Marple said, seems to be that people are remarkably credulous. Well, yes, you could put it that way. They believe what they're told, Miss Marple mused. And we're all rather inclined to do that, aren't we? She added thoughtfully. Then she asked pointedly, who exactly shared those tales about India with you, the ones about husbands being drugged with datura? Before he could reply, she pressed on. Was it Major Palgrave? Jackson appeared momentarily taken aback. Well, yes, it was. He told me quite a few stories along those lines. Most of it probably happened long before his time, but he certainly spoke as if he knew the details. Major Palgrave had a habit of believing he was an authority on nearly everything, Miss Marple remarked. His accounts to people were frequently unreliable. She gave a thoughtful shake of her head. That man, she said quietly, bears a significant responsibility. A faint noise came from the neighbouring bedroom. Miss Marple turned swiftly. She hurried from the bathroom to find Lucky Dyson standing just inside the window, looking startled. Oh, I didn't realise you were here, Miss Marple. I merely stepped into the bathroom for a moment, Miss Marple replied with a touch of old-fashioned propriety.
Back in the bathroom, Jackson smiled to himself. Such Victorian decorum always struck him as amusing. "I only wondered if you'd like me to sit with Molly for a while," Lucky offered, glancing toward the bed. "She's asleep, isn't she?" "I believe so," said Miss Marple. "But it's perfectly all right, my dear. You go and enjoy yourself. I thought you would join the day's outing." "I intended to," Lucky explained, "but I developed such a dreadful headache that I decided to stay behind at the last minute. I thought I might as well be of some use." "That was very considerate of you," Miss Marple said. She settled back into the chair beside the bed and took up her knitting. "I am quite content here." Lucky hesitated briefly before turning to leave. Once she was gone, Miss Marple waited a moment, then slipped back into the bathroom. Jackson had already left, presumably through the other door. Miss Marple picked up the jar of face cream he had been holding and discreetly tucked it into her pocket. A man in her life? Arranging a casual conversation with Dr. Graham proved more challenging than Miss Marple had anticipated. She was especially careful not to approach him directly, wanting to avoid drawing any undue attention to the questions she needed to ask. Tim was back attending to Molly, and Miss Marple had arranged to relieve him during the dinner service when he was required in the dining room. He had assured her that either Mrs. Dyson or Mrs. Hillingdon would be willing to help, but Miss Marple insisted firmly that the younger women should enjoy their evening, and that she herself preferred a light meal early, an arrangement that suited everyone. Tim thanked her warmly once again, loitering somewhat uncertainly near the hotel, and along the pathway that connected to the various bungalows, including Dr. Graham's. Miss Marple tried to formulate her next steps. Her mind was a jumble of conflicting ideas, and if there was one thing Miss Marple disliked, it was mental confusion. This entire affair had begun clearly enough. Major Palgrave, with his unfortunate tendency to tell stories, his indiscretion that had clearly been overheard, and the inevitable consequence, his death within 24 hours. Nothing puzzling about that, Miss Marple thought. But afterward she had to admit there was nothing but puzzle. Everything seemed to point in a dozen different directions at once. Once you admitted you couldn't believe a word anyone said, that no one could be trusted, and that so many people here reminded her uncomfortably of certain residents back in St. Mary Mead. Where did that leave you? Her thoughts returned persistently to the intended victim. Someone was meant to die, and she had a growing conviction that she ought to know exactly who that someone was. There had been a clue. Something she had overheard, noticed, observed, something someone had told her that connected to the case. Joan Prescott? The name floated in her mind, unhelpful and vague. An unexpected memory surfaced. Then a brief exchange days ago near the tennis courts, a remark about changed travel plans and a sudden secretive meeting she had witnessed from her balcony. It was a trivial thing, hardly worth noting at the time, but now it took on a sharper, more sinister shape. Joan Prescott had shared a great many opinions about a great many people. Scandal? Gossip? What precisely had she revealed? Gregory Dyson, Lucky, Miss Marple's thoughts lingered on Lucky. Lucky, she was certain with the conviction born of her innate distrust, had been directly involved in the passing of Gregory Dyson's first wife. All the evidence suggested it. Could it be that the intended victim she was fretting over was Gregory Dyson himself? That Lucky planned to try her fortune once more with a different spouse, and for that purpose desired not merely freedom, but the substantial inheritance she would receive as Gregory Dyson's widow. But honestly, Miss Marple told herself, this is nothing but speculation. I'm being foolish. I know I'm being foolish. The answer must be perfectly obvious if one could only sweep away the clutter. Far too much clutter. That's the entire problem. Having a conversation with yourself? Inquired Mr. Raphael. Miss Marple gave a start. She hadn't observed his approach. Esther Walters was assisting him as he made his slow way from his bungalow toward the terrace. I truly didn't see you, Mr. Raphael. Your lips were moving. What's happened to all that urgency you were feeling? The urgency remains, Miss Marple replied. Only I can't quite perceive what should be perfectly clear. I'm relieved it's that straightforward. Well, if you require any assistance, you can rely on me. He turned his head as Jackson came along the path toward them. So there you are, Jackson.
Where on earth have you been? Never around when I need you. My apologies, Mr. Raphael. Skillfully, Jackson slipped his shoulder under Mr. Raphael's for support. Shall we head to the terrace, sir? You can take me to the bar, Mr. Raphael instructed. That's fine, Esther. You may go and change for the evening now. Meet me on the terrace in 30 minutes. He and Jackson departed together. Mrs. Walters settled into the chair beside Miss Marple, gently rubbing her arm. He seems quite slight, she remarked, but at the moment my arm feels completely numb. I haven't seen you at all this afternoon, Miss Marple. No, I've been keeping Molly Kendall company, Miss Marple explained. She appears to be significantly improved. If you want my opinion, there was never very much wrong with her to begin with, said Esther Walters, her tone decidedly dry. Miss Marple raised her eyebrows. You mean you believe her suicide attempt? I don't believe there was any genuine suicide attempt, Esther Walters stated flatly. I don't for a moment think she ingested a real overdose, and I suspect Dr. Graham is perfectly aware of that fact. Now you have my full attention, said Miss Marple. I wonder what makes you say so? Because I'm nearly certain it's true. Oh, it's a common enough occurrence. It's a method, I suppose, of drawing attention to oneself, Esther Walters continued. You'll be sorry when I'm gone, Miss Marple quoted softly. Precisely that sort of sentiment, agreed Esther Walters, though I don't believe that was the primary motive in this specific instance. That's what you feel when your husband is neglecting you and you're desperately in love with him. You don't think Molly Kendall is in love with her husband? Well, said Esther Walters, do you? Miss Marple considered. I have, she admitted, more or less taken it for granted. She paused briefly before adding, perhaps incorrectly. Esther offered her rather cynical smile. I've heard a little about her, you know, about the entire situation. From Miss Prescott? Oh, said Esther, from one or two sources. There's another man involved, someone she was deeply fond of. Her family was utterly opposed to him. Yes, Miss Marple acknowledged. I did hear something to that effect. And then she married Tim. Perhaps she cared for him in a way, but the other man didn't relinquish his pursuit. I've wondered once or twice if he didn't actually follow her here. Really? But who might that be? I've no idea who, Esther replied, and I should imagine they've been exceedingly discreet. You think her affections lie with this other man? Esther merely shrugged her shoulders, leaving the question hanging in the warm evening air. A sudden, sharp cry from a bird in the distant palms punctuated the silence, a stark reminder that not all dramas played out in the open. I suppose he was a bad sort, she remarked, but that's often the very sort who knows how to burrow into a woman's heart and remain there. Did you ever learn anything specific about him? What he was like? What he might have done? Esther shook her head. No. People make guesses, but you can't rely on that. He might have been married. That could be why her family objected. Or he might have been genuinely wicked. Maybe he drank. Maybe he had trouble with the law. I really don't know. But she still holds a torch for him. That much I am certain of. You've observed something, heard something. Miss Marple ventured. I know what I'm talking about, Esther replied, her tone sharp and distant. These killings, Miss Marple began. Can't you let the murders alone? Esther cut in. You've got Mr. Reviel mixed up in them now. Why not just leave it be? You'll never uncover anything more, I'm sure of that. Miss Marple studied her. You believe you know the truth, don't you? I think I do. Yes, I'm fairly confident. Then shouldn't you share what you know, take some action? Why should I? What good would it do? I couldn't prove a thing. And what would happen anyway? People get off so lightly these days. They call it diminished responsibility and such, a few years in prison, and they're out again, perfectly fine. But what if, because you stay silent, someone else is killed, another victim? Esther shook her head with conviction. That won't happen, she said. You can't be certain of that. I am certain, and anyway, I don't see who. She frowned. Besides, she added, almost as an afterthought, perhaps it is diminished responsibility. Perhaps you can't help it, not if you're truly unbalanced. Oh, I don't know. Honestly, the best thing would be if she just ran off with whoever it is. and then we could all put this behind us." She glanced at her watch, gave a startled gasp, and stood up. "I must go and change." Miss Marple remained seated, watching her go. Pronouns, she reflected, were always tricky, and women like Esther Walters had a particular habit of scattering them about carelessly. Was Esther convinced, for some reason, that a woman was behind the deaths of Major Palgrave and Victoria? It certainly seemed so. Miss Marple pondered this. Ah, Miss Marple, sitting here all alone and not even knitting. It was Dr. Graham, whom she had been trying to find for so long without success, and here he was, ready to sit down for a brief chat. He wouldn't stay long, Miss Marple thought, because he too was headed to change for dinner, and he usually dined quite early. She mentioned that she had spent the afternoon sitting with Molly Kendall. "It's hard to believe she's recovered so well and so quickly," she said. "Oh, well," Dr. Graham replied, "it's not too surprising. She didn't take a very large overdose, you know. But I understood she'd swallowed nearly half a bottle of pills." Dr. Graham smiled gently. "No," he said, "I don't think it was that much. She may have intended to, but probably tossed half away at the last moment. People, even when they think they want to end their lives, often don't truly mean it. They manage not to take a full dose. It isn't always deliberate deception. Sometimes it's just the subconscious protecting itself. Or," Miss Marple paused, "it might have been deliberate, wanting it to look like." "It's possible," Dr. Graham agreed. "If she and Tim had a quarrel, for instance." "They don't really quarrel, you know. They seem very devoted. Still, I suppose it can happen once. No, I don't think there's much wrong with her now. She could get up and go about as usual, but it's safer to keep her resting for another day or two." He rose, gave a cheerful nod, and headed toward the hotel. Miss Marple stayed where she was a little longer, the evening breeze carrying the scent of jasmine from the garden, a small, unexpected detail that sharpened her focus. Her thoughts drifted back to Esther's words, turning them over with a new, almost sarcastic clarity. How convenient, she mused, for everyone to plead ignorance or imbalance when the truth sat plainly before them. But then, wasn't that just human nature? To look away, to excuse, to hope the problem would simply vanish on its own. A whirlwind of images and suspicions swirled through her mind, the hidden book beneath Molly's mattress, the girl's unconvincing pretense of sleep, the pointed remarks from Joan Prescott and Esther Walters. Her thoughts circled back to the very start, to Major Palgrave. There was a detail there, just out of reach, something crucial about the Major that danced at the edge of her memory, something she felt she desperately needed to recall. 23, the final day. I and the evening and the morning were the final day, Miss Marple murmured to herself. A moment later, feeling slightly disoriented, she straightened in her chair. She had actually dozed off, a remarkable feat, considering the steel band was playing at full volume. If anyone could sleep through that racket, she mused. It showed she was becoming far too accustomed to this tropical resort. What was that misquotation, last day? No, it should be the first day. This was certainly not the beginning. And, she hoped with a sudden chill, it was not truly the end either. She sat up fully, acknowledging a deep weariness that weighed on her bones. The persistent anxiety, the nagging sense of having failed in some fundamental duty clung to her. Unpleasantly, she recalled again that sly, secretive glance Molly had given her from beneath half-closed lids. What dark thoughts had been churning behind that young girl's eyes? How utterly different everything had seemed at the beginning, she reflected. Tim and Molly Kendall, the picture of a cheerful, carefree young couple. The Hillingdons, so perfectly pleasant and well-mannered, the very definition of nice people. Then there was the boisterous Greg Dyson and his loud, vivacious wife Lucky, always talking a mile a minute, perpetually pleased with themselves and the world. It had appeared to be a delightful foursome, getting on splendidly. Canon Prescott was the epitome of genial kindness, while his wife Joan, though possessing a certain ascetic streak, was fundamentally a decent woman. Such women needed their gossip. It was a necessary diversion. They had a compulsion to know the neighborhood news, to calculate when 2 and 2 made 4, and on occasion, to creatively stretch the sum to 5. There was no real malice in it. Their tongues might wag, but they were the first to offer kindness in times of trouble. Mr. Raphael was a true personality, a man of formidable character whom one could never possibly forget. But Miss Marple believed she understood something more about him. He had often mentioned doctors giving him up, but this time, she sensed, their pronouncements had carried a grim finality. Mr. Raphael knew his time was precisely measured. Knowing death was a certainty, not just a possibility, what action might such a man take? Miss Marple turned the question over. The answer, she felt, could be significant. What were his exact words, delivered in a voice a little too loud, a little too insistent? Miss Marple was an expert in tones of voice. A lifetime of listening had honed the skill. Mr. Raphael, she was convinced, had been telling her something that was not true. She looked around the terrace. The night air was soft, laden with the perfume of tropical flowers. The tables with their small lanterns, the women in their pretty dresses, Evelyn in a dark blue and white pattern, Lucky in a sleek white gown, her golden hair gleaming under the lights. Everyone seemed unusually animated and full of life this evening. Even Tim Kendall was smiling broadly. He passed her table and paused. "Can't thank you enough," he said warmly. "Molly's almost back to her old self. The doctor says she can get up tomorrow." Miss Marple managed to smile and said she was very glad to hear it, though the effort felt considerable. She was, quite decidedly, exhausted. She rose and walked slowly back to her bungalow. She longed to continue puzzling, to piece together the fragments of facts, telling words, and significant glances. But her tired mind refused. It insisted, "Sleep. You must go to sleep." After undressing and getting into bed, Miss Marple read a few comforting verses from her well-worn copy of Thomas à Kempis, then turned out the light. In the darkness, she sent up a quiet prayer. One couldn't manage everything alone. Divine assistance was required. "Surely nothing will happen tonight," she whispered into the stillness, more a hopeful plea than a statement. Miss Marple awoke abruptly, sitting bolt upright in bed. Her heart was pounding. She fumbled for the switch, flooding the room with light, and glanced at the small clock on her nightstand. It was 2 a.m. At 2 a.m. the sound of movement outside stirred Miss Marple from her bed. She wrapped herself in a robe and slippers, tied a wool scarf over her hair, and stepped out to investigate. Figures moved in the darkness, their flashlight beams cutting through the night, spotting Canon Prescott among them. She approached. "What is going on, Miss Marple?" "It's Molly Kendall," he said, his voice tense. Her husband woke to find her gone. "We're searching for her now." He hurried off, and Miss Marple followed at a slower pace. Where would Molly have gone, and why? Had she waited for this moment, when the watch over her had eased and her husband slept soundly, to slip away intentionally? That seemed likely to Miss Marple. But the motive eluded her. Was there another man involved, as Esther Walters had strongly implied? If so, who could it possibly be? Or was there a darker, more frightening reason? As she walked, Miss Marple scanned the grounds, peering into the shadows beneath the bushes. Then from a distance beyond the hotel property, near the narrow creek that wound toward the sea, a faint call reached her. "Over here. This way." She moved as quickly as she could toward the sound. The number of searchers, she realized, was fewer than it had first appeared. Most guests were still asleep in their cottages. Up ahead on the creek bank, a small group had gathered. Someone rushed past her, nearly knocking her over in his haste. It was Tim Kendall. Moments later, his anguished cry cut through the night. "Molly! My God, Molly!" It took Miss Marple a minute to reach the cluster of people, a Cuban waiter, Evelyn Hillingdon, and 2 local maids who had parted to let Tim through. He was kneeling now, bending over the form in the water. Miss Marple saw the scene clearly. The girl's body lay in the creek, her face submerged, her blonde hair fanned out over the pale green embroidered shawl around her shoulders. Surrounded by reeds and floating leaves, the image struck Miss Marple with an eerie theatrical quality, like a tragic scene from a play. As Tim reached out to touch her, Miss Marple's practical nature took command. "Do not move her, Mr. Kendall," she said firmly. "She must not be disturbed." Tim looked up, his face blank with shock. "But it's Molly. I have to." Evelyn Hillingdon placed a hand on his shoulder. She's gone, Tim. I checked for a pulse. I didn't move her, but there's no sign of life. Dead? Tim's voice was disbelieving. You mean she drowned herself? It appears that way, Evelyn said gently. But why? The word burst from him like a sob. She was so happy just earlier. We were making plans for tomorrow. Why would this terrible urge come over her again? Why sneak out into the night, come down here alone? What kind of despair was she hiding that she couldn't share with me? I don't know, dear, Evelyn murmured. I truly don't, Miss Marple interjected. Someone must fetch Dr. Graham, and the police will need to be notified. The police? Tim gave a bitter, hollow laugh. What good will they do? It is procedure in a case like this, Miss Marple replied evenly. Tim rose unsteadily to his feet. I'll get Graham, he said, his voice heavy. Maybe he can still do something. He stumbled back toward the hotel. Evelyn and Miss Marple stood together, looking down at the still form. Evelyn shook her head. It's too late. She's cold. She must have been gone an hour or more. What a complete tragedy. They always seemed so content together. I suppose she was never truly stable. No, said Miss Marple quietly. I do not believe she was unstable. Evelyn glanced at her, curious. What do you mean? Just then the moon emerged from behind a cloud, casting a silvery, luminous glow over Molly's spread hair. Miss Marple drew in a sharp, sudden breath. She leaned closer, her hand reaching out to brush the golden hair. Her voice, when she spoke to Evelyn Hillingdon, held a new and unfamiliar tone. We should be certain, she said quietly. Evelyn stared at her, confused. But you insisted to Tim that nothing should be disturbed. I know, but the moonlight changes things. I hadn't seen clearly before. Her finger indicated a spot. With a gentle touch, she parted the blonde strands, revealing the roots beneath. Evelyn gasped sharply. Lucky! After a pause, she said it again, the realization settling in. Not Molly, Lucky. Miss Marple gave a slow nod. Their hair was a similar shade, but hers was dyed. The roots gave her away. But she's wearing Molly's shawl. She admired it. I recall her saying she intended to find one just like it. Evidently she succeeded. So that's how we were misled. Evelyn's words trailed off as she met Miss Marple's steady gaze. Someone, Miss Marple said, must inform her husband. There was a heavy silence before Evelyn replied. Very well, I'll do it. She turned and walked away, her figure disappearing between the palm trees. Miss Marple stood perfectly still for a moment, then tilted her head slightly. Yes, Colonel Hillingdon? Edward Hillingdon emerged from the shadows behind her to stand at her side. You knew I was there. Your shadow gave you away, Miss Marple replied. They stood in silence for a beat. He spoke softly, as if to himself. So, in the end, her luck ran out. You are, I think, not sorry she is dead. Does that shock you? I won't deny it. I am glad she is gone. Death can be a final solution to many troubles. Edward Hillingdon turned his head slowly. Miss Marple met his gaze with unflinching calm. If you imagine, he began, taking a sudden, threatening step toward her, his voice hardening. Miss Marple said quietly, Your wife will return with Mr. Dyson shortly, or Miss Kendall will arrive with Dr. Graham. Edward Hillingdon relaxed, the tension draining from him. He turned back to look down at the still form. Miss Marple slipped away without another word, her pace quickening as she went. Just before reaching her own bungalow, she paused. It was here she had sat that afternoon, chatting with Major Palgrave. She remembered him fumbling with his wallet, searching for that photograph. She recalled how his face had suddenly flushed a deep, mottled purple. So unpleasant, as Signora de Gaspero had remarked. He has the evil eye. The evil eye. I, 24, Nemesis, whatever disturbances had occurred through the night. Mr. Raphael remained blissfully unaware, lost in a deep and snoring sleep. He was jolted awake by a firm shaking of his shoulders. What on earth is this? It is I, said Miss Marple. for once abandoning perfect grammar, though perhaps a stronger term is warranted. The Greeks, I believe, had the right word for it. Nemesis, unless I am mistaken. Mr. Raphael pushed himself up on his pillows as far as he could, peering at her. In the moonlight, with a soft pink wool scarf wrapped around her head, Miss Marple looked about as far from a figure of vengeance as one could imagine. "So you're Nemesis, are you?" said Mr. Raphael after a moment. "I intend to be," she replied, "with your assistance. Would you mind explaining, in plain terms, what you are talking about? Bursting in here in the middle of the night. I fear we may need to act with haste. Great haste. I have been remarkably foolish. I should have understood from the very start what all this was about. It was really quite straightforward." "What was straightforward? What are you referring to?" "You slept through a considerable event," said Miss Marple. "A body was discovered. We initially believed it to be Molly Kendall. It was not. It was Lucky Dyson. Found drowned in the creek." "Lucky, you say," said Mr. Raphael. "And drowned? In the creek. Did she drown herself, or was she drowned by someone else?" "Someone drowned her," Miss Marple confirmed. "I understand. At least I believe I do. That is what you mean by it being simple, isn't it? Greg Dyson was always the most likely suspect, and it seems he is the correct one. Is that your conclusion? And what truly frightens you is the possibility he might escape justice entirely." Miss Marple drew a steadying breath. "Mr. Raphael, will you place your trust in me? We must act now to prevent a murder. I was under the impression one had already occurred. That death was a tragic mistake. Another is imminent. There is not a moment to spare. We must intervene immediately." "That's easy to say," Mr. Raphael countered. "You keep saying we. What exactly am I supposed to do? I can barely walk unaided. How are you and I supposed to stop a killer? You're hardly a spring chicken, and I'm a shattered old relic." "I was considering Jackson," Miss Marple replied. "Jackson follows your instructions, does he not?" "Without question," said Mr. Raphael, "particularly if I imply a financial incentive. Is that your plan?" "Precisely. Instruct him to accompany me and to follow any order I give." Mr. Raphael studied her for a long moment. "Agreed. I suppose this is the greatest gamble I've ever taken. Well, it wouldn't be the first." He raised his voice. "Jackson." Simultaneously, he pressed the electric bell beside his hand. In under half a minute, Jackson entered from the adjoining room. "You called, sir. Is everything all right?" He stopped short, his eyes fixed on Miss Marple. "Listen carefully, Jackson. You will go with Miss Marple. You will go wherever she directs and follow her instructions without hesitation. Is that clear?" Yes, sir." "And for your cooperation," Mr. Raphael added, "you will be generously compensated." "Thank you, sir. Come along, Mr. Jackson," said Miss Marple. She glanced back at Mr. Raphael as they moved to leave. "We'll ask Mrs. Walters to attend to you on our way out. Have her help you dress and bring you along." "Bring me where?" "To the Kendalls' bungalow," Miss Marple stated. "I believe Molly will be returning there." Molly ascended the path from the shore, her gaze locked straight ahead. A soft, distressed whimper escaped her now and then. She climbed the steps to the veranda, hesitated briefly, then pushed the window open and entered the lit but empty bedroom. Crossing to the bed, she sat down, occasionally pressing a hand to her forehead as if trying to clear a fog. After a furtive glance around the room, she slid her hand beneath the mattress and retrieved the hidden book. She was hunched over its pages, searching for a particular entry when the sound of frantic footsteps outside made her start. With a guilty jerk, she shoved the book behind her back just as Tim Kendall burst into the room, breathless with relief. "Thank God! Where have you been?" "I've been looking everywhere." "I went down to the inlet." "You went?" He stopped himself. "Right, the inlet. But I couldn't stay. I just couldn't. There was someone in the water, and she was dead." "You mean for a while?" "I was terrified. It was you. I only just learned it was Lucky." "I didn't kill her, Tim. I swear I didn't. I'm certain. I mean, I would remember doing something like that, wouldn't I?" Tim slowly sank onto the foot of the bed. "You didn't. Are you absolutely sure that?" He shook his head vehemently. No. Of course you didn't. His voice rose, almost shouting the denial. Don't even let that thought take root, Molly. Lucky drowned herself. It's obvious. Hillingdon had ended things with her. She just went and laid her face in the water. Lucky would never do that. She wasn't the type. But I didn't kill her. I swear it. Sweetheart, I know you didn't. He tried to pull her into an embrace, but she stiffened and pulled away. A bitter, sarcastic laugh suddenly broke from her. I used to think this place was paradise, all sunshine and calm seas. What a joke. It's not sunlight at all. It's just a very convincing glare hiding all the shadows. She wrapped her arms around herself, her earlier fear hardening into a cold, clear-eyed resolve. This place is poisoned, Tim. It feels beautiful, but it's rotting from the inside, and we're right in the middle of it. A dark shape loomed, immense and consuming, swallowing her whole. I'm trapped inside it, Molly's voice climbed to a frantic pitch, and I can't escape. For heaven's sake, Molly, quiet! Tim moved swiftly to the bathroom, returning with a glass of water. Here, drink this. It will calm your nerves. My teeth won't stop, she stammered, her body trembling. I can't hold anything. You can, my dear. Sit here. Guiding her to the edge of the bed, he wrapped an arm around her shoulders and brought the glass to her lips. Just a sip. There now. From the window, a clear voice cut through the tension. Jackson, instructed Miss Marple. Go over there immediately, take that glass from him and secure it. Be on your guard. He is strong and likely quite desperate. Jackson was a man motivated by two things: the promise of substantial payment from a respected employer and the considerable physical strength honed by years of disciplined training. He did not question orders. He acted. In an instant, he was across the room, one hand clamped over the glass Tim held to Molly's mouth, while his other arm locked around Tim in a firm hold. With a deft twist of his wrist, Jackson wrenched the glass away. Tim whirled on him, eyes wild. Have you lost your mind? Let go of me. What do you think you're doing? He fought against Jackson's grip, but the larger man held him fast. Keep hold of him, Jackson, Miss Marple said calmly. What is the meaning of this? Demanded Mr. Raphael, entering through the window with Esther Walters supporting him. Your employee has gone completely insane, Tim shouted, struggling. That's what's happening. Order him to release me. No, Miss Marple stated simply. Mr. Raphael turned to her. Explain yourself, Nemesis. We require a full account. I have been foolish and blind, Miss Marple admitted, a new, sharper edge to her tone. But my eyes are open now. Once the contents of that glass are analysed, I would stake everything on finding a lethal dose of sedative. It is the same pattern, you see, identical to the story Major Palgrave recounted. A despondent wife makes an attempt on her life, and the heroic husband arrives just in time to save her. Then, on the second attempt, she succeeds. It is the correct pattern. Major Palgrave told me that story, showed me a photograph, and then he looked up and saw. Over your right shoulder? Mr. Raphael interjected. No, Miss Marple corrected, shaking her head with a hint of grim amusement at her own prior error. He did not see anything over my right shoulder. I was utterly mistaken, stupid beyond belief. It appeared he was glaring past me, but he could not have been looking to the right. He was using his left eye, and that eye was made of glass. I recall now, he had a glass eye, Mr. Raphael said. I had forgotten. You mean he was blind on that side? He could see perfectly well, Miss Marple clarified, but only with his right eye. Therefore whatever, or whoever caught his attention, was not to my right, but to my left. Was there someone on your left? Indeed, Miss Marple replied. Tim Kendall and his wife were seated not far away, at a table beside a large hibiscus bush, going over their accounts. So, the Major looked up. His glass eye gave the illusion of staring over my shoulder, but what his good eye truly saw was a man sitting by a hibiscus bush, a face that matched, though older, the one in the photograph. Also by a hibiscus bush, Tim Kendall heard the story and realized the Major had recognized him. Consequently, he had to silence the Major. Later, He was forced to deal with the girl, Victoria, because she had seen him placing a bottle of pills in the Major's room. It seemed innocent enough at first, as it was quite normal for Tim to enter the guests' bungalows on various errands. He might have simply been returning an item left behind at a restaurant. But she considered it, questioned him, and so he had to remove her. This, however, is the true murder, the one he had been plotting from the start. He is a wife-killer, you understand. What? Absolute rubbish, what? Tim Kendall yelled. A sudden, furious cry pierced the air. Esther Walters broke away from Mr. Raphael, nearly knocking him over, and rushed across the room. She pulled uselessly at Jackson. "Let him go, let him go! It isn't true! Not a single word is true! Tim, darling, it can't be! You could never hurt anyone, I know you couldn't, I know you wouldn't! It's that awful woman you married! She's been spreading lies about you! They're all false! I believe in you. I love you and I trust you. I'll never listen to what anyone says. Then Tim Kendall's composure shattered. "For heaven's sake, you stupid woman," he snapped. "Be quiet, can't you? Do you want to see me executed? Shut up, I'm telling you. Shut that enormous, unattractive mouth of yours." "Poor, foolish creature," murmured Mr. Raphael quietly. "So that's been the situation, has it? 25. Miss Marple uses her imagination." "So that was the real story," said Mr. Raphael. He and Miss Marple were seated together in a private conversation. "She was involved with Tim Kendall, then?" "I wouldn't call it an involvement precisely," Miss Marple replied with a touch of formality. "It was, I believe, a sentimental attachment with the expectation of marriage later on." "What? After his wife passed away?" "I don't believe poor Esther Walters knew Molly was going to die," said Miss Marple. "I think she accepted the story Tim Kendall told her about Molly being infatuated with another man who had followed her here, and I imagine she relied on Tim obtaining a divorce. I believe it was all quite proper and respectable. But she was deeply in love with him. Well, that's easy to grasp. He was a charming fellow. But what drew him to her? Do you understand that as well?" "You know the reason, don't you?" said Miss Marple. "I suppose I have a fairly good notion, but I don't see how you could be aware of it. For that matter, I don't see how Tim Kendall could have known either." "Well, I believe I could piece it together with a little creative thinking, though it would be simpler if you told me." "I'm not going to tell you," said Mr. Raphael. "You explain it since you're being so clever." "Well, it seems possible to me," said Miss Marple, "that, as I've already suggested, your man Jackson was in the habit of thoroughly examining your various documents from time to time." "Entirely possible," said Mr. Raphael. "But I wouldn't have thought there was anything there that could benefit him much. I made sure of that." "I imagine," said Miss Marple, "he read your will." "Oh, I see. Yes, I did have a copy of my will with me." "You told me," said Miss Marple, "you told me very distinctly that you had not left anything to Esther Walters in your will. You had made that fact very clear to her, and also to Jackson. That was true in Jackson's case, I should think. You have not left him anything, but you had left Esther Walters a sum of money, though you had no intention of letting her suspect it. Isn't that correct?" "Yes, it's perfectly correct, but I don't know how you figured it out." "Well, it was the particular way you emphasized the point," said Miss Marple. "I have some experience in recognizing when people are not telling the truth." "I surrender," said Mr. Raphael. "All right, I left Esther $50,000. It would have been a pleasant surprise for her when I died. I suppose that, knowing this, Tim Kendall decided to eliminate his current wife with a suitable dose of something and then marry $50,000 and Esther Walters, possibly to dispose of her as well in due course." "But how did he know she was going to receive $50,000? Jackson told him." "Naturally," said Miss Marple. "Those two were quite friendly. In fact, they were seen having a rather intense conversation near the hotel gardens just last week, which certainly adds a new layer to their association. Tim Kendall was genuinely pleasant to Jackson, and I believe he had no hidden agenda. However, in the course of their casual conversations, Jackson likely let slip a crucial piece of information. Esther Walters was set to inherit a substantial fortune, though she was completely unaware of it. Jackson probably also mentioned his own hopes of marrying Esther, despite having made little progress in winning her affection. That, I suspect, is how the seed was planted. "Your imagined scenarios always sound so reasonable," remarked Mr. Raphael. "But I was foolish, Miss Marple," admitted. "Terribly foolish. All the pieces actually fit together quite neatly. Tim Kendall was not only wicked but also exceptionally clever, especially skilled at spreading rumours. I'd wager half the gossip I've heard here originated with him. There were tales about Molly being infatuated with some unsuitable young man, but I have a strong feeling that man was Tim Kendall himself, operating under a different name at the time. Her family likely heard unsettling rumours about his dubious background, so he crafted a performance of wounded pride, refusing to be paraded before Molly's parents. Then he and Molly concocted a little scheme they found terribly amusing. She pretended to be heartbroken over him. Shortly after, a perfectly respectable Tim Kendall appeared, armed with references from old family friends, and her parents welcomed him with open arms, seeing him as the ideal suitor to erase the memory of the previous rogue. I imagine Molly and he shared many private laughs over the deception. He married her, used her money to buy into this resort, and they settled here. I suspect he went through her funds at an alarming rate. Then Esther Walters entered the picture, presenting him with a fresh opportunity for wealth. "Why didn't he try to kill me?" Mr. Raphael inquired. Miss Marple hesitated. "I expect he wanted to be certain of Mrs. Walters first. And besides," she trailed off, slightly flustered. "Besides, he knew he wouldn't have to wait very long." Mr. Raphael finished for her, his tone turning dry and sardonic. "A natural death for a wealthy man like me is far more convenient. Millionaires' deaths are examined rather closely, aren't they? Not like those of inconvenient wives, which can so easily be brushed aside as tragic accidents or fragile nerves." "Yes, you're quite right. He told such a web of lies," Miss Marple continued. "Consider the falsehoods he made Molly believe, leaving that book on psychiatric disorders for her to find, administering drugs that induced terrifying dreams and hallucinations. Your Jackson was rather sharp about that, you know. I think he recognized Molly's symptoms as drug-induced. His poking around in the bungalow that day, examining her face cream, wasn't idle curiosity. He might have recalled old stories about witches using belladonna in their ointments. Belladonna in a cosmetic could produce precisely those effects: blackouts, lost time, sensations of flying. No wonder she became terrified of her own mind. She displayed all the signs of mental illness, and Jackson was on the right trail. He may have even gotten the idea from Major Palgrave's endless tales about Indian women using datura on their husbands." "Major Palgrave?" Mr. Raphael exclaimed. "That man, really?" "His stories indirectly caused his own murder," Miss Marple said soberly. "And poor Victoria's, and they nearly caused Molly's. But for all his faults, he did possess one grim talent. He could recognize a murderer." "What finally made you remember about his glass eye?" Mr. Raphael asked with curiosity. "Something Signora de Caspiero said. She was spouting some superstitious nonsense about him being ugly and having the evil eye. I remarked it was merely a glass eye and he couldn't help it, poor man. She insisted his eyes looked in different directions, that they were cross-eyed, which, of course, they were, and that it brought bad luck. In that moment I knew I had heard something vital that day. Last night, after Lucky's death, it finally surfaced in my memory. That was the missing piece. And then it hit me. There wasn't a moment to lose. How did Tim Kendall end up killing the wrong woman? Pure, cruel chance. His scheme was carefully laid, after convincing everyone, including Molly herself, that she was mentally unstable. He gave her a heavy dose of the drug he'd been using. He told her they would work together to solve the recent murders. Once the resort was quiet, they were to meet separately at a spot by the creek. He claimed he knew the killer's identity and they would set a trap. Molly, dazed and slowed by the medication, went as instructed, but arrived late. Tim got there first. In the dim light, he saw a figure with golden hair and a pale green shawl. Believing it was Molly, he came up from behind, covered her mouth, and forced her face down into the water, holding her there. What a charming man. But wouldn't it have been simpler to just give her a fatal overdose? Much simpler, of course, but that would have raised immediate suspicion. Remember, All sedatives and narcotics had been meticulously kept away from Molly. If she suddenly had access, her husband would be the prime suspect. However, if she were to drown herself in a fit of despair while her husband slept innocently, it would be written off as a tragic accident, a neat romantic ending with no messy questions. Besides, murderers have a terrible habit of overcomplicating things. They just can't help adding extra layers to their plans. You seem to have murderers all figured out? So you believe Tim had no idea he'd killed the wrong person? Miss Marple shook her head. He never even looked at her face. He hurried away, let an hour pass to build an alibi, and then began the frantic performance of a worried husband, organising a search party. But what on earth was Lucky doing by the creek in the middle of the night? Miss Marple gave a slight, embarrassed cough. It is possible, I think, that she was waiting for someone. Edward Hillingdon. Oh no, that affair was quite finished. I wondered whether just possibly she might have been expecting Jackson, waiting for Jackson. I've noticed her glance at him once or twice, Miss Marple murmured, looking away. Mr. Raphael let out a low whistle. My tomcat Jackson! I wouldn't put it past him. Tim must have gotten the shock of his life later when he realised his mistake. Yes, indeed. He must have been utterly desperate. Molly was still alive, wandering about. The story he'd so carefully crafted about her deteriorating mind would crumble the moment she was examined by proper specialists. And if she told anyone he'd asked her to meet him at the creek, his game would be up. His only hope was to silence Molly as quickly as possible. Then, with luck, everyone would believe Molly in a crazed state had drowned Lucky, and then, horrified by her own actions, taken her own life. And it was then, said Mr. Raphael, that you decided to play Nemesis, wasn't it? He suddenly leaned back and roared with laughter. It's a damned good joke, he said. If you could have seen yourself that night with that fluffy pink shawl wrapped around your head standing there declaring you were Nemesis, I'll never forget it. Epilogue. The time for departure had arrived. Miss Marple waited at the airport for her flight. A small group had gathered to see her off. The Hillingdons had already left. Gregory Dyson had flown to another island, and rumours suggested he was now devoted to an Argentine widow. Senora de Caspiero had returned to South America. Molly herself had come to bid Miss Marple farewell. Though pale and thin, Molly had weathered the shock of her discovery with a quiet bravery. With the support of one of Mr. Raphael's associates, whom he had urgently summoned from England, she was now managing the hotel's daily operations. Keeping busy is the best medicine, Miss Raphael had told her, his tone practical. It leaves less room for brooding. You've got a solid business here. But the murders, won't people be afraid to come? People adore a solved mystery, Mr. Raphael assured her. It adds a dash of intrigue. You carry on, my dear, and keep your spirits up. Don't let one rotten apple spoil the whole barrel. You sound just like Miss Marple, Molly had replied with a faint smile. She's always telling me that the right person will come along when I least expect it. Mr. Raphael gave a gruff chuckle at the notion. So Molly was there to see her off, along with the two Prescotts and Mr. Raphael himself. Esther Walters was also present, looking older and more sorrowful, and to her Mr. Raphael had shown unexpected kindness in recent days. Jackson was very much in evidence, fussing over Miss Marple's luggage. He was all smiles lately, having let it slip that a bit of good fortune had come his way. A distant hum grew into a roar in the clear sky. The plane was approaching. The small airport was pleasantly informal, without assigned gates or channels. You simply walked from the little flower-covered pavilion directly onto the tarmac. Goodbye, darling Miss Marple, Molly said, kissing her cheek. Please do try to visit us again. Miss Prescott shook her hand warmly. It has been a true pleasure, the canon added. I heartily endorse my sister's invitation. All the best, madam, Jackson said cheerfully. And remember, any time you're in need of a complimentary massage, just drop me a line and we'll set it up. Only Esther Walters held back slightly when the farewells were being exchanged. Miss Marple, perceptive as ever, did not press for a gesture. Mr. Raphael was the last. He took her hand firmly. Ave Caesar, nos moriturites salutamus, he said, a glint of understanding in his eyes. I'm afraid my Latin is rather rusty, Miss Marple admitted. But you grasp the sentiment. Yes, she said simply. She knew exactly what he meant. It has been a great pleasure, she told him. Then she turned and walked steadily across the sun-warmed tarmac to board the waiting plane. This volume is a work of fiction. The events depicted, the characters involved, and the conversations they share are products of the author's creativity and should not be interpreted as factual. Any similarity to real occurrences or individuals, whether alive or deceased, is purely accidental. Agatha Christie, Marple, Miss Marple, and A Caribbean Mystery are all registered trademarks. Copyright is held by Agatha Christie Limited. All rights are reserved. The novel A Caribbean Mystery was originally released in 1964. This edition is published under arrangement with G.P. Putnam's Sons. The contents of this digital publication are protected by international copyright laws. Access to this text grants a limited, non-transferable license for personal viewing. Reproduction, distribution, or any form of electronic sharing is strictly prohibited without prior written consent from the publisher.